の機器はネットガードの持ち運びタイプです。操作は簡単で、重さは約 800g の軽量タイプ。まず本体を構えてガードカバーを外し、不審者の顔に狙いを定めて作動スイッチを押すと、瞬時にネットが発射され、2メートルから3メートル先の不審者を絡めて動きを抑制します。ネットはネットガード同様、簡単には切れないので、その間に不審者から逃れることができます。
複数使用すればネットが複雑に絡み合い、より効果的です。ネットランチャーに加え、さすまたなどを使うことでさらなる効果が期待できます。
さらにネットランチャー STS をより安全に、また効果的に使用していただくためには、引き紐を引くときは必ずグリップごと引っ張ってください。引き紐を素手で引くと怪我をする恐れがあります。引き紐を引く余裕のないときは、ターゲットがネットに絡まってもがいている間に避難することがポイントです。本体が障害物などに引っかかることも。いずれにせよ無理は禁物です。ネットランチャーを複数使用すれば、ネットが複雑に絡み合い、より効果的です。ネットランチャーに加え、さすまたなどを使うことでさらなる効果が期待できます。ただしさすまたを持つ人にネットがかからないように十分注意してください。
リキッドランチャーをさらに効果的に使用していただくには、カートリッジの1本目を催涙タイプ、2本目をマーキングタイプにしておけば、撃退・追跡を合わせて行うことも可能です。またリキッドランチャーで不審者の動きを封じ込めた後、ネットランチャーを使用することでさらなる効果が期待できます。
It's the morning of, you guessed it, May the 6th, 2015. Clicking wrong buttons early in the game, Dana. Yeah, that's right. And Chernobyl is millions times less than Fukushima. See, I was supposed to say it the other way. It's just what we read it. Fukushima is millions times more. Just the reactors, not counting the reactor cores that were on the roof of the buildings that are missing. Have you seen the buildings? Well, that's one number one behind you. Behind cardboard cutout Dana there. Who'll come back into the game soon. Get cardboard cutout Dana back into the show soon enough. Let me show you the buildings very quick before I forget, because I should always do that each morning. That's reactor 1. This is reactor 2 coming up. Hang on, give me a second. This is reactor 3. This is reactor 4. Now, they are all many Chernobyls. And they did not survive like that building, see? That's a weird way to put it, Dana. So that's number 4. It doesn't look like that inside, despite TEPCO coming out and showing you that a month ago. Are you not outraged that they sat in front of the Washington Press Club? We'll just play that out for a second. This is TEPCO 1 month ago telling you that that's going to show you that picture here coming up is inside of this thing here. Inside of that. I'm not kidding you. I'm not making that up. Check it out.
And Fukushima Daiichi stage, right after the accident, it was of course the emergency condition. But right now, gradually became the decommissioning stage, or more stable decommissioning stage. And that's that, as I mentioned, the success.
And then voila, it looked like that all of a sudden. It was that easy. We sent in all the homeless people. No, well, no, we got no proof that we done that. Why would we want to show? But you got to take our word for it. We're TEPCO, right? So we just got to automatically take the word of a corporation. Am I missing something? Are we missing something in this equation? Well, they couldn't do that at Chernobyl. They still can't do that at Chernobyl. Let me fix that for you. They still can't do that at Chernobyl. Like, this is 1 month ago, though. They're telling you Unit 4, this building here, that they tore down. And they tore it down to this first. Have a good boo at that. Okay. They done that remote-controlled cranes and homeless people surrounded by lead flooring and stuff like that, allegedly. They got, they threw in the immigrants who don't speak the language, don't understand what they're doing. Right. Now, inside of that building, here's Seth Dorn.
Of the decommissioning work taking place here in Reactor 4.
Inside of what? Unit 4. He's inside of that?
Of the decommissioning work taking
He's
place
got a little documentary out where he went there, and that's him in Unit 4. Not only that, Miles O'Brien says he's in the same building. I'll save you the headache, but I'll show you the intro.
Before we left, they carefully scanned all of us and checked the dosimeters that we carried along the way.
It's not bad enough we got TEPCO telling us that we're stupid, that we're morons, and who's he telling that to? He telling that to the media. This will drive him crazy on the internet. Yeah, but it'll murder your children and your friends and your families and your loved ones and everything you covet. It'll destroy that. You just killed the Pacific Ocean. And now you think you can just make up a story and bury that? Oh, we're a corporation. It's okay. Media should come out and protect us right around the world, in every country. It says like a banana or a potato chip walking in the sunshine. Have somebody sold us a bridge that is not there? Can you understand the significance, though? Just let me touch on it for a second. 260 days, we went through the coastline. Instead of looking like that, or like this, or like that, or like this. Now this is Louise Narrows, pre-Fukushima. This isn't Louise Narrows, pre-Fukushima. Now I dove the coastline of British Columbia, Canada, and the east coast of Canada, and all the provinces, for 14 years. And so I'm used to all this. This is normal for me. This is what I understand. This is what I went looking for. When I got there, this is what I found in the same spot. Bear with me. Now the 4 million other species never even receded the coastline. And you lost 5,600 highly visible species in Louise Narrows. And I'll show you more about this. Should look like that everywhere. It looks like that everywhere. In one of the most coveted spots in Canada. And nobody bothered telling you about it. So we done 260 days. Let me boot up to that for you. 260 days in pure shock. Now, we were going to take specimens because normally it would look like that. So what's the big deal? I had a couple of thousand bags. We didn't know what we were going to do with it. We didn't know who we could trust it, but we were going to go take specimens, and we built an operation. And everything you see was donated to us in increments over the whole trip. So instead of going there to take samples, the trip became about telling a story and shown the documentation, and that the whole coastline was now eradicated, and that we done it in a little dinghy for 260 days, up to 5 months without coming ashore. I'm very proud to do it in a little dinghy. I have no issues with that. I would have loved for it to be something reasonable, but the fact that we went out there and took these pictures, and that we put that up at the nuclearproctologist.org for all the media on the planet and all the marine biologists to go there and say, well, holy smokes, there's the documentation of the whole coast of Canada. The GPS is provided for each spot. Some of these places were done 2 or 3 times, 5 or 6 or 7 days at it, in each arrow, or a week or a month in each section, trying to collect, like, you know, you got to go and you got to live in the environment, yeah? You got to get out there in the middle of nowhere. That's why you see all those jerry cans. And so I can get out 400 miles away in the middle of nowhere, and then this little dinky, it's got a 2.5 gallon tank on it, and that'll do you the entire week. Whereas this thing can burn $100 an hour. And so you get out to your site, and I was packing 1,200 pounds of fuel. I had no one to help me. I was lost all along the coastline, caught in storm after storm after storm, because I understood from my history that that was missing, see? And I understood by that bird that was over my head on that beach that if he was an old bird, he, like more than 5 years, he would understand that everything is missing. Just like myself, who have dove the entire coastline of Canada and worked at every industry and been a skipper over a dozen commercial dive vessels, understood what he was looking at, which is me. Somebody who had worked at every industry in both oceans, and somebody who studied nuclear extensively, probably more than anybody else in Canada, and somebody who has put out more material than anybody on the planet, not wanting to do any of it. And think of the enormity of what I've done. Think of how hard and how many people sacrificed and donated for that to happen. Was that not a worthy cause? Did I not do what was necessary to be done? I couldn't take samples of something that's not there. And when I'm being demonized on the internet by a lunatic who says, there's not actually a lunatic, and we'll make a video about that coming up in the next couple of weeks with all the documentations, take you right down that rabbit hole of this person. You know, accusing me of killing a person and then saying he committed suicide, but not saying Dana was on the ocean, right, and never came ashore for another 4 months, but the expeditions never ended until September the following year. And then, but every day post those videos with those headlines, but no proof, but also ludicrous assertions blaming me for someone's suicide who donated something to the expedition. And every part of the boat is donated. Every part of the expedition is donated. Am I beholden to the people who donate to me on a .org on an expedition why it's happening? And that is the ludicrousy of this person who claims that he's just an average blogger. But there's something much more dark there, for sure. And we phoned him yesterday. And he made the assertion that he contacted me by email in 2014, at the very beginning of the conversation. And that shows you how to touch of reality when we're in 2016, May the 6th. And he's referring that because of that email that I was probably unaware of, never even checked for, that gave him the right now to attack me for 2 years, posting videos up on 4 different sites with salacious headlines to demonize me and vilify me and marginalize me. The story goes much deeper than that on that person. But they're doing that because of what I'm showing you right now, because of what I was doing. I was out showing that this doesn't exist anymore, and that the 4 million other species didn't recede the coastline, and that I was documenting it in increments in extreme cruciating detail and having to upload it constantly onto my website, and then building an operation. And so what Dots is saying is that I got to take everything off the boat and give someone the boat back because I didn't take samples that are not there. And I'm a bad person, therefore it's worthy to demonize me. See, that doesn't make any sense, right? How can you, like, that's like taking boats back from Greenpeace because you're not happy with them. It's so stupid. So the only thing that makes any sense, right, you're trying to control the opposition. So that's how you control the opposition. So the fight is all about the boat, not the extinction event on the Pacific Ocean. The fight is all about Dana caused someone to commit suicide, but not mention the fact that I was on the ocean for another 4 months before I made it home again on the expedition. But I defrauded Jeff Palco because I didn't get samples that no one agreed upon, only me, that I was going to try to get samples. I was the guy who agreed upon anything I was going to do on the ocean. I'm the only person who said, I'm going to try to do this and I'm going to try to do that. And I had no concept I was going to do the entire coastline of Canada. How could I? How could I know that the entire coastline was going to be an extinction event? But how could I not know when I'm a ex-commercial diver? And that, 7 years ago I had a business, Marine Channel Productions Limited, that was going to put 100 cameras underwater and sell that on the internet. But what I ended up with when I went out there in the low tide zone was an extinction event that I had no concept of. Because see, normally when you go ashore it's dangerous because it's slippery, right? That would be normal. Now you can skedaddle anywhere ashore and you can't slip if you wanted to. Right? Normally when you're going ashore, let me find a typical picture if I can. That's not really, like when you go ashore, it's a very slippery environment the closer you get in low tide. Normally, this is normal, right? So trying to crawl up there or bring your boat in, that's a typical spot. Your whole coastline, every millimeter of it should look like that as you come ashore. But as you get into the details, you see this, see? But now we go to the exact same spot as naked, and the 4 million other species didn't recede the coastline. I know that was a long rant that time. My apologies for conveying the same story every day about this, because that is the story and it'll never change, that everything is gone and I can't. You will starve to death anywhere on the coastline. There's less than 100 species. The bird species are gone, the insect species are gone. The whole expedition was an involving expedition. We were exploratory. We weren't guaranteeing anybody anything. We were going out and having a look. That's what the whole thing was predicated upon. Was please fund Dana, me, so I could go find out myself whether this is real. That's how I saw it, and I'm sure that's how I portrayed it. If you go look through the videos. Mind you, the government made me take down 300 of my videos recently after I was arrested. I was arrested for 2 videos. But those 2 videos, that wasn't a court order to take down. They were taken down the day I got out of jail by strikes from ghost accounts. But I had 24 hours to purge my site of the names of 2 people from Woods Hole and University of British Columbia in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. Same place as Connecting Dots is from. I had 2 court orders, no orders to take that down. Now, I had a court order before to take down a Benghazi video. Yeah? And what I done was, I took it down. This was from America, from a judge. I took it down and I reposted it about 4 hours later with another explanation. The exact same video, but with a short explanation in the front of it, still up at my site. So I'm familiar with what a court order is all about. That's all I'm saying to you. And Dots' part was used as a witness in my court case against me from a newspaper article from Gibson, where he was cited as the source that I was a fraudster and that I was trying to fix the ocean, raising money to fix the ocean, when I was raising money to go out and exploratory, and which is what I done, and for 260 days and 15,000 miles of the coastline. So see, I don't got anything. That's why I do what I do every day, to hide away from or to be ashamed of. Because how can I be responsible for somebody who might have committed suicide? But when we looked at the obituary, there was no families or loved ones named there. And when we called up the funeral home list, that there was no plot in Jeff Palco's name. And the nuclear industry, of course, is notorious for controlling the opposition, right? Coming in and funding it and then controlling it, and then if not, coming out and using it to demonize that they stole it from somebody. So I'm being accused of stealing the boat from somebody who committed suicide while I was on the boat on the ocean. Now, the boat didn't have the cabin or anything else on it. All of that is what we built out of donations. To go 260 days throughout the entire coastline, to document an extinction event along the coastline for 15,000 miles minimum, and also to show that the bird population went from 168 residential and 149 migratory to 11 species along the coastline, and how the krill and the sardines and the anchovies and squid and the 6,500 invertebrates without the backbones, they're like little shrimps. They're the basis of what we can visually see as the food chain. But we also showed that because the krill didn't show up and the phytoplankton didn't show up, because we were out there for so long, right through that whole bloom, where the bloom should have been there, which is what brings the migratory through the coastline. See, that bird will starve to death over my head on those beaches. Yeah? Because those beaches don't look what they used to look like that. That's what a beach used to look like. It would break your neck trying to go ashore anywhere in British Columbia. And I can say that authoritatively because I ran a dozen commercial boats here alone. I had 30,000 hooks on the East Coast, 32,000, 120 gill nets. We had traps and a litany and a history of the ocean. And so I worked every other ocean with outstanding reputation and was never fired from a job until I ran the operations. I took over the operations and was the skipper and the lead divers on the operations in both oceans, the majority of all the time. Not that I wanted to be, but that was the way to get the job done. That was the way to keep the operation running. That was the way to keep the money coming in. And I coveted that. Up to 315 days a year, year after year, on the ocean. And up to 6 days an hour every day on the ocean floor. Plus, every spare chance I got, I was sports diving in the ocean, looking for Davy Jones's lockers. And right now, let me tell you a story. Just a stupid story that I think about sometimes, that you're going to find interesting, whether you want to or not. I'm going to have a cigarette without 7,000 chemicals. Don't have a seizure. Have a seizure, though, when the media tells you nicotine gives you cancer, because why don't they tell you about the 7,000 chemicals that are in cigarettes? And do you suppose that is why people are so addicted? And do you think it's right to victimize people that are addicted to 7,000 chemicals that don't understand that? And demonize them and snob them because they happen to smoke, because they can't stop it because they're addicted to 7,000 chemicals. Mine don't have 7,000 chemicals. It's still addictive, but that's because I was addicted to 7,000 chemicals. Hang on, I'm going to tell you a good story. Because I'm in such a good mood today. The Pacific Ocean is dead. We can't stop the reactors. We only send in the homeless and the destitute and the victims of society and the immigrants who don't speak the language into Fukushima's reactors. And they're beat up and destroyed and vilified and attacked by the mob to go do things they don't want to do. And then they're thrown away like paper towels. But Chernobyl is just a paper towel compared to any of the reactors in Japan. Yeah? Okay, let me tell the story. I can't show you the coastline of the East Coast right now, but this is the West Coast. Now this has 26,000 islands. Its continental shelf is 50 miles offshore. and it has some of the highest tides in the world, up to 24 feet. It's very fast currents. Okay. The East Coast is different in that. Now, I dove in the Bay of Fundy for months, and that's the highest one in the world, 52 feet. And it's like trying to pick something up when you're in an airplane. Reach down and grab something as you're going across the ground. It's ludicrous. But anyway, I got out of that, moved to calmer waters. And one of the things I used to do to find, like, say, harvesting, but also exploratory in particular, is I'll hang off the side of a boat in my gear, and I got a rope and I'll hook it around my wrist, and I float at the surface with a bit of air in my suit, and I'll point to where I want the tender driving the boat to go. And so one day, sports diving like that, I launched a boat, and I didn't have anybody to help me that day, so I was out anyway, and I was snorkeling. And so I was just snorkeling. I go out and just stop the boat and leap in the water and snorkel around and swim back to the boat. Climb aboard the boat, go to another spot and snorkel around until I was sick of it. And I couldn't make my mind up what I was looking at. I thought it was sand dollars, and I was like, well, I'll come back with somebody and I'll suit up and go down and have a look. And so I came back with somebody the next day because I had this weird feeling anyway. It was winter time too. I had a few days off from work. I was diving on the East Coast, and I was looking for old pirate wrecks on the East Coast. So I was looking for cannons and stuff like that, because the ship would have broke down by then, and gold or something like that. But anyway, I had found bottles. So I go down. I didn't understand it at that point, but I went back, and I had 2 tanks with me, and it was just 1 tank at a time because that was sports diving, right? But I had 2 tanks, another one on the boat. And anyway, I went down, and here was bottles. They were stacked about 12 feet, 18 feet high. But along the shoreline, it was a wall of bottles. And so on 2 tanks, by the time I finished it, I estimated it to be, at glass prices at that time, about $60 million or so. And there's a reason I'm saying this today, anyway, because, and I'll bring that up and show you why that story came up today. It's just interesting, I think. And it's just a parallel of over 60 million killed by nuclear fallout was a headline that came out last night, and I was thinking about the $60 million jackpot I knew about under the ocean that you couldn't recycle. Now I contacted all the glass companies along the coastline. Here, I'll move myself over. I'll just finish off that story. I contacted all the glass companies, and I had one company was thinking about sending me 15 trucks a day. And I had built up I had worked out with an engineer, an underwater vehicle, just a weld job, that I can drive out and plow into the glass. Like, think about the back of a dump truck. Think about that. There's a cage that lifts up, and I go right in, I scoop it all up, and I had water jets would lift all the bottles up. And it was driven by starting motors. But it was good for 10 or 15 feet underwater. Like, say, I'm sorry, it was good for like a 10 or 15 foot pile that you run into over and over and over all day long. But that whole bay was a bowl, see? So the shoreline was about 10 to 15 feet for most places. With that in mind, and it just never, I just never ever done it. But it was about 1 square mile of glass, and the minimum depth on the 2 tanks, because I went along the shoreline and just at the surface for quite a long way, and then I would dive down. I took out about 50 samples. Now at the bottom of it, what I was doing when I went out and finally out into the middle of it, and I dug my way down into it, it was all beer bottles on the top. And then as you went down through it, it was the heavier bottles. And then you got every Coke bottle and every Pepsi bottle and every ginger in history that they ever sent to the East Coast and sold, People would go down to the shoreline and drink their pop in the harbor on a nice sunny day, and they throw their bottles out into the ocean, and they float away and sink. But because the harbor was a huge one, and the bay is a bowl, and the icebergs can't get in there and crush it all up, because it rises up at the mouth of the harbor. That's why it's a good harbor. And the big icebergs can't get in there. Now, I seen vases, and I went to a professor, and they were fairly long, at another spot, and they had pointy tips on it, and at the time it confused me, and I went and talked to a professor, and he told me, I never told him what I had found, but I asked him, I had brought him a lot of pieces that I had found on the ocean floor, but none of them were of those vases. And he told me they were from a country that that would stick the vases in sand, right? And I said, not snow. He said, no, sand. But he said, well, we work in snow. And I never did go back to that one. There's quite a few of them there. Now, the icebergs did come in there. That's probably why I found those vases. They were dragged up by icebergs, but there was quite a few broken ones. But they probably predate Columbus. Some of the shards did anyway, from an area close by. But they weren't from the parts of the vases. They were different clay. Now, the World Health Organization's, like I've heard politicians say no one has ever died from anything nuclear. I've heard politicians say that on the Senate floor and no one hold them accountable. And then the media that was monitoring those feeds at C-SPAN never held them accountable, never even put it out there. Never collected it, probably collected it to blackmail them later with. They got a whole list of things they said on the floor and then come in and say, hey, you're going to say this or we're going to show the public that. You said this and you said that. Because on the floor, they get away with it. No one monitoring them. Only Mox. Mox News on YouTube is monitoring for the most part. C-SPAN.org or whatever, right? But everybody got C-SPAN into their homes. No one monitors them. There they are, and you can take that and clip that. That's free. That's free. You can monitorize that, make a documentary with it, and put it up on Netflix. It's free. Right? You paid for the C-SPAN feed, right? That's yours. So you can put that up on your YouTube channel. That's free. You can't get a strike on your account for putting your politicians from C-SPAN up on your YouTube channels. That's open access. Anyway, Chernobyl, the truth was never told in public and never will be. I mean, you got 600 pilots, but you don't see that in the World Health Organization or IRPA or the International Atomic Energy, and they're all the same people on each of the boards. So the consensus worldwide is a consensus of a handful of people that are not actually people. They're fucking demonic, twisted, demented, soulless, spineless turds who hide away and shiver when you shine a light on them. No! Don't! No! Catherine Higley is one of them. John Boyce in America is another radiation expert. Demented! We've covered them last week, right? Earlier this week. What the hell? They got charts of bananas and potato chips, walking in sunshine and different natural radiation here and natural radiation there, and there's natural radiation here, so the man-made is not going to hurt you. There's got to be homeostasis. It's not bad for you. These are people giving people chemotherapy, say it's not bad for you, have some more. God is waiting for you, have some more. Here we go. Yeah, bye-bye. They're literally doing that in their little minds. Because they're telling the public it's like a banana. It's like a banana. Right? I showed the videos to the press. And the press is like a banana. Well, here's 60 million. This is just, I think it's a couple of billion. Look, there's 100 billion people 110 billion people have already passed away on the planet. And my heart goes out to every one of them, and their friends and their families and their loved ones. And some of them deserved it, the majority didn't. The ones who were in the basement of the Queen's Castle being torn apart by those big machines, they probably didn't. They were starving to death and they shot a little deer. Never gave the Queen their share. And got stretched till he popped like a fucking popcorn. There's 60 million bottles on the East Coast in shallow water. $60 million worth back then. Price probably hasn't changed much. It was like $1,700 a transport truck load. If I can pop out a dozen of them a day, we had a little vehicle for about 50,000. I couldn't get anybody to invest in it back there. No one would touch it. Well, how do you know they're there? Well, I just burnt 2 tanks. What the fuck do you think I'm doing? Well, Jesus, he can sell a bottle. Well, I got 16 trucks ready to come every day, minimum. If we can get more, they'll take that too. They're going to give us a backhoe and everything else if we can get the spot and get through the mayor's office and everything else. Worked at it really hard, couldn't do it. And everybody wanted to know where it was, and I wouldn't tell anybody. Fuck you. Every one of you. Why would I, right? Can't trust them. That's the nuclear industry. Telling you there's no one dead. Look at it. Look at the people documented. But think about there's 110 billion already died on this planet. Think about 5 billion people on this planet is not even connected to the internet. We're not connected to them. Think about the 4 million species are missing on the coastline. That never receded the coastline are missing. And at the 5,600 that we are the indigenous population, the 600 algae, the 78 species of sea anemones, 76 species of starfish, all the periwinkles, the snails, the mollusks, the oysters, the clams, the little necks, the manillas. Excuse me. I mean, they're hearing the anchovies, the squid are gone. Whoa, bad. You're in trouble. Not only that, they're gone because the krill is gone. Everything's dependent upon the krill. That's why all the seals and sea lions, that's why the 3,000 bears now in the Arctic, 3rd year in a row, just like the sea lions, emaciated. They're going to starve to death. Apparent abundance of food, dog. They're going to. You think a bear gives a fuck what he eats? Oh, not eating the old penguin anymore. I had too many of them last year. You really think that's what's going on with the bear's mind? Think about how much radiation came out of those reactors. I got no idea which one I'm clicking at anymore sometimes. Okay. Everywhere. Oh, morning, everybody. Keep going. It doesn't look like that, okay? Even though it's the official picture, it looks like that. All right? So it's like, I don't know what to say anymore. I'm fucking... That's the official picture, though. That's the official picture. But fuck it, I'll go over and watch CBS anyway. People are crazy. That's the official picture. Unit 4. No! Dana, here's the new official picture. So how can you, like, what planet? That's the official picture, not that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because all the reactors survived like that, right? That never happened. That never happened. That never happened. That is a figment of your imagination. Nobody says that happened. That never happened. That never happened. They never got power. They had power all the time. Dana, shut up. That's a lie. She's faking it. That's a fake, Dana. That's fucking foolishness. That's retarded. Oh, what the fuck is that? 30 million bags. On top of everything else. On top of that, on top of that, on top of that, on top of it, on top of it. On top of it. Say there was 15 reactors, right, in that zone that went down. See, that zone is where all the people died. Yoink. That zone is where all the people died. Now, I'll put this up in 1080, high quality on YouTube. I'm connected up with the software company this afternoon. So, if you're a government, leave my fucking phones alone for an hour so I can get that sorted out. So I can live stream at YouTube. Yeah. Schedule up for this afternoon. Now, I'm going to go out in the boat. I'll be gone all weekend. Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday maybe. Thursday, Friday, Saturday hopefully. And And so if I raise another couple of $100, we raised $550 in the last couple of days. And so that's fantastic. And now I got tanks of fuel on the boat. That justifies me going out and burning those tanks of fuel. And that covers any kind of emergency that I might run into, right? That I'll have that ability. And I can access that through a friend of mine that I can call up on because I got the money in my account to cover it after, right? Blah. But the weather is perfect, is why I'm saying it that way. The weather is perfect. And we went up to Jasper, and I still haven't imported those pictures. And let me check the volume on that, make sure it's not brutal. So the weather's not going to be like that, see? So I'm going out after I get... So you'll see some tests coming up this afternoon on YouTube and on live stream. I'm going to try to get them to marry them up for me, make sure I can... Because I'm having so many problems with it, I'm tortured. I'm just going through all the literature for the last couple of days. I tried for a day and a half there and I was tortured with the videos and everything. But, okay, so... That was on the way back from the end of the expeditions, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the trip home. That was the trip home. Is it? I can't remember. Yeah, trip home. It's written there on. It got to be right. Now Jeff Palco was dead for 4 months at this point. I was on my way home, back home. I hadn't been home for 160 days total before I'd been home on that particular trip. And, you know, who knows how many other people might have committed suicide or died. Now, would Jeff have committed suicide if I didn't go on the ocean, if he didn't buy me the boat? Who knows, right? And, you know, if he did commit suicide, my heart goes out to him. But the obituary didn't have any loved ones, and it didn't have, the funeral home didn't have a plot with his name on it, didn't know who he was. And so, see, that seems suspect. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. There's nothing I can do about it. But I talk to Jeff Go all the time. And Palco didn't want no boat back. Why would he? He donated it to me. I did when the controversy because of Idiot Head Dots. And we got some more documentation today of Dots bullying Jeff Palco on December the 10th. That was 14 days before he committed suicide. And so we got confirmed documentations from Dot's website, very high quality, of Dot's bullying him, telling him to take the boat away from me while I'm on the ocean. Because I didn't get samples or something. He didn't say that there, but he said I was a fraudster. But I was on the ocean doing the expeditions. And like I said, all along the way was we're going to have to keep going. We're going to have to keep looking, and we were posting it up at the website every time we found an internet connection. And you would spend all night with this stupid internet connection in the middle of nowhere trying to upload these high-quality pictures. And so what I was doing was taking screen captures, lower quality, and posting it with a shitty bandwidth in the middle of nowhere that I don't know anybody. Wanting to go home back to my whatever and go to sleep out of it. And then when I got ashore, I spent months uploading it every chance I got, and then hitting back out on the next expeditions, right? And then as I came ashore finally, last year, we uploaded as much as we can, and then we started the blogging at the same time. And then we were attacked and had computers killed, and we kept blogging, got on our computer, and just nonstop. Got arrested when I came home from the last one, and vilified in the mainstream media, but nobody bothered mentioning what the real story was. And then 5 court appearances, and then I got a 600-pound gorilla on my back, claiming I killed somebody and didn't saying, boy, I caused him to commit suicide, not telling people I was on the ocean. So completely disingenuous and completely fucking stupid. Completely out of touch with reality. Completely fucking what? How can Dana be responsible for someone committing suicide if they did? If it's actually true. If it's not the industry. But it looks like it was the industry. But who knows for sure? They're very sneaky people. They run covert operations all the time. They have fake IDs, fake bank accounts, fake fucking addresses, all paid for by the system, who burns through billions and trillions every year. Telling you, oh, the terrorists are going to get you. Meanwhile, Fukushima are going to destroy everything you ever everything you ever hoped to see is already gone anyway. British Columbia, Canada has been destroyed. It's been destroyed. We documented that on the boat with the documentation I've been showing you all night. Yeah? Anyway, we covered 9,000 headlines before I went on the ocean. Think about that. And we also, right away, I went right away and grabbed Harvard and Stanford and MIT. And we covered 9,000 headlines, but I used to play these clips all the time. Let me play you a little short one. Right away, this was March the 16th, Harvard University. See, everything I supply is not me. It's all from the sources that you should be able to trust, yeah? Like Seth Dorn. But here's Harvard.
Firstly, units 1 through 3 are suffering core damage, accidents, and perhaps spent fuel pool accidents as well. The spent fuel pool is located at the top of the reactor building, which in each case is damaged. Units 1 and 3, in fact, destroyed at that location.
And so I put those pictures in around it way back then. That was Harvard. In fact, destroyed. See, I had no illusions because not only did I do Harvard, I done MIT. And I done Stanford, April 11th. Stanford was March the 15th.
20 kilometers radius.
Target evacuation zones, spent fuel pools and everything else. But listen to the end of that one because it's a long one.
Fuel pool. However, since that time, TEPCO has said that there was an oil leak in a water pump and that was what was the cause of the fire.
Right? So not the building you're looking at. Right? And what else has TEPCO showed you? Right? What else is TEPCO showing you? This is Unit 4 he's talking about. So here's TEPCO. Let me come back up. Unit 4. Right? And that's TEPCO. 1 month ago, still telling you Unit 4 looks like that. Still saying that was an oil fire and that the pool looks like that. See? Right from the get-go, story never changed. A corporation is doing that to you, not Dina. That's a corporation. It's a corporation. It's not, right? And it's really evil what it's done and what it continues to do. And what it's doing right now by showing that picture. Enforcing the law. David Suzuki said if that collapsed. Does that look like it's going to fucking collapse, David? Moron who bought into it. I seen a paper that says if that collapsed, bye-bye Japan, and you have to evacuate North America. Well, guess what? Collapse, David. What he was talking about was the spent fuel pools at the roof. What roof? Do you actually understand what that roof looked like? Can you appreciate what that woof, 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 Fukushima hounds? That's not the fuel. Fuel pool was up a couple of more stories higher than that. Remember what the building looked like. See, that is reaching way the fuck up, not in through the side of the building to get out of fuel pool. If the fuel pool was down in the building, it wouldn't be reaching up to the top of it like it is right there, see? It'd be reaching in through the side because the side is all fucking open and it can't look like that. So why did Seth Dorn, why did... choking in anger, getting wound up. Because here's CBS. Not only CBS, but CBC and everybody else came out. Here's Noah's model, just based upon 2 days releases from a single reactor, not based upon the meltdowns, the melt-throughs or melt-outs. I'm jumping through. I'm not playing it. Okay, let's play it. Think about that. Fukushima iodine, see, 131. 10 times more iodine, 132. 30 times more. Oh, where'd that go? Smurfed that up, right? That wouldn't play for some reason. This one's based upon 137. You'll find this in super high quality. That Beautiful Girl by Dina, after this Norwegian Institute modeling of just cesium 137. Okay. The plume is stretching all the way across the Pacific Ocean. Constant, endless stream of just a tracer. And all the way across our continents. And it came across your continent first. It hit your continent. It came out of Japan. Japan is over to the right. Yeah? And then as it breaks in on the other screen to the left, that's coming across the Pacific. So right away, see how it doesn't circle around Japan? It all goes straight. Look, barely touched Japan, went over to China and everywhere else. Now it's coming to Japan. It's right in the center on your right-hand side. So all of Japan is completely covered. But if they were to include all the radioactive isotopes, or let that model run for about 5 years, but look, that's backwards. Let's do that one more time. It's coming out, but it doesn't touch Japan. No, boy. No. The winds don't. There you go. And what's the date? 2011, the third day, the 21st. It finally covered all of Japan. But nevertheless, it just covered all of Japan. Oh, by the way, look to your left. It covered the entire continent of North America. And it's never going to go away. If that was just a single plume, which is what that model is based upon. The camera's screwing up on me, Dana. Sometimes it does that, eh? You got to move it just a little bit closer. But what that does is resizes my image. Okay, this model is only based upon 2 days releases from a single reactor. I'll stop it right there. It's about to hit North America, but it already hit Alaska. Now Alaska's getting boxed in. There's nowhere safe to hide. Okay. It's stretching right across the Pacific Ocean. But it's only based upon a single isotope. And it's because there's such a big volume. A gram of natural potassium-40 has about 160 atoms. A gram of man-made has around 88 times 37 billion atoms. So a gram of man-made is incontestably more volume versus natural. Natural, and it can't hurt you. Natural is everything's acclimated to it through genetic superior selection. See, if I slow down, I only get so much into a 1 hour. If I go boom, 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 I get too much into 1 hour. So, I'm going to play a video on the external. We wind this down. For the weekend, does that not outrage you that TEPCO is coming into our press and telling our press that, and our press is too fucking stupid to go say, hey, wait a second. Looks like that. They're not too stupid, see? No, they went down there and faked it, for Christ's sake. The TEPCO didn't need to come all the way here, set Dorn and miles over.
Of the decommissioning work taking place here in Reactor 4.
There's the decommissioning work at Reactor 4, Miles. You are set, you soulless, heartless, soulless. It's just shocking that people like that exist. It's shocking that our press would sit there and listen to somebody. Why not get up and walk out? Because they're not there to do that. They're there to listen to whatever he says, write it down, and find a way to support it. And sell it to you and your friends and your family and your loved ones, so you can't have a conversation with them. So you can't talk to somebody. Because they're like, I've seen TEPCO, Dana just showed us pictures. But these are TEPCO's pictures too. That's TEPCO's picture. That's TEPCO's picture. Do you think they brought in the world's biggest truck and the world's biggest plane behind it? To put it alongside of the reactor? You see to the left? Because it looks like that. I know, that a lot of people out there think man-made radiation is not gonna cause any issues, but it did, right? We done missions for life throughout the whole coastline, and it's all gone. And we got to do something. We can't wait. We can't sit back and pretend it didn't happen. And if we do, we're going to end up in the same position as Fort McMurray. Fort McMurray, I'm going to show you a video from Fort McMurray that I think tells the whole story. If I can ever find it. There was a few there, but there was one guy there who was trying to save his house. And that tells the story. And so I'm going to play it on the external. The audio won't be that good. But Fort McMurray, I'm from Newfoundland originally, but I've been gone 25 years. But Fort McMurray is full of people just like me, from Newfoundland, but also from all over the world. But the majority of them are from Newfoundland. And even when it's burning down around you, I'm not saying he's 100% from Newfoundland, but all of his neighbors are. And that will change your life when you're surrounded by people that have that worth ethics, that left everything behind because they had no option and went away and done okay, but they worked in the worst industry imaginable. But, you know, they're honest people, the majority of these people that I know. They're exceptional people. It's a culture where if you break down on the side of the road in Newfoundland, 10 cars will pull over right away. And there'll be fist fights of who's going to change your tire. Kidding you not. And you won't feel threatened at any time. It don't matter who you are. That's what will happen for you. Particularly if you're a tourist. Everybody will stop and help you, make sure you're okay, make sure you're safe. No matter who stopped, to make sure everything is good. Everybody's the boss. But the job got done right away, and everybody was smiling when he left. Trust me. Hang on.
So, folks, here's a...
Let's play that again. Shitheads with advertisements on the players now. What the hell? Here's a guy in Fort McMurray, British Columbia, Canada, where everybody just lost their home. 60,000 are homeless, apparently. I think it's going to be worse than that. It hasn't stopped. It's not going to stop for another couple of days. But this is what all of Fort McMurray, this whole community, looks like right now. And here's a man who might not have an insurance, or he's desperate, who knows. But there are times when you walk away, and this is certainly, I guess, one of them for him. Even for him.
So, folks, here's the video. I tried. Pretty sad. This is what's all around me. There's sprinklers going in all directions. The place is still holding its own. But it's all around. Not sure how much longer I can keep it up. But, those who know me know I'm going to do my best. So here goes, but I don't like seeing us down there. Anyway, time out. Love you all.
Yeah, he's got a gorgeous, huge home there too. And it highlights the perseverance and spirit of humans, I think, more than anything else. Every odd is stacked against him. Yeah? Every odd. All the odds are stacked against that guy. Even just getting out of Dodge now is stacked against him. The highways are plugged and he knows it. Everything around him is burning to the ground. And that is a community of friends and families where everybody knows everybody else's business. And you can't remember in that neighborhood, I can assure you, everybody, nobody there in that neighborhood suffers alone. Like before this happened. Now they're disbanded and they're all gone. They're gone. They're gone into the four winds. Everybody just got in their vehicles and ran, right? I'm sure most of you have seen the videos of that place. Driving through the neighborhoods where the embers are burning, flying right through the entire neighborhood and everything is on fire throughout the whole city. Where the winds haven't stopped. Where there's now, I went up to Jasper 2 weeks ago, which is the top of the Rocky Mountains. Now, everything on the other side of that washes down and goes towards where? Towards Calgary. And everything behind that goes to where? First, Fort McMurray. They got a drought. Now there's around 80 wildfires in Alberta right now. That one happened to be at the city. And it consumed the city. Around 40 of them are equivalent, or out of control. And everybody cut their budget because they knew. They knew there was no melt, that the ice is gone from the mountains. And we proved this throughout the coastline of British Columbia, Canada, and now the Rockies. We're going to have to go back up there in the near future and document everything, now that we verified there's an issue. But this took 5,000 years to form, and this regulated the lakes and streams and rivers and estuaries and everything else, and caused this drought that caused these fires. British Columbia has 40 fires going right now. We don't know how many they're putting out or put out, but we know we still got 43 or something. But to see the spirit of that man when everybody else is gone, and he knows he's supposed to be gone, he knows it's a losing battle when everything around you is on fire, and that it's not to him. See? He thinks he can win, and he probably will. He probably will win that battle, see? Because he made it that far. He made it to the point where everything is there, is burning around him. It's just a matter of suffering through it if possible, keeping the fires away from the property far enough and holding it together. But your house is going to stink like you can't imagine forever. But it's that perseverance to hang on to what is life to him. That's his life, see? He's got his whole life invested there. He probably left the same time I did, if he's a Newfoundlander. Hugs for everybody. We're going to come over and say that right here, right now on camera. To Dana. It's the weekend. I'm gone out on the ocean all weekend. And so if you kick in my door in this weekend, you're in for a surprise. Trust me. Like you done when I came back from court. Disgusting. Jeffrey, everybody, Kay, Pam, White, X-Ray, Albert. I'm just looking for oomph. I haven't got my glasses. Pam, everybody. Let me see. I know Elaine was out there. Just cruising down, make sure. Shani can do your Antonio. And everybody else. Daniel's just cruising. And I know it's one of those streams where we talked about the expedition more so than anything else, because that's the most important thing imaginable. That's the story. So is the fact that TEPCO is still claiming that Unit 4 is not damaged. Still claiming it looks like, no, these are both official pictures. These are all official pictures. Seth Dorn took it a step further and claimed he's inside of a building that don't exist, that you can't get inside if you wanted to. Can't get in Chernobyl, can't get anywhere else. Okay, well, there you go. We actually made it through it. I still got to sit around and try to get the YouTube set up so that next week we'll be double streaming, or even triple, every day. And that's important, see? So then I'm going to head out before dark and find a spot to anchor. You can donate at the Nuclear Proctologist. We want to do more expeditions. You can donate at nuclearproctologist.org and with your credit cards or PayPal. You'll find it under the Beautiful Girl by Dana videos, link directly to it, and I'll post this video in higher quality right after that. This show is over. It'll be up in about 3 hours, and we'll see everybody when I get back. I'm not sure when I'm coming back, Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. Depends. If we can raise a bit more money, I'll stay out a bit longer. And because the weather, we might not see good weather like this for another couple of months. So I'm going to go for broke, and let's look at it, do a look at the coastline and see what's going on out there right now. Hugs, everybody. We'll see you then. It is February the 5th, 2016. I'm Dana Durnford, also known as the nuclearproctologist.org, and you can find these videos at livestream.com. At YouTube, you'll find it at Beautiful Girl by Dana. We'll post a higher resolution of this version up thereafter. And that tonight's stream, of course, is about all things nuclear, Fukushima, but also it's about a certain nuclear scientist who has never been called out, and there is no videos of him talking, but he did put out an article. I gotta get rid of that stream we got going there before we get into trouble. Chewing up the bandwidth. Dana, hang on, folks. I forgot to open up the Adobe. Dana, get your crap together. Yeah, it's so friggin' hard to do what I'm doing, and then you try to do it live. So you're gonna make a few mistakes. That's all you can do. Here we go. Hi, everybody. I gotta do that again. I lost the stream. Damn it, Dina. And it always takes us 5 minutes to get these streams up and running. Not always, but the majority of the time. Let's just jump right in into the controversy. You gotta get the other stuff out of the way first, Dina. Letter: radiation not the cause of Hanford workers' death. Cancer deaths is what they're trying to say. So this story is well worth telling. It's a very intriguing story. Very alarming too, the person involved. And I'm going to explain that to you as we slowly ease our way into this. And so what happened was the Tri-City Herald posted a letter from a Dr. Tony L. Brooks, Keswick, whatever that means. He says, fact one, everyone will die. Most of more than the 40,000 workers at Hanford site in the early days have died. Yeah, because Hanford's been around for how long? 70 years or something? A lot of people would have been working there, would have been 40 or 50 when they started. And so, yeah, they're dead. Unless they live to be 130. And so by saying, starting off the whole scenario with that got my suspicion up right away. Then the next one was fact two. We live in a sea of radiation. It is easy to detect and control. What the hell is he talking about? Does anybody know what this man is talking about? Does anybody know why this man is given the ability to talk in the first place? He said, we know more about the effects of radiation than any other environmental factor. Why is that? Why would you study it so much if there was nothing harmful about it? Why would you go overboard? Why would you have every institution on the planet doing it? Why would you have police practicing terror drills? Why would you have the military going after terrorists for weapons of mass destruction? Why would you have billion-dollar securities around all the nuclear power plants, afraid the terrorists steal some? Why do you have sarcophagus? Why do you have limits? And why do you say that the stuff like you're saying here tonight? In fact, the biggest health hazard from the dose of radiation is the fear, or like they used to say, the fear mongering, generated by articles such as those published by the McCalchi group and the actions taken. So this was in response to an article about Hanford and radiation and how the workers got sick. And we've covered this repeatedly, how there's thousands and thousands and thousands with vicious cancers. But what Dr. Anthony here, Brooks, is talking about, Tony Brooks, I'll call him Tony, but what he's talking about is craziness. Now, so let's go down this road for a second, because you really got to see this to comprehend how way, 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 way out of reality that Dr. Whackjob is. So he's got a bunch of PDFs. He's got about 104 studies. I went through a stupid amount of them already. But one of the reoccurring themes for him, I hope this works out. Okay, that looks pretty good. So he says natural background radiation, see that there, natural background radiation, 82%, man-made 18%. 18% of the air around you now is man-made. He's crazy, batshit crazy. So here's what this is what I'm saying that. Get a load of this. So what radiation exposure can we modify? Man-made 52%, natural 48%. So fill the room up with Americium, neptunium, strontium, cesium, doesn't matter, as long as it don't go over 52% of the air I'm breathing. Like, you can't rationalize or reason with somebody like this. You can't have a conversation with somebody like that. And think about that. He says it's okay for the whole planet to be 52% man-made and 48% natural. This is crazy talk. This is batshit crazy. Here's some of the other stuff from his website and from his studies. Radiation is everywhere. Cosmic. Well, hang on a second. Just like hold on. Get with the friggin' program for a second. This is what we call in the old-fashioned world a zombie alert. So radiation from sunshine, it's got nothing to do with a reactor. Radiation from sunshine is not radiation, it's radiant. It's like a cigarette lighter. That's radiant. That's what the sun does, right? It radiates you. Owie. Ow, 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 ow. See? But I'm not worried about getting cancer. I'm not worried about passing that mutated cancer tumors on from a cigarette or from the sunshine. What planet is... So, we live in a sea of radiation. Like, the stuff that's on the planet is not radiation. It's emitters. They emit a tiny... So, the radiations on the planet, like potassium, it's got the lifespan of 1/10,000th of a second. 1/10,000th of a second. You can't get it to your lips, it's gone. It's not, but you know, like I'm saying, it can't mutate the DNA or the chromosomes or the cellular because it got no guts. But man-made could pump out 2 or 3 feet. And it'll do it every second, 1,440 minutes a day for billions of years because it has extra electrons. The stuff from the sun doesn't have extra electrons. The cosmic, the inhaled normal radon is stuff that we're acclimated to through genetic superior selection. It didn't come from a nuclear reactor. It doesn't have extra electrons added onto it. Our bodies, because we have potassium-40 in our body, according to this whack job, this nutcase, this is his argument. This is his argument. Well, there's radiation in the human bodies and plants, Dana, and radioactive elements K40, natural uranium, natural radium, natural from rocks. We live in a sea of radiation. Well, we do now because of Fukushima, of man-made. Where the hell did that star come from? Somebody got rid of that star. Okay, let's keep going. It's just fallout versus natural background. Like, if I ingest fallout, I have radiation poisoning. If I got natural background, I ate something for supper or breakfast or dinner or I had a drink of water or it's in my clothing, it's irrelevant. It means nothing. So the minute that you put that in there, the minute you start talking about that, then, and you put it right at the very first sentence, well, we can't have a conversation with you. You're not willing to have a conversation with anybody. And that's the one we're looking at. So one of his other favorite ones he puts in his studies is this. U.S. dose rates from natural background. Like, it's so hard not to curse and swear and scream and throw shit around because of Dr. Brooks. You know, he got his degrees from Utah. Okay, let's keep going because the fun stuff's coming. Radiation is not a big hitter. What causes cancer? I love that one. Cigarette smoke, diet, nutrition, chronic infections, occupational exposures, genetics, alcohol, drinking, anything but nuclear reactors, anything but nuclear waste, anything but chemotherapy. That's what chemotherapy kills you. 2% of the people who do chemotherapy survives any longer than they normally would have, but they don't have any kind of life because they got all this extra radiation from a nuclear reactor. Like, they got a dirty bomb put into them. Every time you go to the hospital, you get another dirty bomb shoved into them. It's insidious. Like it's genocide. It's ecocide, you know, what's going on in Fukushima and genocide. But what they do to people in the hospital, that's a genocide. That's murder. It's straight up murder. There's no homeostasis in man-made. Homeostasis is where something's good for you. Okay, we live in a sea of radiation and always have. Nuclear reactors have only been around for 70 years. Because he's talking about natural radiation. Say to confuse you and everybody that goes there. And he's been doing it his whole life. No one's ever called him out. You can't find a video of him out there anywhere. You can't find anybody ever mention his friggin' name out there. So I think it is high time that he got the good old nuclear proctologist and the hounds of Fukushima running over. Normal annual exposure from natural radiation. Right, you can't have a conversation with someone like that. Anybody that mentions the word natural radiation to you needs a shot in the mouth. Anybody mentions natural radiation, that's like hockey terms. Don't lose your minds. It's Canada, okay? That's what we say in Canada. It means nothing. It's a political hyperbole. Radon gas. No one cares about radon gas. Moron. No one's ever died of radon gas. There's no death certificate. Died of radon gas. It's just this disgusting machine out there in the nuclear industry using that and propping it up. Human body, 0.4 microsieverts. But the last one down there, exposure to tritium. Now, he's got studies on tritium where he talks about 113 million becquerels per liter of water. Hang on, I'm going to bring that up for you actually. Because that's so important that we talk about that one. And I want to show you, we'll come over to the comment section in a little tiny bit because I want to see, that's PowerPoint, that's not the one we're looking for. I think this one here, hang on. Probably get a little stutter on your end. Should have had it done. I know, sue me. Come on, boy, bye. Well, it's on that other computer, right? So it don't really matter. It's on that other computer. That'll show up in a second here. Because that other computer got its own hard drive, right? Radiation biology doses, nuclear weapons. Okay, hang on. Let's do the other one. One more try. And so, don't look like I got it there. I don't got it there. That's the one we just opened up. Okay, I don't want to keep opening up because it takes away your bandwidth. Okay, let's try this route here. La 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 la. I might have it here. I'm pretty good. Elevation is how much doses from 20 becquerels. He's talking about tritium. Dose from 700 becquerels a liter is equal to the change in the elevation of 2,100 feet. No, it's not. Now, in the circumstances of what he's talking about, he's right. Can anybody out there, let's come over to the comment section, say hi to everybody. Can anybody out there tell me what is missing? I'm only going to give you one hint. I'm going to give you, it's a pretty big hint. What is missing? Mission. What is mission? I'm making words up, leave me alone. What's missing from the equation? There's a very specific hint. Can anybody guess what is missing from the equation? 7,000 becquerels a liter, changing the elevation 2,100 feet. We're coming over to the comment section. Hi, everybody. Hi, Antonio. Or Tony. Hi, Albert. Thank you, buddy. Hi, John. And everybody. Alex Baldwin. I'm just looking. Hyperboreal. BP Earth Watch. He doesn't really cover Fukushima very good, do he? He feeds us Jay Cullen, and I'm not supposed to be saying that stuff. That was an accident. He feels his Woods Hole and University of Victoria, wherever those people are. And, you know, that's a betrayal that they don't give you actual real academics. They give you the meat grinding wagon out there. The meat grinding wagon. So I guess they'll be sending the meat wagon for me really soon. Right. They'll be sending that old meat wagon for me really soon. Gotta go get Dana. He said puke name on the internet. I was at the beginning of the show. Anybody's not familiar. I've been arrested, been to court. I got to go to court again on Wednesday coming up on the 10th for talking about Fukushima and talking about nuclear apologists like Anthony Brooks we talking about earlier here. Let's keep going on that. Hi John, how are you everybody? Shanikan, Elaine, thank you everybody. Alex, hi Alex, I got your music, thank you. Nep Killer, friends, Frank, Kate, hi Kate. Jake, just before we get back into the stream again, let's see if there's anybody there I did not recognize. Hi Corey. Corey's there at Miller. Hi Corey. And everybody else. Like I say, it's one of those impromptu streams again. Does anybody know what was missing from this equation? Right here. Diamond tritium, 7,000 becquerels a liter, 20 becquerels a liter. And so let's find something with the word tritium in it for you so you can actually have something to work with, I suppose. Hang on, I'll find it. We're getting there, don't worry. Exposure to tritium, right? 20 becquerels per liter, 2 liters a day. And so if you multiply that by 7,500 becquerels, which is the Canadian drinking water standard, right? Now, there's something different, see? Okay, maybe you'll figure it out now. Maybe you can guess now what I was talking about. Can anybody got it? Anybody? Hey, Corey. Thanks, buddy. Hi, Cardboard Man. My sugars don't got 7,000 chemicals. They're called CNT. CNT. Anybody know what cardboard cutout he's coming in a little stream and screaming demon in a little tiny bit? Hang on. Okay. So nobody guessed it. Tritium milks. Hi, Strontium Mike. Good job. Good work you're doing, bud. Thank you for everything you're doing. Okay, nobody caught on to it because I probably didn't explain it properly. Okay. So see, the tritium he's talking about is natural tritium. He's not talking about tritium 3H. See the 3H? But he's using that to bludgeon opposition. So he has legitimate study on natural tritium. And natural tritium pre-Fukushima, and we'll just touch on bases on that. Natural tritium pre-Fukushima. Okay, Dana, that's not it. Natural tritium pre-Fukushima was insignificant. Was it, it's been well studied. Hang on. Was around 6, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 becquerels per liter, even cubic meter. Natural. It was, right? And study after study of natural drinking water risk leukemia in young children from exposure to tritium and carbon-14. They're talking about tritium 3H. Right? They're talking about they're talking about man-made. But natural tritium has been studied and shown that it's only in tiny parts per liter, right? Very, very few. No matter where you went, the studies are all over the place of the tritium. We'll hit a couple more. Tritium all over the world has been shown to be no more than, say, 7 becquerels a liter. But here in Canada, we have 7,000 becquerels a liter of man-made. 7,000 liters of man-made. Okay. Now for the fun stuff. Now for the fun stuff. Oh yeah. Alright. Okay, let's get rid of that. And let's have one more look at that chart though. He thinks 52% should be man-made, because we can change that. What radiation exposure can we modify? Oh. Natural background 48. The man is completely mentally ill. He's retired, thank goodness. That ain't like, but look at the crimes he got away with his whole life. He's got over 100 of these studies that he shoved down people's throats. He taught people. He has a teacher to go out and propagate that out there. Dr. Antonio Brooks is a living, walking monster in every sense of the word. But now this, like I just explained to you, how he propagated out radiation is not harmful. It's like man-made, it's like natural radiation, but it's also, he claims, it's like natural radiation is like man-made radiation. Okay. All right, Dana, we get it. Dana, got it. Good. Dana, good. Thank you. Have a nice day. He retired in 2008. He's still writing articles and getting published, because there's never a counter-narrative for these people, ever, under any circumstances. But he worked at Loveless Toxicology Research Institute in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Whoa, back the trolley up, Dana. Are you trying to say, Dana, that he worked with Dr. Are you ready for this? Raymond Gilmitty. What? Say it ain't so, Dana. Now this might turn out really bad today, because you never know with Dana. Dr. Raymond Gilmitty. I can't fix that right at this moment. Sorry. He studied radioactive at Loveless. Now that was his boss, the other guy, right? Dr. Raymond Gilmitty killed dogs. Killed dogs with curium, which is the biggest one. Gilmitty, Loveless Respiratory Research Institute. So they spent 35 years killing dogs. Here's a guy up in the media, right? Let's go back to that. Hang on. Anytime you're ready, Dana. Dana. Get back up, Dana. Right, so here's a guy who shows up in the media, and the media runs him. Where were we seeing this before? Hang on. So the media puts him up there. He says radiation at the cause of Hanford workers' cancer's death, but he worked at Loveless, where he killed beagle dogs and beagle puppies for 35 years with man-made radiation, the smallest doses. See, that's shocking. That's staggering. That's unimaginable. That's inconceivable. 144 beagle dogs and bone tumors in 93 dogs after 3 years of exposure. All the dogs died in that one particular study. Gilmitty has 94 studies. But if you go through all of Antonio's, I'll bring it up here. If you go through all of Anthony L. Brooks' studies, he doesn't mention beagle dogs, but he worked at Loveless Respiratory Research Institute in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where he killed beagle dogs for 35 years. That's all he does, kill beagle dogs and beagle puppies with man-made radiation. So it's an utter betrayal, the Tri-City Herald. It's utter betrayal that that person is allowed to be in the media at all. It's an utter betrayal that they didn't have any kind of, hey, by the way, this is a quack. They should have had a big sign saying, this guy is a quack. Hang on, I'll bring up some quack for you. But we covered all these studies over and over and over. This is quack material. Quack, 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 quack. This guy is 100% quack. This is about walking his duck. The nuclear physicist duck. They have pet ducks because, hold your fire, those are flying cats. Stupid duck hunters. I agree with that one. English quack, German quack. Blah 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 quack. Quack quack. He spent the summer on a power plant cooling pond. So he's all frigged up, he's dying. Don't worry about nuclear radiation, this is the real danger. A banana. Think about that. Because that's what they're doing to you all day long. You went to university, got a wicked degree to tell the difference. And they come out and tell you it was like a banana. For 70 years, that's why you can't have a conversation with anybody. It's an utter betrayal. We're going to jump. Right, he's like this Dr. Nick guy, right? Hey everybody, I'm Dr. Nick. But I mean, my goodness. That's a picture of him actually right there doing an interview. Dina. And let's keep going. We're gonna. It's one of those days for me. Let me try this again. And so we got a crazy doctor, and we don't know what to say about it anymore. We don't know what to say, you know, that these people are allowed to get out there and say whatever they want. They have to say nuclear kung fu is very, very weak. Yeah, right, see, their kung fu is extremely weak. Nuclear kung fu is the weakest kung fu out there, trust me. Well, you know what scientists is a lying sack of. When they say it's like a banana or a potato chip or like sunshine or like getting on an airplane. If it was like that, we should lock it all up in a sarcophagus so the terrorists can't get in and make a dirty bomb. Right, so if bananas and potato chips and everything was dangerous, we should lock it all up, right? Does that make any sense? And who's going to stop these people? Who the fuck is going to stop these people from doing this to everybody? Why are they allowed to do this? Why are they the teachers at our universities? Why are these the people that are showing up in the media? This is unimaginable. The biggest breach of academics on the planet ever seen is where we can't trust a single scientist. Average nuclear scientist is mentally ill. Right. They got an education and know the difference, and they're telling people it's like a banana. There's no way to describe someone like that unless you call him a quack. Quack, 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 quack. And I mean, my goodness, that's what these people are. These are demented, way out of control people. They don't care. They come out and, I mean, think about, you know, this is supposed to be an expert. And what does he tell everybody? Radiation is everywhere. It's cosmic, inhaled, and it's in your bodies, it's in plants, and radioactive element K40, uranium is in the rocks. We live in a sea of radiation. There's enough to make you cry that people like that exist and are published and put out there everywhere. And that people like us who says, hey, by the way, that's not actually true. The literature doesn't show that. And they call you heretic. It's like you walked into the Twilight Zone the minute you tried to have a conversation about nuclear. You walked into no man's land where everybody's filthy, disgusting parasites, vicious predators. These are vicious people. Dana, show us an example. Okay, I'll show you an example. And, oh, by the way, did you hear the story about a sea lion walked into a restaurant and was starving to death? emaciated. It's a couple of days ago. And they said rescue found an 8-month-old female pup asleep. The pup was severely underweight and dehydrated. And this has been a surge in sea lion mortality over the past year, with marine biologists collecting thousands of sick, starving, stranded, or dead pups. And so far, they rescued 47 sea lions and other marine mammals. Scientists say the animal's food supply, scientists, see, you get that? Scientists say, no scientist, no name. Scientists say the animal's food supply has been affected by higher than normal ocean temperatures linked to El Nino. Boom! Right in the fucking mood. What scientist? What is his name? What university? Is his name Antonio Brooks from Utah? I guarantee you, that's the same guy, same type of guy that they're using. If they had to put a name there. And today's headline was another sea lion in California. That one was in San Francisco a couple of days ago. This was in California, starving to death. Another pup. I suspect we'll see animal attacks coming up, accelerating before they die off. Bears, different types of animal, predatory animals you'll see. Let's keep going. That's two very unusual headlines. Here's another one. They just had a major explosion. Think about that one. That's Japan. It's 30-40 miles away from a nuclear reactor. Isn't that stupid these people are? They're demented, twisted, and out of touch with reality that these people are. That they don't see the world like me or you, right? They just don't see that world. I can make this even worse looking. Hey, did you know that? Dana can make it worse looking than that. You're not helping Dina. Okay. Let's keep watching that for a second. So if you're sat there and you're looking out the window, he's like, honey, I think somebody started a little forest fire on the hill up there. And it's real funny looking. Does anybody know what the hell that was? That's crazy, eh? So if it hits the plant, you lose that part of that country. Right? If you have a meltdown in that part of the country, you're going to lose that part of the country. A single plant in Ukraine mitigated the other 54 nuclear power plants in Ukraine. And so Dr. Antonio, let's get on with the headlines that we got here. Back. I'll just whoop them up here. I should have been sitting right there. I can't keep up with it anymore anyway. Oh. There we go. Now this is shock and awe headlines coming up for everybody. And this is about just nuclear power plants. I'm just going to burn through a whole bunch of them. Nuclear Construction Summit. Summit for this. Nuclear Decommission Summit. And there's Advanced Reactor Summit. Big money in summits, by the way. Nuclear worker fears policy will make it harder to win compensation. That's Albuquerque. That's where Dr. Quack is from, right? That's where Raymond Gilmedy is killing all the big old doggies. That's where Loveless Respiratory Research. And so they get all the money to kill big old dogs, but these people can't get money to take care of their illnesses. For 35 years, they were killing thousands and thousands and thousands of dogs with man-made radiation. Not bananas, not potassium-40, not rubidium, not the natural, indigenous, stupid, natural, everyday, useless, harmless, insignificant, benign, innocuous, everyday emitters, no, they were feeding the man-made radiation. Judge Inn's long-running Hanford Downwinder case. He probably got a letter from Dr. Dr. Brooks. Man loses conversation bit after radiation exposure at a nuclear test site in South Australia. No, because then you'd have to admit radiation was bad. It's not bad enough you kill all those dogs. That's just one laboratory we're talking about. There's thousands of these Loveless Respiratory Research Institute laboratories killing beagles and every other animal out there for 70 years now. Vicious murders. Vicious. Heartless, soulless. Nuclear testing victims in French Polynesian still waiting. So nuclear is inherently stupid. Anybody who works there is stupid. You're a fucking idiot. You're a moron. They're going to fuck you and your loved ones over. You're going to fuck over the children you're going to have. Osan Air Base, the site of a 1959 nuclear weapons related accident. The Japan finally told them about it 45 years later. Oh, by the way, if you got Alzheimer's, dementia, by the way, cancer's the very last one to show up. Right? And that monster we were talking about earlier, Dr. Brooks, that's all he talks about. All cancer, there's 1,800 autoimmune deficiencies will show up first. Alzheimer's, dementia, autism, diabetes, heart, liver, lung, respiratory, pituitary gland problems, thyroid problem, endless problems. But here you are, they have an accident in 1959, don't bother telling you that for 45 years. There's nothing good about the nuclear industry. It's just one big, it's a fraternity of mass murder. It's a fraternity of eugenics. It's a fraternity of ecocide. It's a fraternity of anti-human, anti-life itself. Speakers discuss protection of public water. Why bother? Why not just bring in Dr. Brooks? He'll tell you like a banana. He's got 104 studies. But yet he worked at Loveless Respiratory Research Institute in charge of people like Dr. Gilmedy, killing big old dogs and big old puppies with man-made radiation. Utter betrayal. Utter betrayal. Tri-City Hero was an utter betrayal to put him out there. They know where he worked. They're not stupid. It's shocking, see? Meltdown America abandoned inside the Erie NASA base, sitting empty a decade after 57 years. But no, Dana, nuclear's fine, Dana. No, Dana, nuclear's never hurt anybody in North America, Dana. They're just fear-mongering. You know, if you could see the radiation that was around you, this is what it would look like, minimum like that right now. From man-made, not from Mother Nature. People that tell you it's like Mother Nature, you have to disrespect them. Tell them to go fuck themselves. At least do that much. Say, you're a fucking idiot. Shut your fucking pie hole and walk away from them. At least do that much to them. You can't sit there and take it from them. Otherwise, they won't fucking give it up. I'll start snapping here tonight. But how can I not snap when you see people like Dr. Brooks out there telling you, oh, we should have 52% of it should be like natural radiation? I'll start snapping. Let me get rid of that. Hang on. We'll do that another time. Evaluation a research development program, a deep borehole disposal. This is a test run they're talking about. They're going to dig 3 miles down to the earth and just dump it down there in containers. Oh, they'll last for 100 years, Dana. Yeah, but you won't be here to see what happens then, will you? And you don't care, do you? Why do we have terrorist laws? It's because we recognize that this stuff... Why do we have so many laws for nuclear power plants to contain this stuff? Because we recognize that the minute it went through a chain reaction, was bombarded with neutrons, then it accepted it as electrons, and that nothing on the planet has ever encountered before, and that is the most carcinogenic thing known to man. Bar nothing. Is the man-made ionized radiation, the man-made, not the natural stuff, like creepy Brooks. I hate calling him a doctor because he He's an embarrassment to the label. He's repugnant in every sense of that word. He's a vicious thug. He's heartless, soulless, a mass murderer. He told people to go ahead and don't worry about it, go ahead and eat the shit. Because he got him a job. He got him a job at an institution he knows he should never exist at. He knows he's a disgusting, demented, twisted, soulless, heartless, cruel, unimaginably predatory, anti-human species as they come. That's why that's why he's never made a video, because his words would be so powerful, people would mock him till the end of time if they heard him saying it out loud. But they want to put it down in a deep borehole. This is absolutely a betrayal. These fucking people we have to stop these people. We have to put a stop to these people. We have to fucking rein these people in. We have to find a way of dealing with these fucking people. They're completely out of control. They don't care about anything. They don't care. They just don't give a fuck. As long as they get their check. And it's on their fridge when they get home. They don't care. They are mentally incompetent as you can imagine. And they're in charge. It's heartbreaking. The most toxic war in history 25 years later. This was the Gulf War. Remember the Gulf War in Kuwait? They didn't even give them live ammo till the day before battle, because they killed over 10,000 commanding officers in Vietnam because they got sick of the mass murder, and the troops killed over 10,000 of their superiors. So they learned their lesson. When they come down there in Kuwait, they didn't give them any munitions, and then they gave them depleted uranium from McAllister's bomb manufacturer in McAllister, Oklahoma. Each one of those, each bomb in an A-10 Warthog, each bullet is a dirty bomb. It's a fucking dirty bomb. It's a dirty bomb. We spend billions and billions and billions, I'm not kidding you, throughout the country in all different sections, billionaire, 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 every year. So terrorists can't have a dirty bomb. Then we put it in a bullet and bring it to other countries and fire it into people's communities, into their drinking water, into their land, into their schools. Like Afghanistan, we hit every building in that country. We fired 5.5 million rounds a month for 9 years. And the majority of that came from McAllister's bomb manufacturer in Oklahoma. It's all DU. It's all depleted uranium, low-level radioactive materials. It used to be called DOLRAM, but they took away the last part of that acronym and called it DU. Depleted uranium. Oh, Dana's depleted uranium. How many times have I heard that when I was trying to work this out years ago? There's 2,000 nuclear PR firms out there. That dude here is ready to fall out. You're going to hear me slurring. Get over it. Frank Munger. That is the most twistedest thing on the planet. Frank Munger. This is so twisted. This guy. Y12 executive calls mission personal. Personal. He'd call it personal. So, as demonstrated during the 2 comprehensive security assessments, we have made great strides. Hang on. Let me go back. He also cited security improvements, an even bigger deal at the weapons complex since 2012 break-in, since the nun broke in there, and said, hey, nuclear is bad. That traumatized him so much, apparently. He got so much attention, the former Y12 executive, he called the mission personal. I got to get billions and billions and billions of security so it can never happen again. Because these people have a mental illness. These are the traitors. These are the worst things that ever happened to our planet, these people. They have been allowed to get away with this year after year after year. So Germany said, the hell with you, Germany, I'm taking your junk. No one wants it because everybody understands it in the real world. UC Berkeley-led consortium receives grants to research nuclear energy and security. What do you need security for? Huh? Well, it's a lot of money, Dana. No, we don't have to do nothing. We just got to say it's like a banana and a potato chip and walk in the sunshine for everything else. But when it comes to that, we'll take their money. as our kickback for saying it's like a banana and potato chip and walking in sunshine. I fucking hate these people with everything I got in my body. With every fiber I got in my body, I hate these people more than anything else on the planet. I hate all these people, every one of them that we're talking about tonight. I hate them because they are blatant, disgusting, pathetic, maniacal liars. They are not human like me or you. They don't care about life like me or you. They don't have any kind of emotions or emotional attachments to anything. Their whole persona is about coming out and lying to you. Coming out and treating you like an idiot. Coming out and telling your children to go ahead and eat the fish and drink the milk that's irradiated by man-made stuff. Japanese restarts third nuclear reactor. We covered that, right? The MOX fuel, mixed oxide. We reclaim plutonium. We reclaim the uranium from missiles sitting in silos for 40 years, already gone through a chain reaction. It's 2 million times worse than any other element on the planet that's refined. It's already dangerous at that stage. And now it's 2 million times worse again. It's another betrayal. That one was on the west side of Japan's island, not on the east side where the tsunami struck. We're not going to cover that tonight, but fusion power, illusion, delusions, and hope. Fusion power is a joke. Anything to do with a chain reaction is stupid. We want it gone. We want it gone now. We want it gone yesterday. We want it gone 20 years ago. And it's gone. We're tired of banana fuckers. We're tired of the potato chip pushers. We're tired of the walking in the sunshine, meat wagons. It's just, we had it. This whole planet has had it. It's just too fucking much. Tell us like a banana. People out there are going to murder you when they catch you for what you're doing. People out there are going to string you up for what you're doing. When you find out you kill the Pacific Ocean, that's why you had me arrested, so I couldn't do the documentary the way I wanted to do it, and take away and try to demonize me so people wouldn't believe what we're talking about, what we're showing, what we're demonstrating, what we went out and spent 260 days on the ocean and covered 15,000 miles of the coastline. And we have that up at the nuclear proctologist, showing an extinction event from Japan's melter reactors. Because the 4 million other species didn't recede the coastline. But you have to go back and watch one of my other videos to figure that one out tonight. Nuclear power remains our safest, most efficient option. What the fuck are they talking about? What planet do these people come from? Why are these people allowed to be so evil? Why do their parents and their friends and their families not hold them accountable? Because they lied to them too. These are profound, professional, mass murdering, lying sacks of shit that are extremely dangerous. These are worse than any dictator on the planet. These are worse than anybody on the planet because they teach people a lie, and then when you try to educate people, they don't understand because why would a sitting professor lie to you, Dana? It's because they're a monster, stupid. It's because they're evil. That's why they got the job, moron. At what point are you going to wake up and understand how the fucking world actually works? You went to Afghanistan and Iraq to get 10,000 bad guys. You fired 5.5 million rounds a month. You get 10,000 people. And you created millions dead, millions missing, millions in refugee camps, but you support the troops. You don't even know what the fucking word means. You're so stupid, the average person in America. Not you people that are watching this and paying attention to understand the difference, but the average American. You know, everything I say can be construed the wrong way, and is. It's chopped up and put together in a nice little package, come out and make me look bad or something. I'm not the lawyer. I'm not the sack of shit that's out there lying to your loved ones and your friends and your families. I'm not the guy out there manipulating everybody around you, deceiving everybody for 70 years. I'm not the guy out there paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to academics to teach your children lies, to suck your children into a world of lying and manipulating and murder. But these people all are. Nuclear waste dump consultation process is ripped apart. Kimba community farmer says. Residents in Australia want their fucking money and they want it now. They don't give a fuck about their children. They don't care about their neighbors. They don't care about the animals or the plants or the water tables. They want their fucking money. Give it to us. Just put the dump. I don't care. Put it anywhere. Give us our money. Give us our free fucking shit. You said we get new roads. You said we get faster internet. We don't know what the fuck nuclear is. Put it wherever you want. We don't care. That's what they're saying to these people. Return to community park because the community just, yeah, give us some money. And so they get a couple of $100 million, and everybody goes out and gets drunk for a couple of years, and then they have to liquidate their assets to pay for the treatments that are going to kill them anyway. Class action lawsuit against Brookhaven National Lab. And Brookhaven, well, there you go. Like, class action is going ahead anyway. What can I say? Concerns mount over. But they lied to him for 30 or 40 years. Now it's finally going to get a lawsuit going. But there's a lawsuit for every one of these places. Every fucking one of them. I know I swear a lot sometimes. And I don't swear when I put the video together and I got everything organized and I'm getting ready to do the show. I'm like, everything's fine. And I start telling the story and I start snapping. Hang on one second. Hang on one second. Getting too old for this shit. I'm getting too old for that. I don't care what anybody thinks about me. I'm having a smoke. It's called CNNT. Don't got 7,000 chemicals in it. Do you know what that means? That means you've been lied to your whole life, telling you that nicotine is cancerous when it's the 7,000 chemicals. You got any idea how big that lie was and how much damage that done and how many victims are still there? How many people suffered because of that? How many people were so addicted to that they couldn't even feed their children because they couldn't understand. They couldn't quit nicotine. It wasn't nicotine, it was 7,000 chemicals. Concern mounts over reactivation of aging Belgium nuclear stations. Supposed to be operational for 30, 35 years. They'll never shut them off. They'll keep fucking putting new power lines. Oh, we put in new power lines, good for another 40 years. We gave it a fresh coat of paint, good for another 40 years. These are death machines. Around every nuclear plant, there's 20% more leukemia in children and 6 times more breast cancer in women. You fucking tell me. Board of EDF delays vote to proceed with Hinkley Point. Delays the vote. Savannah River Nuclear Solutions President honored by National Safety Council. Right? They get all these accolades to make them feel good, so they don't commit suicide, which is what they should. All nuclear scientists should have to commit suicide when they hit 21 years of age. There should be a national game show where we squat them with big fucking hammers or something. That's probably coming in the future. Ontario off to a good start as it pushes trade with India. Look at her. Look, she's all smiling. Look, we're going to kill all the people in India too, yeah? Yeah, me and my husband, we got a whole lot of nuclear stocks. It's very good. We make a lot of money. Go fuck yourself, you bitch. DOE big cleanup workshop. Sit. More summits. Yearly summits. Call for paper, third IAEA, International Idiots, Atomic Idiots, Murderers, International Conference of Nuclear Knowledge Management. Another conference. Conference after conference after conference and summits. Yearly summits, yearly this, yearly that. And look what they do. People, processes, technology, bananas, potato chips, rocket and sunshine. That's what they tell everybody, except for themselves, right? You got any idea how twisted these people are? The people that are out there protecting them, the people that go in the chat rooms and demonize people for talking about it. You got any idea what kind of fucking moron that is? You got any idea how stupid someone like that can be? Like Ian Gardner and James Colbert. You got any fucking idea? They're putting UVic and Woods Hole up at their site, got their own blogs there. They put the absolute worst of the worst up at their site and feed that to the people that put their trust in them. It's shocking. Like, see, I can't wrap my mind around it. I gotta call a monster a monster. I don't give a fuck who you are. You're a monster, you're a monster. There's no... Loren Moret put out this article, or picture. Fukushima nuclear waste, New World Order gift that keeps on giving. I foolishly once believed the myth, and nuclear energy is clean and safe. Yeah, you know, too cheap to meter. 9 million bags in Fukushima. 9 million bags from 4 buildings. Think about that one. Burial of weapons, plutonium, and WIP ill-advised. WIP already got a couple of tons of plutonium there. Weapons-grade plutonium buried there. But they told you it's only transgenics. It's only gloves and hammers. They actually got 2 tons of weapons-grade plutonium, squat up in 45-gallon drums, put it in a container, and buried at WIP. This is how out of touch with reality these people are. They don't care. They really don't care. They don't give a fuck. They just don't care about anything, including themselves. They don't care. They care about their job. They care about the truck and the gas card and the credit card that they got from the government. Review finds more than 500 problems in plant meant to treat Hansford nuclear waste. This is only the last week headlines I'm showing you. I collect them all day, every day, but I never talk about them. Today we'll scoop through a few more. Creativity, nuclear ideas set to flow at another summit. Summit after 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 summit. And nuclear is dying. He's on his back with his legs in the air. No one can save it. Failing industry is running flat out to stand still. Despite the endless rhetoric about a nuclear renaissance, there are fewer power reactors today than there were a decade ago. Utter betrayal after betrayal. Panel is human error and cause of public nuclear energy fear. Human error is the cause of nuclear fear. See, this is another Dr. Antonio Brown, right? Another guy just like it. Oh, he tells you like a banana. It's like walking in the sunshine. It's like the whole system is out of control. The whole system is full of lying sacks of shit. Tawny Island in the Pacific Ocean is suing India and Pakistan for not disarming their nukes. That's the Marshallese. They've been polluted and destroyed and wrecked. Restart threatens to increase deadly amount of MOX to 18.5 tons. Deadly MOX. Deadly MOX. Mixed oxide fuel. Deadly MOX. No, it's like a banana. You should call them up and say, you lying sacks of shit, it's like a banana. They're going to lie. What nuclear PR firm are you from? France peddles unsafe nuclear reactors to India. Unsafe reactors. Oh, we give you a reactor? Yeah, you like it a lot. You like it. Okay, let's wind it down. Let's close it down. They're accomplished Jack tonight, as usual. I have my bad nights where I'm not totally 100%. Mr. Wing Dingen, knock him out of the ballpark. Crazy, whack job. Dana Guy. So, let's just finish this up with a quick look at the 4 reactors in Japan. You got reactor 1 and reactor 1. Fire, blew up, melted down, caught fire, blew up, melted down. Okay, and then you got reactor 2. Reactor 2. And reactor 2, it caught fire, blew up, melted down, caught fire, blew up. Right. And then you got reactor 3. Reactor 3. And reactor 3, of course. There's nothing left. It caught fire, blew up, caught fire, blew up, caught fire. Yeah. Okay, and number 4. And number 4 reactor is this one here coming up. That's number 4. And you guessed it, what happened to number 4? Sorry, number 4.
Unit 4, caught fire, blow up, caught fire, blow up, caught fire, blow up. Totally destroyed and torn apart, there's nothing left.
Right, caught fire and blew up. I know that was a little rough on some people that time, I'm sure. But anyway, the 4 reactors of the apocalypse, right there. And that these reactors are... Each of these are each one of these are many Chernobyls. Each one of these are vicious, unbelievable, unimaginable threats to the entire planet. Right now they've killed the Pacific Ocean. We've documented that. It's up at the nuclearproctologist.org. And you can go over and look at the documentation. We got tens of thousands of pictures up there. We covered 15,000 miles of the coastline of Canada over 260 days, and we show an extinction event. The 4 million other species didn't recede the coastline. We'll come in and say goodnight to everybody. Good night, everyone. Hugs to everybody. A little worn out, been a long day. Had to make a bunch of adjustments with this stuff here. I'm still having a hard time with the equipment. It's burning. Hi, Joseph. Hi, Jake. Frank. Albert. Strontium Mike. Fuel pools are ready to swim in them. Hi, Kate. Yeah, love you, honey. Thank you. Frank. Good night, everybody. Shani Ken, you're welcome, honey. Thank you. Nev Killer. Candace. Anybody I missed? There was an impromptu streaming again tonight. In that context, we had thunder and lightning here. And so we had lost the internet just before I went live, and so I was struggling to see what does it take, you know. Okay, well that's all I got for tonight, folks. We're past our 1 hour, 3 minutes. Hi, Oomph. Good night, everybody. Hyper. Hi, Jan. Jan's there. Brooks. That's Miss Milky the Clown 1. On YouTube, and she got Miss Milky the Clown also on YouTube. And this is an archive of Fukushima from the media. Jan's not actually a blogger per se, but she does kind of blog in one sense, where she puts extra clips in and she does a lot of work to her videos. And so the whole thing is there up at her site, the whole history. Remember, she's been around long before I was. I was dabbling at it. She was at it hardcore and had accumulated it all at her 2 sites. And that's a testament to the work that she's done. And we're talking inconceivable amount of hours, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. I'm not kidding you. I'm saying she's putting in 2,500 to, say, 4,000 hours a year. Each year, for the last 5 years at those 2 sites to accomplish what she's done. That's just guessing. There's like 7,500 hours in a year. Can't remember. So I'm assuming she slept and had other things too. She done other things. So good night, everybody. We'll talk to everybody when we get an opportunity. And we are heading down to court real soon. So Tuesday, by the looks of it, depending on the weather, I might have to leave Monday. And thank everybody for donating. You definitely made it happen this time. And if we can bring in a little bit more donation, I think we got enough to go down after court this time and do the course for a couple of days in Vancouver on the software that I'm using so I can use it properly. And that's $750 for 5 hours. And then you got to get a hotel for a couple of days. And so we're in a position, I think we can go do that by the looks of it, or shortly after we can raise a bit more, we'll be able to go do that. Because we already got to go to court, and we got to burn a bunch of money and take ferries and hotels and everything else. But I think we got enough to be able to go do those courses. Because I need that, see? I need that 5-hour courses, and you got a certificate then for the program. But what it does is it allows me to do things you can't even imagine. Like the stuff I'm doing now is just stuff I worked out on my own. There's just a stupid amount of stuff on this software and this system. And unfortunately, the PR firms and the people that are attacking us are monitoring me all the time and are ready to throttle us if they get an opportunity. We don't want to give them that. So I got to be careful what I do discuss. All I can do say is that we are working towards that. Monday will be a money bomb. So Monday we're going to go from early in the morning till the next morning, hopefully, something like that. And we're going to really push back really hard. We're going to come out and just pound them with the data and the information is the intentions. And we're going to raise enough money to do the things that we need to finish doing without constantly having to raise money. Because we haven't got much further to go. We got to get the Skype machine. We got to get some proper lights for the green screen. We got to get some graphic packages, a couple of $1,000 for that stuff, so I can do all the graphics properly, like unbelievably cool. And you know, all I'm really doing is creating endless work. That's all I got done now. I got myself into a box where I got nothing but work, and I couldn't be more prouder, more happier, more gratified than what I am right now. I can assure you, I am so proud to have this opportunity, and I'm not going to blow it. I'm going to work like you can't even imagine. As time over the next couple of months, you'll see what I mean, is that we are really going to take this narrative and really bring it to them in every sense of the word, in a very cohesive, a very palatable, a very digestible platform. This show right here will turn into something really unique and something we can be very proud of and something we will covet, I'm sure. Hugs for everybody. We'll catch everybody hopefully Sunday for a quick stream and then Monday. Take care, folks. Good night, everybody.
Something that can kill a lively party.
I thought you'd never ask. Japan's nuclear regulators have told Tokyo Electric Power Company to properly lay power cables for safety equipment in one of its nuclear power plants. The reactors at the plant in Niigata Prefecture on the Japan seacoast have been offline since the 2011 Fukushima Daiichi nuclear accident. Last year, at least 1,700 safety cables were found to have been jointly laid with other cables under the floor of the Kashiwazaki Kariwa plant's central control room and in other areas. New government regulations introduced after the nuclear disaster require safety cables to be installed separately for fire management. On Wednesday, the Nuclear Regulation Authority said the way the cables are installed could cause the plant's safety functions to fail. Let me run that back for you. On Wednesday, the Nuclear Regulation Authority said the way the cables are installed could cause the plant's safety functions to fail. The authority concluded that this violates the new requirements. It instructed TEPCO to fix the problem.
Duh.
It also ordered the utility to check whether proper installation procedures have been followed for other safety equipment. It told TEPCO to report the inspection results by the end of March. Similar problems have been identified at 5 other nuclear plants across the country. Let me run that back for you. Similar problems have been identified at 5 other nuclear plants across the country.
Concentrate. Concentrate.
I want fugu! It's considered a winter delicacy in Japan, and it doesn't come cheap. Blowfish, or fugu in Japanese, hit the auction block for the first time this year in Shimonoseki, western Japan.
Poison, tasty fish.
Buyers and sellers stuck with tradition when negotiating deals. They grasp each other's fingers inside a cloth sleeve in order to keep bids secret. More than 11 tons of blowfish were brought to the Haidamari fish market. The varieties on offer included the coveted wild torafugu. One wholesaler said thanks to good weather, the haul of wild torafugu was nearly 4 times that of last year. Prices are down from a year ago, but fugu is not a choice for diners on a budget. The highest grade went for roughly $100 per kilogram at the auction.
They don't care and we don't care. There's like 3 scientists who give a shit.
People gathered at Tokyo's Tsukiji Fish Market for a New Year ritual, the first auction of 2016. But the event left some feeling nostalgic. As NHK World's Yuji Osawa reports, the historic wholesale market is set for big changes this year.
Like it has for decades, the ringing of a handbell marks the start of the New Year's first auction at Japan's top fish market. Tsukiji Market gathers the best tuna, frozen and fresh, from ports around Japan and overseas. More than 2,000 were on sale early Tuesday morning for wholesale dealers to bid on. The first auction of the year is seen as a celebration and commands the highest prices. This year, a 200-kilogram bluefin from northern Japan fetched about $120,000.
It has great importance, as this was the last New Year opening auction at Tsukiji.
And it marks the end of an era. The aging market will close its doors and be relocated to another part of the city in November.
It's regrettable. We've been coming here for decades.
Since it opened in 1935, Tsukiji Market has supplied many of Japan's kitchens, and in recent years has attracted many visitors. It's become one of the most popular tourist spots in Tokyo. Store owners are working to keep it that way. The wholesale Tsukiji Market will move, but the outer market nearby is going to stay here. So the shop owners have regarded 2016 as the crucial year to continue their business. They plan to expand the outer market to house stores selling fresh seafood, fruit, and vegetables. An open square will also offer visitors a place to relax. Business owners hope this will help them keep their customers, tourists and professional chefs from nearby upscale neighborhoods.
We will try our best to keep customers coming back in the same way.
We'll make efforts to offer better products at cheaper prices, so we won't lose our customers.
They hope Tsukiji can maintain the hustle and bustle that has made it a world-renowned culinary hub. Yuji Osawa, NHK World, Tsukiji, Tokyo.
Young people who were forced to flee their hometown near the damaged Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant in 2011 have attended a coming-of-age ceremony. 63 new adults who used to live in Futaba town attended Sunday's ceremony in Iwaki City. Many of the town's residents evacuated to Iwaki. Futaba's mayor handed them certificates and asked them to work for the reconstruction of their hometown.
When the Fukushima disaster happened, I was helped by the defense forces. So I decided to become a member.
I hope to be an adult who appreciates people who helped us through the disaster. And I want to be there to help people when some other disaster happens in the future.
For some of the participants, it was their first reunion since the disaster.
People who were forced to flee their homes near the damaged Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant started the new year off at a special event that included prayers for good health and recovery from the disaster. The annual event took place at a shrine in the Odaka district of Minami-Soma City. Young people performed acrobatic stunts atop a 6-meter-tall ladder.
I hope everyone will be able to return, and life here will be just like it was before.
Residents were forced to leave the district after the nuclear disaster in 2011, but they are allowed to go back to stay temporarily in the area.
difficult, but not impossible.
7 more nuclear hotspots were found just outside of St. Louis, Missouri. This is on top of many already discovered in the area. Dangerous radioactive materials have been spreading from a nuclear waste dump in the town, which used to be storage for the Manhattan Project. RT's Marina Portnaya went there this summer to find out just how damaging this has been.
Kids were just down here exploring all the time.
When Carl Chappell's children were frolicking in the cold water creek beds of St. Louis, Missouri decades ago, he had no clue his kids were literally playing in poison.
The time they were doing that, most of that contaminated material that was in there was up top.
It would be decades before Carl and thousands of other families discovered that the 15-mile creek was flowing with lethal radioactive material.
My son was diagnosed with appendix cancer in 2011, and that basically was the time that we started really putting everything together.
Stories courageously shared by families on Facebook led the community to begin investigating.
People started getting diagnosed with cancer before 40, and these were very active people, very healthy people. It just didn't make sense. I have several friends from my high school, again, brain cancer, appendix cancer, and bizarre female cancers that are supposedly, 1 in a million as well. People with thyroid cancer, thyroid disorders, leukemias that are, traced only to radiation exposure.
It all goes back to World War II, when America tested its first nuclear weapons, otherwise known as the Manhattan Project. Radioactive waste was later on dumped near the creek, contaminating nearby farmland.
Even a day like today when, my doctor's like, you need to get out and walk and such.
18 months ago, Mary Osko was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. She's never smoked a cigarette in her life.
As far as my government, I want them to look at this was part of national defense. The Manhattan Project was to get the atomic bomb so that we could go over and, win the war and defeat Japan and take out these cities. But we're still victims. We're still casualties of World War II. We have 48 cases of appendix cancers registered. For a city our size, we should have 1, 2, and we have 48.
Nearly 2,000 cancer cases have been reported in neighborhoods around the creek, among them Angela Hebling's mother, who died of brain cancer at age 39. Her father has stage 4 throat cancer.
I used to play there.
And Angela herself has been deemed a medical anomaly by doctors.
I was diagnosed with pleomorphic adenoma. It's a tumor that's in your parotid gland. From my own research, I've discovered that that tumor is commonly seen in Hiroshima bomb victim survivors.
In June, the Army Corps of Engineers announced that it found more radioactive soil in various areas, including this public park.
What you're looking at right here is basically an excavation. What we do is we go down and we will remove contaminated soil. We sample it. What we're dealing with is generally a low-level contamination, but it does pose a long-term threat, and that's what we stay focused on. So right now, if you walked over a spot that has contamination, chances are it's 6 inches to several feet underneath clean soil.
For Carl Chappell's family, that long-term threat is very real. His father died of cancer at age 48, and just a few months ago, his son suffered the same fate at 44 years old.
He did pretty well the first couple of years, but it was in March of 2014 is when he really had gotten sick, and then it was beyond anything that they could really do for him. And then he passed away 86 days ago.
The Army Corps of Engineers has spent 17 years excavating and cleaning up the poisons of Coldwater Creek. Yet so far, the U.S. government has done nothing to study the health consequences that this disaster has had on countless families. Marina Portnaya, RT, St. Louis, Missouri.
The U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or NRC, just made an announcement that illustrates how terrifyingly precarious our situation is here on planet Earth. They released their findings of a 15-month-long investigation, which said that a nuclear power plant and its contractor knowingly skipped fire inspections and also lied about it. Because Who cares? We're only talking about fires in a nuclear power plant. What could possibly go wrong? They actually made up records about inspections happening. The company that owns the power plant is called Entergy, like energy, but Entergy. Their contractor is called GCA Contractors. By law, nuclear power plants are required to make hourly fire inspections so that, they don't blow themselves up and radiate part of the planet. Those inspections take place in areas where sensitive equipment is located, like wiring and piping, involved in operating the nuclear reactor during accidents or emergencies. So it's very important to make sure there are no fires there, ever. Hence, the legal inspection requirement. But it turns out GCA wasn't conducting those inspections. But they pretended they did, though, falsifying records to show inspections were occurring over a 10-month period. And there were other safety issues, like there were missing door alarms. Like, when the crap hits the fan at a nuclear power plant and an alarm on a door starts honking and flashing red. Yeah, at Entergy, they missed some of those alarms. To make matters worse, Entergy knew all about their safety issues. They were told on different occasions by different people that their inspections were hinky, but they did nothing about it. So the NRC investigated and found out about it, and now they're giving Entergy the opportunity to request what's called a pre-decisional enforcement conference. And basically what that is a chance for Entergy to sit down with the NRC to reach some sort of understanding, meaning it's a way for them to figure out how to lessen the penalty they'll have to pay. And hey, guess what? Those conferences generally aren't open to the public. So, However they proceed from here, I'm sure Entergy and the NRC will figure out how to best forget this whole mess. So, this is the precarious situation of our planet today, with humans at the controls, doing things like naming companies Entergy and lying about fire inspections and red tape bureaucracy regulating it all. Right. What could possibly go wrong?
Starting off with breaking news this hour, South Korea's weather officials say they detected a man-made tremor in the northern part of North Korea on Wednesday morning. They suspect the North carried out a nuclear test. They say the tremor was estimated at magnitude 4.3. Instruments tracked the tremor to an area in the northeast close to Punggye-ri, the site of previous nuclear tests. Japan's defense officials are analyzing the details. Japanese Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshihide Suga also says there's a possibility that it was caused by a nuclear test. We'll keep you updated as more details come in.
Now, in the past hour, an earthquake tremor has been detected close to North Korea's nuclear test site. South Korea says it is man-made, triggering concerns the country has conducted a fresh atomic explosion. North Korea said it was planning to make a special, significant announcement, that's a quote, about the event. The announcement is due to happen in the next half an hour or so. The US Geological Survey said the epicenter of the quake was in the northeast of the country, around 50 kilometers northwest of Kilju City, placing it right next to the Punggye-ri nuclear test site. Now, if confirmed, it would be North Korea's fourth nuclear test. Japan said the earthquake may have been a nuclear test. China has said it suspects an explosion. Meanwhile, South Korea's Yonhap news agency said that ministers were holding an emergency meeting. We will keep you updated and bring you more on that as it develops.
The Democratic People's Republic of Korea announced today it had carried out a hydrogen bomb test. The DPRK's nuclear test, if confirmed, is in clear violation of UN Security Council resolutions and is deeply regrettable. I strongly urge the DPRK to implement fully all relevant resolutions of the UN Security Council and the IAEA. The IAEA remains ready to contribute to the peaceful resolution of the DPLK nuclear issue by resuming its nuclear verification activities in the DPLK once a political agreement is reached among countries concerned.
Speaking to reporters shortly after the test, Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe condemned North Korea's actions.
North Korea's nuclear test is a major threat to the safety of our country. It's totally unacceptable, and we strongly condemn the act. We will cooperate with the U.S., South Korea, China, and Russia as a non-permanent UN Security Council member. Together, we will consider a firm course of action, including measures at the Security Council level.
Defense Minister Gen Nakatani told reporters that he immediately met with his officials.
I asked my personnel to closely cooperate with all related organizations, the United States and others, to gather information and to do more surveillance activities.
Foreign Minister Fumio Kishida said North Korea's provocative act violates UN Security Council resolutions and a joint statement adopted at the six-party talks on the country's nuclear program. He added that it is a grave challenge to peace and stability in the region and the wider global community, and strongly criticized it.
Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2. I hope the audio works this time. My fan keeps running on my computer. My computer got hacked a couple days ago. My phone got hacked 2 weeks ago, and my bank account got hacked about a month ago. On top of all that, as many of you know, I have been dealing with some very significant health issues. And I don't know how much longer or how many interviews I have left to be able to do, quite honestly. And it took almost 3 months to get a diagnosis. I finally saw a really good neurosurgeon, and he was all business. He was very, very serious about my condition. They don't know what's causing it. It has an 85% mortality rate. I have vertebrobasillary insufficiency, not the arteries in my neck, not my carotid arteries, but the arteries that come up through my spine keep getting trapped because my ligaments are giving out, and the muscles clamp down in relation to that, and it's a really fucked up thing to have. So I'm having a couple of strokes a day from this. And he was quite surprised, actually, that I haven't had any permanent damage, like visible damage in the way that I function, although I have quite a bit of damage on my MRI. So I'm dealing with that, and I'm going to be dealing with it for a while. But I wanted to get this video out today because I was supposed to go on RT, and I got bumped. I completely understand that such is the nature of the news cycle, and I'm putting up this video, and this is a special upload just for Team Red Eye, and I'm going to put up another video on my channel, the Rad Chick channel, detailing what it is that I wanted to talk about to RT, because they asked me, they wanted to talk about decontamination, and they asked me what would I like to talk about. And I told them I wanted to talk about Hillary's emails about Fukushima. And so I don't know if maybe there was something with the verification, even though the emails are legit. I mean, they're on the government server. These were all released in January. And it'd be great if we could kind of link what's going on with the Department of Justice right now and this investigation that they're doing and possible grand jury hearings. And the information that was contained in the emails, but I'm interested just specifically in what was mentioned in regards to Fukushima. And the funny thing is, Hillary gave this long press conference when this first happened. It's 25 minutes long. where she's saying how, she didn't want to walk around with 2 phones and all of this stuff. And she claimed that, she has a problem dealing with technology. But what she didn't have a problem with is understanding how nuclear fallout works. And she was 7,000 miles away at the time of the accident. So while Barack Obama gave his infamous speech in the Rose Garden and said that, in the opinion of the U.S. nuclear experts, no radiation would reach our shores, what Hillary Clinton was telling her friends in the State Department and all of her buddies was that they need to stay inside during that time and not go outside. And if they do go outside, they needed to remove their clothes when they come indoors and their shoes and how to decontaminate everything. So she had extensive knowledge about how to avoid nuclear fallout. And, we only found out about this because of this email scandal. And nobody is talking about this story and how important this is, except for a couple of websites, and one being Nuke Pro, where he has actually screenshotted and attempted to go through the thousands of emails that were included in this dump of information, which came out of a Freedom of Information Act request. So he's been digging into this, and he's done an excellent job. And I will put a link below to the actual page where you can see the emails. You can read them for yourself, and you will see that they knew we were going to get nuked. Specifically, Hillary Clinton said radiation leak from the Fukushima reactor, and then of course there's the redaction. Somebody is working on that right now. There's a petition to get the unredacted version of this. Stay indoors if at all possible. There is nothing, no events, parties, sports, movies, etc. that are worth getting more exposure to radiation. The stuff travels far, very far. And then there's more information about the leak, how to take potassium iodide to protect your thyroid, which obviously didn't work for her because she's got thyroid problems. And I found out today Bernie Sanders has thyroid problems too. In fact, I think it's the same thyroid problem that she has. And she was doing a lot of flying during this time. And in fact, there's emails where she is being encouraged. Look at this. Don't go outdoors unless it is necessary. There's emails where she is encouraged by her handlers or her advisors that she needs to go to Japan because it would be really great. And the number one issue that they are concerned with is what's going to happen to the Japanese economy because it's tied so closely with our economy. And she was really tired and had been traveling a lot in the Mideast and Libya, and I don't recall exactly if Benghazi happened before or after this. But they wanted her to go to Japan and sign this pact, this treaty saying that we would keep importing fish, basically even if they're radioactive. And so now here we are at the 5-year anniversary, and we're getting all this just BS information from mainstream news talking about how the fish are getting tested and all of this. 5 years after quake, Fukushima market battles to keep fishery items in stores. They're testing wet fish with Geiger counters in buckets. This is how they're testing. And this is not how you test fish. This is not how you test for radioactive contamination. The way that you test in order to do it properly is the fish needs to be dissected. Shortly after it's caught, they need to take the skin off. They need to separate the meat. They need to separate the neurological system, the eyes, the brain, the spinal cord, all of the organ systems, the gastrointestinal tract, the bladder, everything needs to be isolated. Then it needs to be dried to remove all the water because water shields radiation, and then ground to a powder and tested in a lead box, under a very controlled environment, with a very expensive Geiger counter costing about $100,000. And they have to test each system of the fish, each part of the fish separately, and recalibrate the instrument in between each reading. That's how you properly test fish. What they're doing is using a cheap Geiger counter, and they're testing them in buckets while the fish is still wet, full of water, and covered with water. So this is just complete bullshit, and nobody is counteracting any of this information. Nobody's even commented on this article from the Chicago Times, and it was published Thursday, March 10th. So, that's where we're at. It's still a shit show. And I'm going to put up a longer video talking about the Wigner effect and the 6 celebrities that Loren Murray and I have been covering for the last couple of years and what has happened since. And you guys are going to be just shocked. You are going to be absolutely shocked with the information. Unfortunately, I've been too sick to put together like a new interview or really do any interviews, and it's unfortunate because I had a lot to say, and I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to say it, and that really sucks. So there's a bunch of articles on my website, climateviewer.com, where we talk about the Wigner effect. I would highly, highly recommend anybody who wants to learn more to read this article, From Cells to Soldiers, and watch the video that goes with it. And I uploaded the ending to the Wigner effect interview last night at midnight. There are 2 new videos with never seen before video and audio. It's Wigner number 11, War Against Humanity, and Wigner 12, The End. And these 2 uploads are completely different from the rest of the series. And when you listen to them, you'll see why. And Loren was so brilliant in this segment, in these 2 segments, that I actually hung on to this audio for over a year because I needed to make something really special to go along with it, and I didn't really know how to do it, and I didn't want to just put out crap or rush the job, and I wanted to take time and think about it. And then I got sick and things happened, and here we are. But I got those up last night. I'm going to continue the Wigner series that we were doing, the 10 weeks of Wigner, but I have so much information, so much data at this point that it's almost impossible. It's impossible for me to really work on this anymore and do a complete job. Like I need help. Like I need a staff to deal with this, and that's never going to happen. So please watch those last 2 or the whole series if you've never seen it. This ending has a dedication to Charlie McGrath. As you probably know, Charlie McGrath passed away in January, and he was the first person to ever interview me about Fukushima. He gave me a chance to talk, and when people heard me on his show, then they wanted to interview me too. And if it weren't for Charlie, I could have never accomplished nearly what I did in the last 5 years. And it is a huge, huge loss to the activist community to not have him around any longer. And I miss him a lot. So he's, possibly one of the casualties of Fukushima. He was doing a lot of flying. He was flying back and forth to China for work. And when I did the last interview with him, and we talked about cannabis for pain and health, and we talked about the pilots passing out and the 6 celebrities, and we talked about radiation and how it affects mental function. And he and I had a really great conversation off air about him specifically, and he had just gotten out of the hospital, and he told me he was doing all this flying, and I was like, dude, you can't do this. Can't you use Skype or GoToMeeting or one of those modalities? Do you have to go to China? Because you're getting exposed every time. And he was already sick from probably from DU, from being in the Gulf War, and he had asthma, and his asthma was just getting progressively worse and progressively worse. And he passed away in January, and it's a huge loss. So here we are at 5 years. 5 years of this constant bombardment of radiation. And, even the show that ran today on RT didn't talk about the coriums, how they've never found them. It really didn't talk about anything except how the government lied at the beginning, which we know they do with all nuclear accidents. So it's a little discouraging to see that there wasn't any time or research or real information that was given. So this video is going on Team Rad Eye. I'm going to put up a second video on the Rad Chick channel today. I will probably not be around too much in the next couple weeks or months even, and hopefully though I will be back. And I appreciate all the love and support that I've gotten from people and people that have donated to me to help with my medical bills and stuff like that. I can't even tell you how much that means to me, and the letters, and really lengthy emails from people. It's just been overwhelming, and I really don't know what to say. We tried. That's all we can do. So take care of everyone, and watch my channel for that upload later today.
Friends, now before we formally start the program with a list of dignitaries speaking to us about the buzzword of the day, that is startup economy, I'd like to ask some of you as to what are your opinions about this word of the day called startup. Is there anything new about it, or is it an old wine in the new bottle, or anything of that sort? Or you may also like to introduce yourself. This gentleman, I forget your name. Pranav? What? Pranav is your name, right? Jeet. What do you think about, and you have been working globally also. Can somebody pass on a cordless to him? Rajni Kaka, please be on the dais.
Hello.
Yes, Jeet.
So, startup for me is actually something which has been going on for many years. Probably in a way that, startup is not so new to me.
Fair
because
enough.
I have been living the life of an entrepreneur from the day I have passed out from my college.
Fair enough. Please settle down. Now, Jeet told right now that it is not something new, and it is slightly or somewhat synonymous to the word entrepreneurship. So, now there is another set of questions, like, is there any difference between traditional entrepreneurship and this so-called word called startup? Do you have some idea about whether they are the synonyms or similar, or there is a difference between startup and traditional entrepreneurship? Why is it that the government is hell-bent upon supporting a startup ecosystem? You should have that clarity. Then only somebody should be ready with the cordless. Then only it works. Otherwise, the question answer doesn't work.
Yeah, I think the basic difference for a traditional entrepreneurship, it is like maintaining a cash flow, and cash flow is a key, right? And in a startup, right, growth is a key. Where you don't worry much about cash flow, but you bother about growth rather.
Great. It is not that you don't worry about the cash flow, but cash flow may be at the fag end of the peak of your pinnacle of your success story. But as Ashwin very rightly said, the only word that captures the essence of the entire this ecosystem of startup is growth, and which is more glamorously paraphrased as scalability. Okay, anybody who is trying to encash upon this wave of startup economy should understand that the underlying success criteria of any startup entrepreneurship or startup firm is that that venture or that concept has to be scalable. Not only that it has to be scalable, but it has to be quickly scalable. It has to be quickly scalable. If it is scalable, let's say 10x in 25 years, there is no difference between our traditional garden silk mills and the Arvind textiles. It has to be quickly scalable, and 10x and 100x are the phrases that you should be aware of. એટલે કે શુદ્ધ ગુજરાતીમાં કહું તો આજે તમારો સેલ અથવા whatever is your metrics is, let's say, 100 rupees. Okay? Next year you should have an action plan for 1,000 rupees, and next year 10,000 rupees, and next year 1 lakh rupees. This is the scale and the scalability and the growth graph that a potential investor looks for. Okay? Unless and until you are able to show nothing less than exponential growth, nobody would be interested in you. I mean, take it from me. If you are not able to demonstrate that you have a concrete action plan for exponential growth, nobody is going to give you even a, ears. Nobody is going to listen to you. So with that, some other queries or any views on that? Yes? So many of you, where are you from? And randomly, that lady in the white dress. Can you introduce yourself? Pardon? What do you do?
For something like
fair
may
enough.
Start a new business or...
Fair enough. How did you register for this event?
From Facebook.
For your Facebook. How many of you registered on the Facebook? Fair enough. We are very, very happy with the first time attempt that we made, very innovatively, and we are very happy that in minutes to come this hall is going to be absolutely full, because we have overbooking for the event for two reasons. One is that the topic itself is interesting, and another is that my friend and Anand and Mehulji, etc., made an innovative attempt for reaching to the people who would be interested in this particular topic. All right. I welcome our fat man Nilesh Gajera to this program. And yes, anybody else? We have to keep this thing going, unless... Okay. Another very important criteria of success, not only in startup business, but in any entrepreneurship, or for that matter in life, given an opportunity, you should be willing to sell yourself. You should be willing to assert yourself. You should be willing to convince ideas about what you have in mind. Also, so given this opportunity, if you are not able to stand up, believe me, I mean, you are not a salesman metal, so sort of thing. And Bill Gates is on record. Bill Gates is on record that one criteria which has made Microsoft a huge success is that Bill Gates has been all through his life has done only one thing, and that is selling. He has done nothing else throughout his 30 years of career, professional career in Microsoft. So unless until you have a inbuilt flair for selling yourself, selling your concept, selling what you think, convincing others, life is all about convincing others. Given this opportunity, I like to pause so that somebody seizes this opportunity to tell something about you or to tell something about startup economy or anything like that. Please. It's years of grooming, 20, 30 years we have learned in life that we have to continuously listen. But listening is only one part of it. You have to speak out. Can તમે કંઈ બોલવા માંગશો? Nilesh, you have spent a lot of time doing some innovative things. Yes, startup. What do you think about startups?
Hello, my name is Nilesh, and we are running a startup called My Estate Point, which is real estate-based platform. And it's been almost 3.5 years or 4 years of this journey. During all this time...
Jimmy sir, please come forward. Dr.
Saraugi very rightly said, You have to convince, no matter how good your business is, how good your concept is, and until unless you don't convince the stakeholders, your customers, and you can't communicate to the mass and to the class about your product and genuinity and value creation of your product, that is nothing going to be happen. Look, idea is a great thing, but execution is even great challenge, specifically in India. Because in India, we are dealing with lots of different type of mentality because there is a huge diversity. Say, for example, if you say only in Gujarat, South Gujarat has a different kind of a people, Saurashtra has a different kind of a people, and Kutch has a different kind of people. So when you are communicating your product to the people around the India, and when you think you're going to scale it to the national level, you have to consider people, their habit, and then you can communicate your words clearly. It's a very hard path. You need a lots of patience. You need a lots of self-belief. Because when you start, nobody is going to believe in your idea because you are thinking ahead of time. You are thinking almost 5 to 7 years ahead of your time. And at that point, traditional business community where you seek recognition, okay, they don't believe in until unless they don't see it, or until unless you don't convey it properly. Okay, so those are the few words.
I'm picking up threads from what he has said, and in fact, he has echoed my sentiments that ideas are dozen a dime. You know, take my words, ideas are dozen a dime. તમારી પાસે ideas છે એની કોઈ જ value નથી, absolutely no value, unless and until you have a concrete action plan for execution. Execution is the key, not only in startup economy, but also in the traditional economy, which is what one of the take home you should take from here. Nilesh, I have seen over the last 6-7 years, he is a very, very prolific speaker. He speaks very assertively, and he is a man of execution. જે કંઈ બી વિચારે તેને તાત્કાલિક અમલમાં મૂકીને એમાંથી શીખીને આગળ વધવાનો અભિગમ જે ધરાવે એ જ વ્યક્તિ બિઝનેસમાં, ઓન્ટરપ્રિન્યોરશિપમાં અને સ્ટાર્ટઅપ ઇકોનોમીમાં સફળ થઈ શકે. Yes, friends, while other friends are settling down, as I had promised, the entire hall is going to be full. So I'll request, yes, Mehulji, Mehul, please come. Now that another speaker is also with us, I would request Master of Ceremony of this morning, Mr. Himanshu Bodawala, to take over and start the program formally.
હલો હલો હલો, આ બાજુ આવી જાઓ ભાઈ.
Okay, good morning, friends. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. So let's begin our today's seminar on the second day of Udyog 16, Startup Economy System. Friends, first of all, I welcome our Honorary Secretary of Chamber to give his welcome speech.
ભાઈ ઝડપથી અંદર આવી જાઓ પ્લીઝ, આવી જાઓ, અહીંયા આવી જાઓ, આ બાજુ જગ્યા જ આવી જાઓ. Good morning, everybody. The Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industryના ઉપક્રમે આયોજિત ઉદ્યોગ 2016 એક્ઝિબિશનના આ બીજા સેમિનારમાં આપ સૌનું હાર્દિક સ્વાગત કરતા મને અત્યંત આનંદ અને ગર્વની લાગણી થાય છે. સૌથી પહેલી વાત તો આ સેમિનારનું મહત્ત્વ આપ સમજ્યા છો ને એટલે જ આટલી મોટી સંખ્યાની અંદર આપ હાજરી આપી રહ્યા છો તે અમારા માટે ખૂબ આનંદની વાત છે. સ્ટાર્ટઅપ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ એક ખૂબ સુંદર અને વિશાળ વિષય છે અને ખાસ કરીને વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ જ્યારે આ વિષયની જાહેરાત કરી છે ત્યારથી જ આખા દેશની અંદર એક નવી હવા આ સંદર્ભની ફેલાઈ છે અને તે હવાને વધુ વેગ આપવાનો ચેમ્બર ઓફ કોમર્સનો આ પ્રયાસ છે અને એ પ્રયાસમાં આપ સહભાગી બન્યા છો, તેથી આપ સૌનું સ્વાગત કરતાં મને અત્યંત આનંદ અને ગર્વની લાગણી થાય છે. હું વધુ સમય નહીં લઈશ, માત્ર ચેમ્બરની બે વાતો મારે કરવાની છે. એક તો ચેમ્બરની પ્રવૃત્તિથી કદાચ આપ વાકેફ ન હો, ખાસ કરીને જે વિદ્યાર્થી મિત્રો અહીં ઉપસ્થિત થયા છે તેઓને મારે જણાવવું જરૂરી છે કે હા, ચેમ્બર ઓફ કોમર્સ શું પ્રવૃત્તિ કરતી હોય છે. અમારું કાર્યક્ષેત્ર 4 વિસ્તારોની અંદર ફેલાયેલું છે. પહેલો વિસ્તાર તે સરકારી સંસ્થાઓ, ગવર્મેન્ટ ઓફ ગુજરાત, ગવર્મેન્ટ ઓફ ઇન્ડિયા, અર્ધ સરકારી સંસ્થાઓ, મહાનગરપાલિકાથી માંડીને સરકારના તમામ સંબંધિત વિભાગો સુધી ટ્રેડ અને ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીના પ્રશ્નો અને અમારી સમસ્યાઓને વાચા આપીને એના નિરાકરણ માટેના પ્રયત્નો કરવા એ અમારું પહેલું કાર્ય છે. ચેમ્બર ઓફ કોમર્સનું જે બીજું મહત્ત્વનું કાર્ય છે તે અત્યારે આ સેમિનાર પતે એટલે આપ બધા જ આ એક્ઝિબિશનની મુલાકાત લેજો કે જેથી તેની ભવ્યતાનો ખ્યાલ આવે, પણ ભવ્યતાની સાથે આ એક્ઝિબિશન ધંધાને ઉદ્યોગના વિકાસને માટે કેટલો જરૂરી છે એની સમજ આપણને મળશે. કોઈપણ એક ઉદ્યોગ સાહસિકને સીધું માર્કેટિંગ કરી શકવા માટે સક્ષમ એવા આ એક્ઝિબિશનની આ વર્ષની આ બીજી કડી છે. સ્પાર્કલ જેમ એન્ડ જ્વેલરી એક્ઝિબિશન થઈ ચૂક્યું છે. આવનારા દિવસોની અંદર ટેક્સટાઇલ એક્સપો, સ્માર્ટ એજ્યુકેશન એક્સપો, વિમેન એન્ટરપ્રિનર્સ એક્સપો અને ટ્રેડ ફેર જેવા બીજા 4 આવા વિશાળ એક્ઝિબિશનોનું આયોજન ચેમ્બર ઓફ કોમર્સ દ્વારા કરવામાં આવશે. અમારું ત્રીજું કાર્યક્ષેત્ર છે ઇન્ટરનેશનલિઝમ. ગઈકાલે તમે જોયું તેમ 4 કન્ટ્રી પાર્ટનર આ એક્ઝિબિશનમાં અમારા છે. ટૂંકમાં આપણા સાહસિકોને સમગ્ર આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય તખતા ઉપર સુંદર તક કેવી રીતે આપી શકાય તે ચેમ્બર ઓફ કોમર્સ હંમેશા તેનું ધ્યાન રાખે છે. અને ચોથું કાર્ય આ પ્રકારના વર્કશોપ, સેમિનાર, પરિસંવાદ, અધિવેશનોનું આયોજન કરીને ઉદ્યોગ સાહસિકોને અને ખાસ કરીને વિદ્યાર્થી મિત્રોને ઉદ્યોગ અને ધંધાની ગતિથી અવગત કરાવવા એ અમારું આ ચોથું કાર્ય છે. આ 4 કાર્યક્ષેત્રની સાથે અમે આગળ વધી રહ્યા છીએ અને તેમાં આજે આપ સૌ સહભાગી થયા છો. આ તકે ઉપસ્થિત 3 વક્તાઓ અમારા પોતાના જ એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કોર કમિટી મેમ્બર, જેઓ સુરત મેનેજમેન્ટ એકેડેમીના ડાયરેક્ટર છે, ડૉક્ટર અનિલ સરાવગી. ડૉક્ટર અનિલ, આપનું હાર્દિક સ્વાગત છે આ સેમિનારની અંદર. અહીં આપ 2 યંગ ડાયનામિક એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોર્સને જોઈ રહ્યા છો. વન ઇઝ ચાર્ટર્ડ એકાઉન્ટન્ટ CA મેહુલ શાહ. મેહુલભાઈ, આપનું પણ હાર્દિક સ્વાગત છે. એમનો વિશેષ પરિચય આપણે આગળ જતાં કરીશું. સ્ટેનફોર્ડ એન્ડ મિટ એલમ્સના શ્રી સ્વપ્ન શાહ. સ્વપ્નજી, આપનું હાર્દિક સ્વાગત છે. સ્વપ્ન પણ અમારા પોતાના પરિવારના એક સભ્ય છે અને તેમની જે વિશિષ્ટ સિદ્ધિઓ છે એ ચોક્કસ જ એક યુવાન વયે એક યુવાન કેટલું બધું કરી શકે તે આપણને સૌને અવગત કરાવશે. આ તકે સ્વાગત કરું છું અમારા ભૂતપૂર્વ પ્રમુખ અને અમારા પ્રેરણા સ્ત્રોત શ્રી રજનીકાંતભાઈ મારફતિયાજી. રજનીકાંતભાઈ, આપનું પણ હાર્દિક સ્વાગત છે. અહીં ઉપસ્થિત અમારા ચેમ્બર ઓફ કોમર્સના અગ્રણી મિત્રો જેઓ અહીં ઉપસ્થિત છે, આ તમામ મિત્રોનું સ્વાગત કરું છું. કોલેજની સાથે સંકળાયેલા ડાયરેક્ટરશ્રી, એડમિનિસ્ટ્રેટરશ્રી, આચાર્યશ્રીઓનું સ્વાગત છે અને સૌથી વધારે ચેમ્બરની મેનેજિંગ કમિટીના સભ્યો અને આપ સૌ વિદ્યાર્થી મિત્રોનું અને એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોર્સનું હાર્દિક સ્વાગત કરતાં મને ખૂબ ખૂબ આનંદ થાય છે. આપ સૌએ મને શાંતિથી સાંભળો. વધુ એક વખત સ્વાગત કરીને હું મારી વાતને સમાપ્ત કરું છું. આભાર.
થેન્ક યુ નિખિલભાઈ ફોર યોર વન્ડરફુલ વર્ડ્સ. મિત્રો, આપણને આપણા જે 3 સ્પીકર્સ મળ્યા છે તો આપણે એમનું ફૂલોથી સ્વાગત કરીશું. આઈ રિક્વેસ્ટ નિખિલભાઈ to please felicitate our own Dr. Anil Saravgiji. Again, I request Nikhil Bhai, please felicitate our Mehul Bhai Shah with Laura. Okay, Rajni Kaka, please. I request Amit Bhai to please felicitate Swapna Sir. Thank you. Friends, अगर जिंदगी में कुछ पाना है तो तरीके बदलिए, इरादे नहीं. આપણને આજે આપણા ચેમ્બરના પાસ્ટ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ શ્રી રજની કાકા આપણી સાથે છે, તો એમને વિનંતી કરીશ કે તેઓ પોતાની ઓપનિંગ રિમાર્ક્સ સેમિનાર બાબતમાં આપે. પ્લીઝ રજની કાકા.
મારું કામ છે ના એ તમારું ઓન નોટ્સ. ચેમ્બરના માનદ સેક્રેટરી શ્રી નિખિલભાઈ, આજના લર્નડ સ્પીકર્સ મેહુલભાઈ શાહ, સ્વપ્નિલભાઈ અને અમારા પોતાના જ અનિલભાઈ સરોગી અને અમારા co-organizer અમિતભાઈ શાહ. Friends, we are very happy that we have taken this particular topic for the seminar today. About 4 or 5 days back, we were wondering that we should also have some kind of hot topic seminar in this exhibition. And we are just toying with different ideas, and we suggested that only on Saturday, we are talking on Friday, only tomorrow, Narendra Modi is going to talk something about startup. Why not we encourage people to know more about startup and make this seminar an awareness seminar of startup. The late starting has already made the startup, but the seminar has not started up. So let's start and see what is there in startup stored for us in the seminar. Friends, you all are very much aware that India is already progressing a lot in startup. Some of you might know or might not know, but India is already acquiring a second position as far as startup is concerned in the whole world. And at the moment, we have about 4,000 startups with estimated involvement of about $10 billion up to 2015. And it's expected that not only the investment, but the number of starters will also be threefold in due course of time. You'll be surprised why all of a sudden this startup. Well, friends, startup was already there, as I told you, in India, but then the highlight was not there. The reason why startup has now come up is because government is now very keen to promote it. As you all know, our government is finding it very difficult at the moment to get over certain problems that they are facing in promoting economic reforms, as well as in inviting foreign capital. And particularly when our Prime Minister had gone around the world, and specifically in the Silicon Valley area, he was very clearly told that unless you improve the conditions in India, we will not be able to come and we will not be able to live up to your expectation. Though we believe that the things are changing, they are likely to change. And so it was felt by the government that it's about the time that something has to be done. And if it is not done, the government will not be able to deliver what it has said. And that is probably the end of the government also. So in a desperate and frantic effort, government decided to go for a conference on startup. And that was a very ambitious startup conference organized last Saturday, where most of the people from the abroad and some of the people from India had gone over there and they had gone deliberations to find out what can be done to improve the conditions of doing business in India. You'll be surprised that the persons who were present in that meeting were the founder of SoftBank from Japan, Masayoshi Son. Probably some of you might have heard his name, but he is already in India supporting some $10 billion startups. He has said that I would like to invest more in India, And I consider India a better place than China to invest over here. And that I plan to invest about $10 billion more in 10 years from now, particularly in the solar energy and in the e-technology section. And he promised the government that if you give me all this, I'll also do it. Similarly, there was another gentleman. His name was Adams Newman. He came from USA, and his startup is WeWork, and he provides room facilities to the people who want room all around the globe. He's already in Europe, Israel, and United States. And he has also promised Narendra Modi that we'll also come in a big way to invest in India. And so we all know about the Uber taxi services. The founder of Uber taxi services, Kalanick, he was also here. These three outstanding people were over here. And apart from that, you know that the CEOs of Google as well as Microsoft, they are the Indians. And they have also promised the Indian government that we are also coming up in a big way. IBM has also promised the government in a big way. But you improve the conditions in India. And that's why this conference was there. So many points were discussed in this conference. And the high points that were discussed that the criteria of that a very high value corpus fund should be created. Then there was that tax problem that no many times the capital gain tax as well as income tax were not in compliance with the other, the benefits given to the other sector. Like, it was argued that the capital investment coming from Mauritius, they are getting a preferential treatment than the people who are investing in the startups. This was commented by one of the person who came from Silicon Valley. Similarly, there were many points that were raised. One of them raised the exit policy also, that the exit policy also not very convenient, and that all the startups, they come up are not going to succeed. Some of them may not go through. But then the winding procedure should be all made easy. After this, government came out, and Narendra Modi made a very fine policy statement. It needs to be articulated and translated into action in reality in the budget. But what has been discussed and what they wanted to do was that you must create a corpus of about at least $10,000, 10,000 crore rupees. Then the tax holiday for 3 years, government said. Then the government said that we are going to have no government inspection for 3 years. This inspection Raj was another deterring factor. Similarly, investment in capital gain and exemption from CG tax. There is another point that when the new entrepreneurs come up and they apply to either to bank or to the government can give you contract provided you give some kind of testimony for your experience. Similarly, you go to bank, they ask for some kind of your turnover and other experiences. It is said that it was argued that all this has to be waived, and government has agreed to waive that also. And even the winding procedure is made sufficiently easy, and it will be made further easier in the next budget. So friends, in short, it was very essential for government that if we want to survive, we must go for a new kind of policy, and that the new entrepreneurs should be recognized as a different class of business people. Even the apex bodies have also decided that this new class of business people should be given a special kind of membership also. So this has been realized a lot, that a startup group of people must be recognized and must be encouraged, must be given maximum benefit. And the government also found it easy that if we make a policy change and make a policy announcement for this particular startup, the ease of business will be promoted, and people who are already building up confidence will certainly have their feet firmly rooted on the ground. Before I sit down, I'll just take 2 incidents of people in India who have succeeded. I just read about that. There was one guy who was 22 years of age. He was finding it difficult to get a room in the hotel. So he decided that let me try to go for a website where we can have an economic rate room services. He started his website, and he said that in 1 year period, he became one of the most successful entrepreneurs as far as the young entrepreneurs was concerned, and he was listed in Forbes. Right now, he's already operating in 160 cities and 10,000 people he is serving. There was another example of one couple who returned from Bangalore. I mean, they were serving in Thermex, and they returned after being in America for 6 years. Vishwanath and Shobha, they were the two persons. The third guy who joined them was Narayana. And the three thought that we must do something because they are finding problem to educate the children in America. So they said we must do something to educate our children in India and provide such kind of services which can catch their fancy. So they decided to start a services. They call it Paragi Path. And this Paragi Path was the service that they were initiated. That was audio services. We all know that we want to educate our children, particularly in India, through telling stories. So what they had done was to go out for audio service facilities in English so that they can communicate all around India and world about this storytelling medium for educating people. They have also done wonders, and probably it won't be long before that they will they are already in 60 cities and 40,000 people are already served by them. Well, friends, I can go on and on, but my job is today different. Our very respectable Ravindra Vyapari was unable to come to the seminar. That's why I thought that let me at least give a lead to the seminar, make you a little aware of what is being done, why it is being done. But we have got three learned speakers who are individually very capable in their respective field. So I will not touch it. Thank you very much for patient hearing, and let's begin with the seminar now.
બીજા સીએમના જે 55 વિદ્યાર્થીઓ સવારે આવ્યા છે ને આખો લોટ જરાક બહાર આવી જાવ.
All settled, friends? Okay, thanks a lot, Rajni Kaka, for your wonderful experience words. Friends, an artist was asked, which is your best painting? He replied, my next one. Let our aims of tomorrow be higher than achievement of today. આવી જ કંઈક વાત લઈને આપણા આજના ફર્સ્ટ સ્પીકર ડૉક્ટર અનિલભાઈ સરાવગી આવી રહ્યા છે. એમનો પરિચય આપતા મને ઘણો આનંદ થાય છે. એકેડેમિકલી he is FDP from Indian Institute of Management. He has done his PhD. He is an international trainer from JCI. Also stood 5th rank in Gujarat Education, Gujarat Health Secondary Education Board. He has an experience of almost 25 years for industry and also in academically. He is about his affiliation. He is the immediate past president of South Gujarat Productivity Council, core committee member of SGCCI, our own, trustee at Surat Traffic Education Trust, members in Sarvajanik Education Society, STARS, Quality Council of India. He has done almost more than 75 training programs on various topics like creative at workshop, productivity shoots, etc. So friends, let's welcome our first speaker, Mr. Anilbhai, Dr. Anilbhai Saravgi, with a round of applause.
Thank you, Himanshu bhai. Can everybody see the slides? Fair enough, fair enough. No, वो तो नहीं हटेगा. Fair enough. Now, the title or the topic or the packaging that I've done for my about 20-25 minutes of presentation is DNA of a startup company about which I'll tell you more as we move on. But since all of us are, Jaydev, I'm not comfortable when you put fingers here and there. I want an audience which is attentive, you know. If somebody is talking to each other, I cannot speak, you know. I cannot speak. It is as simple as that. Anybody who wants to talk to each other, or anybody who wants to talk over phone is free to go out, so that I am not disturbed. It is your responsibility to ensure that I am not disturbed. Then only my concentration is maintained. See, a template for hand-holding of a traditional entrepreneurship, or more so for a startup founder team, something works like this. You know, what is the profile of a typical founder? What type of businesses, what are the typical characteristics of a businesses which would qualify for a startup? What is the requirement of a team? See, these are the litmus tests that a startup investor would typically test your proposal against. What are the processes that a startup has already installed, or what are their plans for a process-focused organization? What are the types of customers? What is the typical profile of a customer that the startup proposes to be associated with in the long term? What type of brand value it has already created, or what is the brand value that it proposes to create? And more so, whatever money they already have and what more money they are seeking, what is their action plan for using that money? How do you want to use that money? Do you want to use that money to build a lavish building, or for some value creation activity? That is what people generally look forward to. That is what I said. How would you propose to manage yourself for money during adversity? How would you manage your brands? And then any stakeholder who wants to put big time money into a startup would like to see a demonstrated capability of the team to evolve, you know. Evolution is not something that I like to dwell upon right now, but evolution, how do you propose to change yourself? How do you propose to adapt to a changing reality as times pass by? And then you should be very clear that if you are in a high growth exponential graph, you should have an idea to IPO plan or vision in your mind. If every investor in a startup basically looks forward to your action plan for an IPO, you should have a very clear-cut action plan for an IPO, unless and until you have a very clear. See, ultimately, it fructifies or not is something different, but you should have an action plan for an IPO, because that is the route through which your initial stage investors would exit, you know. So you should have that. And then, you know, you should be aware about how and why and what are the reasons, typical reasons why startups fail. You know, in traditional entrepreneurship, maybe, I mean, some vague numbers here and there, out of 20, maybe 18 fail. But in startups, it is said that out of 195 fail. There are inherent risks. But this is a typical template around which you should, you know, gather knowledge and interact with people beyond your technical expertise. This is only 50% of the inputs. Technical inputs are different for everybody else, depending upon your domains, but this 50% remains the same, okay? Given this, I like to spend some time on these 3 or 4 topics and then move over to only one important part, that is profile of a founder and profile of a DNA of a company and the founders. So in the founders, what we basically look forward to is what is the profile of a typical startup founder or an entrepreneur. Is he really ready? Is he really ready to take up the journey? Basically what happens, people propose to set up either traditional entrepreneurship or a startup function because of all wrong reasons, you know. Just because I'm fed up with my boss and I have spent already 10 years in my career. I have a very rich experience. Those are not the reasons which would make a business success. So, you know, there is a checklist of readiness and what are the typical characteristics of a company that would qualify for this thing. what are the businesses which would qualify for startup? Everybody is looking for funding. What are the businesses that would qualify as a startup? Is that it should be something real business, in the sense that it should be solving some real problem of people. 4 words, 4 words captures essence of everything. It should solve some real unsolved problem of people, and that solution should be valued by people, not only by you. As long as only you value it, it is only an idea. Unless and until people at large value the online delivery of books by Flipkart, Flipkart is nothing more than a empty cart. Unless and until people value. So for that there are test marketing, formal marketing templates available to test your ideas. So unless and until you are able to prove to the stakeholders that yes, there is some latent demand which I'll somehow ignite and I'll scale it up, nobody is going to listen to you. The idea should be at right time. If you come up with a great idea which is way ahead of its time, it is destined to fail only. Palm Top by Dell or AT&T, I don't remember, is a classic success. Today you have Palm Tops on everybody's palms. Okay, everybody's palms you have Palm Tops. Okay, those mobiles are nothing but the Palm Tops. But in I don't remember the year 1995. The same, the biggest of the big companies of IT came up with a Palm Top, which was a utter failure, and that took the company into the black or the red. And then you should be able to seize the right opportunities. Startup is not about one particular idea. This sentence, you take it from me. Startup is not about one great idea. People would think that I have a great idea and out of this great idea I want to build a big company. Nothing doing. Startup means you should have initially great idea, but you should have vision to ensure that as you evolve around these ideas, it should spawn a series of ideas which would keep the growth sustained. One idea's shelf life is at the most 4 years. At the most, I am telling you. Whether it's even Apple cannot survive on one idea. So you should have vision for a long stretched series of ideas, and you should have a very, very concrete business plan. What stakeholders in traditional entrepreneurship and startup also look forward to is that, is it a one-man show, or is it a two-man show, or it is a group of just 3 people who studied together and who studied on the same bench and somehow they know each other and they want to do something together? Or do they have a plan to create a team which is complementing in their talent? Unless and until you create a brand value of your company which should be able to attract talent, you alone cannot do anything. I mean, believe me. Unless and until you have an action plan such that talented people will work with you, not for you. Working for you is a gone by sentence. People should be ready to work with you. People more talented than you should be ready to work with you. Once they join and once they come board with you, you should have an action plan for retaining talent. Even companies like Infosys or Mindtree, about whom I'm going to talk to you, or TCS, and all the big shots have very concrete action plan for attracting talent, one part, and then once they are on board, retaining them is a bigger challenge. So if you want to sustain that exponential growth, without these 2 things very clear in your mind, nothing is going to materialize. And then whatever team you build, it should not have a litmus test of only one thing, that this is the type of people that I like, so I bring them board. It is not that way. It should be a team which is complementing each other. If you bring aboard everybody who is of your type and who is having the same skill set that you have, then you don't require 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. Only one is sufficient. Unless and until you have a team which can complement each other and make a nice panoramic view of entire landscape of the skill set requirement of a high growth company, nobody is going to listen to you. Process focused, I won't focus much, but I'll talk about money. Everybody wants money, maybe through traditional channels or through offbeat channels of funding. Whenever you get external money, whether from banks or from some investor, they would go through extremely high amount of due diligence. Due diligence is a word that you should be very comfortable with. They would ask you all sorts of uncomfortable questions. They would like to be not doubly, triply, but 10 times sure that how you are going to use this money. Unless and until they are very sure that you are going to use this money for value creation and wealth creation, nobody is going to part big time money for you. So with this thing, I'll come to some traits of, or let's say DNA of an entrepreneur, and then some traits of a company. Would you be able to tell me what are the traits or the inherent characteristics of a, Mike please, of an entrepreneur or a startup founder? Any ideas? Yes, please. Can you speak loudly? Perseverance. Risk taker. Fair enough. Risk taker. Fair enough. Creative. Persistency. Very good. I'm happy that you are interested in listening to me, but then so see, the moment you respond, that means you are listening to me. Fair enough. Now I'll throw some names here and there, you know, about whom all of you have heard: Thomas Alva Edison, or Sam Walton, or G.D. Birla, or Jamshedji Tata, or Goenka-jis, and Dhirubhais, and Narayan Murthy, and now, you know, I cannot complete this list without Sachin Bansal and Kunal Bahal and Jeff Bezos, etc. Now they have a very wide range of spectrum I have put in front of you. And in all sincerity, all of them have been extremely successful business leaders. Can you find out some single word which would probably give, to which trait that you can give a credit to them? Their success. Yes. Professional management. Passion. Vision. Everything is important. Everything that you have said is important. But what I say is important according to me, right? And whatever I am telling you, there will be some exceptions, okay? But if you don't have the characteristic that I'm going to tell you now, and you think that you are an exception, you have to prove that you are an exception, okay? And exceptions means what? 1 out of 1,000, 1 out of 10,000. Anybody who doesn't have this trait cannot succeed irrespective of all other traits that you have. Irrespective of all other traits you have. Unless and until you have full faith and confidence, self-confidence about yourself, unless and until you have very strong conviction and self-belief about yourself, nothing is going to materialize. But then here, there is a caveat. What do I mean by that is that self-confidence is temporal. Self-confidence is temporal, or in other words, it is a fleeting phenomenon. એટલે શું? અસ્થાયી વસ્તુ. ચલો ગુજરાતીમાં વાત કરીએ. આત્મવિશ્વાસ એ એક અસ્થાયી વસ્તુ છે. આનું કોઈ અર્થઘટન કરી આપશે? What do I mean to say by this statement? It is very, very profound statement, very important statement. Yes, dear. Fair enough, but as of now, whether you are self-confident or not, how would you test yourself, you know? How, yes. Can you raise yourself? Yes. Mics.
બીજી બધી વસ્તુઓ જો તમારા અગેન્સ્ટમાં જતી હોય ત્યારે તમે જો એક કોન્ફિડન્સ લૂઝ કરી દો તો એ સ્થાયી નથી.
Any other clue? Any other clue? No, no, स्थायी तो નથી જ. Hello, listen to me very carefully. Self-confidence is a fleeting phenomenon. Take it from me. I mean, I'll prove it 10 times. It is a fleeting phenomenon.
Yeah, actually, how much I can lose, right? Or I can put on a fire.
I get your point. Anybody else? Quickly, one more. Yes, last there. Okay, okay. I mean, we in India have a tendency to, put burden on everything on external factors. But, please sit down, please settle down, please settle down. But then I'll tell you how to test your self-confidence level right now, because then only you know. See, it depends upon what all assignments you have taken up so far in your life, and on what all assignments you have been successful, okay? And what all varieties of assignments you have taken, small, big time, professional, non-professional, family assignments, some arranging some events like this, things like that. The more activities you have brought to a fruitful conclusion, more are the chances that you are self-confident about yourself, because that gives you an inherent feeling that yes, I can bring anything that I take up to a logical conclusion. And thinking is something, but giving yourself a proof is something different. Unless and until you have yourself, unless until you can recall 3, 4, 5 events that you took up, activities that you took up and that you brought to a logical conclusion, and people appreciated that. That is the test of your self-confidence. If you have failed, you must have succeeded in 100 ventures about 1 month ago in your life. But over the last 1 month, if you have utterly failed in small, some 3, 4 things that you have taken up in your life last 1 month, and if you have utterly failed for whatever reasons, believe me, your self-confidence, at least for the next 1 month, is going to be at nadir only. People, you would feel dejected, and you will feel probably that I'm worthless and things like that. But then I'm telling you, it is a fleeting phenomenon. જ્યારે તમને એવું લાગે કે મારામાં આત્મવિશ્વાસ અને સેલ્ફ કોન્ફિડન્સની કમી છે, ત્યારે તમારે આ વાક્ય યાદ કરવું પડે કે આ તો એક અસ્થાયી વસ્તુ છે. હવે એને સ્થાયી કરવા માટે, પાછું સેલ્ફ કોન્ફિડન્સ લાવવા માટે શું કરવાનું, કે કંઈક એવા અસાઇનમેન્ટ્સ, કંઈક એવી એક્ટિવિટીઝ હાથમાં લેવાની જેમાં આપણને સફળતા મળવાની ચોક્કસ ખાતરી હોય. And once you have 3, 4 such events in your bag, probably your self-confidence will keep on improving. Everybody who has succeeded in life has taken up umpteen number of activities in their life and have successfully completed them to logical conclusion in about 80, 85, 90% of the events, okay? That is one thing. So self-confidence kevi rite karvanu, you have to look in the rear mirror of your life that holds the key. Many small things and events, significant nonetheless, etc., etc. Self-confidence without debate is the first criteria for success, not only in the startup activity, but also in traditional entrepreneurship. How about the second, anything? Second trait? Okay, I'll go quickly. Startup people and the entrepreneurs value their freedom, Entrepreneurship people say that, I want to be an entrepreneur because that will give me a lot of freedom. It is a, universal statement, isn't it? What type of freedom? This type of freedoms. When to go to the office, when not to go to the office, how much salary to pay yourself, how much salary not to pay to yourself, whether to work or not to work. Today you are not feeling, comfortable, so you don't work. So that is the freedom that you get. How much to spend on your entertainment. And debiting personal expenses to your company accounts is the biggest freedom that you get, okay? Right? So with this type of freedom, people can enjoy life. So this is second trait of entrepreneur who, agreed? You should vehemently say, no, bloody, what you are saying is absolutely wrong. Correct? This is not the freedom that a true entrepreneur enjoys. So if these are not the freedoms that an entrepreneur enjoys, then what are the freedoms that one enjoys? True freedom comes from the inner space that you get to generate value without interference. તમે જે કંઈ કરવા માંગો છો, તમારું જે કંઈ બી વિઝન છે, એને ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ કરવાની તમને એક મોકળાશ મળે છે. મોકળાશ is the correct word. Freedom to try creative ideas, freedom to choose businesses, freedom to set ambitious goals. Why I'm saying this thing is that people take entrepreneurship oblique self-employment as a synonymous to freedom. And freedom of what type? Of those types. If you use your freedom to channelize these avenues, you are destined to fail. So entrepreneurs value their freedom. You know, on the top of the line I have written, you get freedom, free with entrepreneurship. But then how you use, how much value you give will define, how much value you give to your freedom will define whether you are successful entrepreneur or not. All right. So third is hard working. You know, there is nothing like smart work. I mean, I don't believe in this statement called, ऐसा कुछ आता है ना, smart work. You don't do hard work, but do smart work. There is nothing like smart work in this world. The moment you are convinced that no, I should not do hard work, but I should do smart work, that means you are convinced that there is a shortcut available. But there is no shortcut, my dear friends. Absolutely no shortcut. Ray Kroc, you must be aware of. He is founder of McDonald's. Probably, I'm not very sure. He very succinctly puts up. You know, people talk about smart work and luck and all those things are synonymous of shortcuts. He says, luck is the dividend of sweat. પરસેવાનું dividend એટલે ભાગ્ય અથવા શોર્ટકટ અથવા સ્માર્ટ વર્ક. એનીવે સ્માર્ટ વર્કની પરિભાષા મારી એવી છે કે જેટલું તમે અભ્યાસ કરો, જેટલી તમે હાર્ડવર્ક કરો, એના કારણે તમારી એ કામ કરવાની કેપેસિટી અને સ્કિલ એટલી વધી જાય કે જાતે તમે એ વસ્તુ વધારે એફિશિયન્ટલી ઓછા સમયમાં કરી શકો. પણ એનો એ રિયાઝ કરવાથી જ આવે, મહેનત કરવાથી જ આવે. So there is, I mean, you cannot do something with a finesse that you will do 50th time in the first time. એટલે પહેલી વારમાં તમે એવું ઈચ્છો કે હું 50મી વખતમાં જેટલી કુશળતાથી કોઈ વસ્તુ કરી શકવાનો હતો તે સ્માર્ટ વર્ક કરીને હું પહેલી વારમાં કરી શકું. That is not possible, my dear friends. No shortcut to hard work. Other important traits are extremely goal-oriented, determined but flexible, not rigid. Another thing is that it's all about egolessness. The more you rise, the more successful you are, and if you have a trait of more success, the more humble you get. If you talk about Narayan Murthy or many other local entrepreneurs, one of them whom I respect to the core is S.P. Shah Sahab of Venus, who the more he grows and the more fame he gets, the more humbler he gets. People like dealing with humble people. Okay? The moment you have an air in your mind, people would try to keep a 10-foot distance with you. Anyways, so quickly to sum up what I have said to you so far, a reality check before venturing up into a startup would involve something like what is your confidence level? If you are not self-confident about yourself, it is better to delay the venture and see how you use your freedom. So, see how you use your freedom means how you spend your day's time. That is a reality check that you can make for yourself, whether you are using your time in a creative, value-oriented activities or just time pass and spending some money to fill up the coffers of Ekta Kapoor and things like that. Then, okay. Now, we will talk about 5 minutes on DNA of, Himanshu bhai કેટલો time છે મારી પાસે? 5 minute ખરા? I am overshooting, okay, anyways. DNA of a company, DNA of a person or a man or a living being you have heard of. But DNA of a company is a probably new thing. But the way a human being is a unique person, similarly, at least in the taxation, we have a concept of a unique personality of a company. So your company should reflect some uniqueness. And uniqueness means the DNA of that organization or a body, USP. Uniqueness or DNA, uniqueness is something that is passed on from one generation to another generation through DNAs, okay? So as the companies evolve, as the founder promoters give way to the new promoter, new management team, like, Narayan Murthy Saab is slightly away now, but the, baton is taken up by somebody else. But, the core values or the DNA or the basic characteristics of Infosys remains the same. Unless and until there is a DNA, how can Narayan Murthy Saab pass on that DNA to the next generation? You should be aware of that. Very quickly, I'll, 5 minutes khara? Okay. I'll quickly take up an example of Mindtree, which is a global consulting software consulting company, which I love the most because Ashok Shuta and Subrato Bagchi, etc. are, my role models and idols as far as the startup is concerned. They have put up their DNA something like this, Okay, what is DNA? DNA is something that cannot be changed without changing the very structure of everything that an organization represents. We don't have much time, but let's move on. What Mindtree says, mind you, I have told you that it is a global software consulting company, now approximately 17-18 years of existence. Now this DNA that they had identified for themselves, not now, in 1999, around 1999-2000, okay? What they said is our DNA would reflect traits of imagination, action, and joy. Why I'm sharing this thing with you is that here in this DNA and in the next slide about the mission, etc., nowhere they are talking of software consulting. I'll tell you why also. Now, how they reflect this thing? Why imagination? Why imagination? Because they are a global software consulting company whereby the clients require innovative solutions, clients require new solutions, and clients require different solutions. Unless and until my team is able to imagine new ways of doing things, my team cannot give innovative solutions to the clients. And action is also reflected in that. And joy anyway jumps out from the mission or DNA that they already have. Okay. Corporate DNA, very powerful concept, conveys essence of organization to people who come on board. Not just, okay, they are not just nice sounding words picked up randomly. You hire a professional to develop now DNA and previously those mission and vision statements. It doesn't work that way. It has to come from your guts. You should know what your company represents, and then you will have to live by that. Deeply thought out process, founding team must believe, you must believe in it, resonate with them, and convey the spirit of what you want to do. From DNA, your mission and vision statements, evolve, which are, mission is like a North Star which you want to aspire. You never reach a North Star, but it gives you direction. For example, how does Mindtree develops its mission statement? It says, mission statement of Mindtree is that we will deliver business enabling solutions and technologies in partnership with our customers in a joyous environment for our people. It is not necessary that you include joy necessarily as a part of your formal statement, but without joyfulness, nothing is going to happen, because people don't like dealing with somebody who is dull and who is lacking energy. So unless and until you have a joyful environment, and if you represent to your stakeholders like investors and customers, etc., that you enjoy dealing with them, irrespective of the terms that you offer them, they are not going to deal with you. Okay? So in the end, I will say that over and above all these things, what is required for a successful startup is that you should be a never-ending source of energy, because business, entrepreneurship, startup means only one thing. Early morning when you rise and go to the office and occupy your chair, there will be only one thing, and that is a problem. Okay? And unless and until you have a very determined and resolved source of energy to sort out all the problems, very soon you are going to find yourself fatigued. So you should be having a lot of enthusiasm and energy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow. What a presentation by Dr. Anil Bhai Saraugi. I think once again he must be appreciated. Friends, I take privilege to once again felicitate our all three speakers with our mementos. I request Rajni Kaka to please felicitate Dr. Anil Bhai Saraugi with mementos. I request Amit Bhai, please felicitate Mehul Bhai with a memento. And Badresh Bhai, I request to felicitate his own son, Swapna Sa. Thank you. Never think you are nothing. Never think you are everything. But always think you are something and you can achieve anything. કંઈક આવી જ વાત લઈને આપણા બીજા સ્પીકર્સ એકદમ યંગ એન્ડ ડાયનેમિક મિસ્ટર મેહુલભાઈ શાહ આવી રહ્યા છે. I am very much pleased to introduce him. He stood the 5th rank in CMA final, 48th rank in all over India in CA final as far as academic career is concerned. At present, he is working as a partner in the firm Rashesh Shah and Associates, mainly handling appellate proceeding, including representation before the tribunals in Ahmedabad, and completed post-qualification course on international taxation. So please welcome young and dynamic Mehul Bhai Shah, please.
We just need 2 minutes to check my presentation. Good morning, guys. So thank you for the wonderful introduction, sir. So like the topic given to me is highlights of startup action plan. So initially we were discussing ki, sir, critics of startup action plan rakhte. Then we thought that we are too early at a stage whereby we can provide critics on the action plan. क्रिटिक्स के लिए दिल्ली में काफ़ी लोग बैठे हैं, तो सुबह से मैंने ब्रश नहीं किया, मैंने ब्रश कर दिया, पीएम ने ब्रश नहीं किया, वहाँ से स्टार्ट करते हुए we have all those critics. So today let us just focus on the action plan on its face value. No doubt, being a CA, I think I have a janmasidh adhikar of providing my opinion. तो opinion तो बीच में देते रहेंगे, but as rightly said, no, opinion are like wrist watches. एज ए CA मुझे ये भी सीखने को मिला कि पहले डिस्क्लेमर से चालू करने का, बाकी सब में डिस्क्लेमर बाद में होता है. सो ओपिनियंस आर जस्ट लाइक रिस्ट वॉचेस. हम सबके पास घड़ी है, लेकिन हम सबको यही लगता है कि भले अलग अलग टाइम है फिर भी हमारी घड़ी सही है. तो वैसे ही मुझे भी पूरे प्रेजेंटेशन में यही लगेगा कि मेरे ओपिनियन सही है. एट द सेम टाइम ओपिनियंस आर लाइक रिस्ट वॉचेस. आई वुड लाइक टू ऐड समथिंग टू डिस्क्लेमर ऑल्सो बिकॉज इट्स सेड दैट इवन स्टॉप्ड क्लॉक शोज टाइम राइट 2 times a day. घड़ी आपकी बंद है तो भी 2 टाइम तो टाइम सही दिखाती है. तो वैसे भी आज मैं तुक्के मारूंगा तो 2 टाइम तो तुक्के सही जाएंगे. So that is the objective of this presentation, and really thankful for the heterogeneous audience we have. I think most of us हम एक दूसरे को नहीं जानते, और जानते हैं तो शायद यहाँ पे आके पता चला कि वो तू भी आने वाला है. So and when we are discussing, Anil sir was he did sense that this topic being of prime importance today at this juncture where we as an Indian community stands, we want to be the startup capital of the world. So we had an intuition ki is type we would be getting a lot of registrations, and really a round of applause for all those audience who have registered. रात को 4 बजे भी registration आते थे, and when we asked what are your expectations from this startup, we got some very good answers, and even some questions. Someone said how to do a startup without money. So I just had a thought, and I could say, I really like the idea कि जो 2 साल पहले उत्तरायण में वो जो 2-wheeler के लिए जो चालू किया, that is I can say a startup which you can start with, I think, as less than 20 rupees investment, and within 2 days your investment goes on reinvesting, and if I compute the annual rate of profit, it would go to more than 1000%. So that I could say. So before we start, some few questions from your end about because I know a lot of you might have read the action plan already, maybe downloading from the DIPP website, or maybe you would have gone through the screening of the.
Mehul bhai, you have to tell this audience as to what is this action plan. What you are talking about. ભારત સરકારના action plan ની વાત કરી રહ્યા છે. મને ખબર પડી. Okay. 2016 2016 માં જે ડિક્લેર થયું છે એની.
On the 16th of January, our honorable Prime Minister gave us a action plan on startup. Though a lot of things have still to be incorporated in the law before to implement this action plan, but I believe a lot of you might have read or gone through those action plans, or at least gone through some sort of tweets regarding the action plan. So some sort of questions from your end, so I can modify my presentation in such a manner that I could deal with such sort of questions. Yes, sir.
There should not be any kind of restructuring to represent as a startup, right? So, of course, what is your opinion to get into this, or how to restructure to make it more comfortable as a startup? Because probably most of the startup companies, they already started up, yes, right? They are not supposed to start up again to get benefit of that. So you can throw more light on those parts.
Okay. Yes, sir.
There are 2-3 provisions. One is 3 years, there is no income tax. Most probably, there is not going to be income for a startup for first 3 years.
Exactly.
Secondly, there is a provision that there is no capital gain tax if you invest, sell your property and invest in your own startup. So I don't know how you could throw some light, or maybe some corrective critics you have on that. I would say that if that is allowed to invest in somebody else's startup as an investor or angel as well with that law, then there is a huge capital will be available for startup. And I'm not a financial guy, so I don't know the other implications of these things as well. But I would like you to throw more light on that. Thank you.
Yes.
In the startup action plan, there was a condition that to be eligible to get the benefits, the company must have a letter from any of the incubators or the angel investor network. Now, if I have my own money that I'm investing, possibly I'll not get a letter from the incubators or the angel investors network. So how to still get the approval or all the benefits in the plan?
Okay, thank you. Last question, if you can take from there, yes. Okay. So fine. So what we'll be doing is, I have 2 presentations. First of all, we'll be dealing with some sort of salient features of the action plan, keeping the suspense intact that what actually startup is. क्योंकि government ने भी यही कहा था कि startup की definition discuss नहीं की, but they discuss all the good points. So we'll be doing the same. So let us go through the action plan first, and then again critically deal with the definition of startup. So an action plan is the initiative by the government of India to build a strong ecosystem for nurturing innovation in order to accelerate the economic growth and generate employment opportunities. So sir, as you said, action plan क्या है वो एक बार समझाए. So we are mainly commenting on the announcement made on 16th January. The first announcement was made on 15th August 2015. In pursuance to that, our Honorable Prime Minister has announced a concrete plan for action plan for startups. So first of all, it's okay if you only go through the headings. बाकी का content तो मेरे लिए क्योंकि मैं भूल जाता हूँ. So as far as 20 minutes are, I think 15 minutes are concerned, we can just deal with the main core area. So you can just go through the topics rather than main contents. This presentation was just to facilitate कि इसके बाद आप download करो तो भी you get the full contents. So first of all, there would be a compliance regime based on self-certification. The startup action plan says that as regards 6 labor laws are concerned and 3 environmental laws are concerned, you won't be required to comply with the same. Only a self-certification that through a mobile app will suffice. तो अगर आपने मोबाइल ऐप में आपका स्टार्टअप रजिस्टर किया, that mobile app would directly be linked with your Ministry of Corporate Affairs database and your register of firm database. So on the basis of that, you can simply self-certify and you can do the compliances. I would say very much relevant if this laws actually apply to your industry. बाकी जो सॉफ्टवेयर टाइप स्टार्टअप से हो तो मुझे पूछते कि सर हमें तो अभी तक पता भी नहीं था कि ये लॉ हमें अप्लाई भी होते हैं. So not a sort of relaxation for them if they don't even know that these laws are applicable to them. But yes, of course, those manufacturing products will deal with environment laws on day-to-day basis, a good relief to them. A second point in the action plan was rolling out of a mobile app. Honorable PM sir has announced that on 1st April 2016, a mobile application would be launched on both the platform, iOS and Android. At the same time, there will be a web portal. Another announcement made is that it would be a single page form to register a startup. The database would be linked. Once you register, you will be getting a token number. On the basis of the token number, you can actually know how your application is went. मतलब कहाँ पे अटकी हुई है, क्यों अटकी हुई है, क्या status है. So you can real time get a status without having any physical contact with the offices. So that app would be launched on 1st April 2016. Faster exit for startups. It said that a normal statistic says that out of 4 startups, 3 startups fail. And when you're running a business, as ma'am you asked, there has to be some exit plan. Because if business fails, at present if I'm forming a private limited company and if I want to wind up that company, lot of permissions have to be taken from the High Court. Permissions it is valid to take permission because मैंने काफ़ी लोगों से लोन लिया होगा, काफ़ी creditors होंगे जिनको मुझे पैसे देने बाकी है. So I can not simply close down my business and run away. So those time-consuming process would be shortened. Even at present, we have a fast-track scheme for private limited companies, but there are a lot of conditions for that fast-track scheme. आज मुझे जल्दी कंपनी बंद करनी है. There are a lot of conditions कि turnover 0 होना चाहिए, last 1 साल में कुछ profit नहीं कमाया होना चाहिए, and maybe very less companies falls in the criteria. So I think the bill insolvency and bankruptcy bill has been tabled in the Lok Sabha in this December. So let it get assent from the Rajya Sabha and the President and let it become the act. Then we can provide more comments. But that act does have a provision for startup to exit within 90 days. Fine. So 90 days is the criteria which is given there. Third point is regarding tax exemption on capital gains. See, the action plan simply says that capital gain exemption would be there if you invest in a startup, just in the same manner what we have in the present law, that if you invest in a medium and small scale company, you do have an exemption. But there are a lot of criteria for that. First criteria, which is not discussed in the action plan, but that is how I presume it would come, because all these action plan has to be acted upon, and that would be acted upon maybe by maybe when the budgets are announced and the new finance bill would be amended in this February. So probably what would come up is something like this. Only capital gain on selling of the residential premises or residential house would be covered. मतलब आप अगर घर सेल कर रहे हो तो ही वो कवर होगा, और कोई कैपिटल गेन है then I don't think it would be covered under this provision, because presently what we have is only for sale of a residential premises or of a house. So only those sale of residential premises would be covered. Again there are conditions कि आप जो भी नए स्टार्टअप में इन्वेस्ट करते हो, you can't sell the shares for 5 years. Secondly, you will have to purchase some sort of concrete plant and machinery for the new startup in which you are investing. So in a lighter vein, I can say कि woman entrepreneurship को काफ़ी बढ़त मिलेगी. The reason being is काफ़ी husband पहले डरते हैं when idea is from a wife. So आई प्रिज्यूम कि यार ये प्रोविजन से ऐसा कुछ होगा कि यार गवर्नमेंट को 20% देने से तो अच्छा है कि 20% लॉस कर दे. So let me invest in the just in a lighter vein, though I promote women entrepreneur a lot. A very good provision in this. कि new asset would comprise of even computer and computer equipment. So if there is a startup which only needs some sort of computer, even then this exemption would be available. The same provision was not there for MSMED. I think this we can skip, somewhat hyper technical. Someone asked about incubators. See again, I would say this is the first gathering of this kind in Surat, whereby the South Gujarat Chamber of Commerce has taken a very right initiative to form an ecosystem. When we talk about ecosystem, there are various players. It is not simply a group of some homogeneous companies. When I talk about ecosystem, it comprises of, say, first incubators. Incubator, I can say, जैसे in a normal parlance, as we say, कि on birth of a child, we need to keep him for some time at a particular temperature to help him grow. The same way there are incubators. We need to form incubators, and I can say Surat में अगर किसी की ताकत है incubators set up करने की, then it's either Chamber of Commerce or it's I can say SVNIT. So the again a reason for this gathering and to have this such kind of heterogeneous crowd, professionals, existing businessmen, startups, is it being that we want an ecosystem to be created. This is just a structure of one incubators what we have in IIM Ahmedabad. Their website gives these numbers. 5 lakh inspired through our publications, 20,000 ideas crystallized, 5,000 ideas mentored by the mentors, by our mentors, 500 ventures trained, incubated or accelerated. Initially we need incubators, and once a company is in the startup phase, maybe we need accelerators to give some sort of acceleration or push to the startups. So when I talk about ecosystem, it comprises of incubators, accelerators. Maybe we need some co-working space. We need some businessmen to come forward and say कि यार मेरा real estate market slow चल रहा है, बहुत offices खाली पड़ी, आप startup के लिए use कर लो. 2 साल तक वैसे भी the prices are not going to rise; they are going to be stable. So we need such sort of a good benevolent real estate investor, or I can say persons. Seed funding. This seed funded out of 100 startups. 80 raise external validation or follow-up funding. Rupees 14 raised by portfolio for every rupee invested by us. So this is how an incubator works. Just to give an idea. Yes, 6th point is regarding the tax exemption for startup for 3 years. As sir you rightly said कि पहले 3 साल तो profit ही नहीं होता है. So after this announcement there were some various deliberation, and again a press release I think was issued that out of 5 years you can select 3 years. So if you think कि first पहले 2 साल profit नहीं, you can start from 3rd year to claim exemptions. So 2016 से 19 के बीच में आप कभी भी 3 साल exemption ले सकते हो. But exemption is subject to the condition that you cannot withdraw any profit. You compulsorily have to reinvest the profit which you have made. अगर पहले साल जो भी profit आपका होता है आपको उसको reinvest करना पड़ेगा. You cannot withdraw dividends from your own company. No doubt salary आप withdraw कर सकते हो if you are a working partner or if you are director. At the same time if you are a shareholder, तो director का जो हक है salary का वो ले सकते हो. But as a shareholder आपका जो हक है that is dividend, that you cannot withdraw. Again, I think Ravindra Vepari sir would have commented, would throw much light on this issue. But again, if I am to comment, I would see personally I believe that this should be promoted. But at the same time understand that a strict check has to be there. Strict check इसलिए भी because say for example from last 3 years I have been monitoring that government have taken a lot of efforts to curb black money. Act में काफी सारे amendment आ चुके हैं which will in sort of curb black money. Now we don't want this provision to be used again to infuse black money in the system, and it is very easy. Say for example there is a startup who is failing to work out on his ideas. आज एक Mr. Black है businessman है जिसके पास 20 crores का black money है. He would approach that startup and he would say कि सर ऐसा करो, ये 20 करोड़ जो मेरा पैसा है आपकी बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर लो, आप इसको आपका प्रॉफिट मान लो और वो पैसा मुझे वापस लोन की तरह दे दो. There is no restriction on this startup giving a loan back to me. So if I deposit say 20 crores in the bank account of this startup, he gives a loan to me. It is perfectly valid. मुझे मेरे पैसे यूज करने को मिल गया और उसको एक सक्सेस स्टोरी मिल गई. उसके बाद सभी न्यूज चैनल वाले आ जाएंगे कि 20 करोड़ आप कमाए 1 साल में कैसे हुआ. एंड वो जो सक्सेस स्टोरीज है वो मुझे वापस मेरा केस वैलिडेट करने के लिए आगे कोर्ट में काम आएगा कि सर देखो इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स ने इनके स्टार्टअप पे सक्सेस स्टोरी दिया है, ये न्यूज चैनल ने दिया है, सो दिस 20 crores आर हिज रुपीज, इट इज नॉट माई मनी. सो सम सॉर्ट ऑफ सी अगेन इट इज नॉट एन इट इज नॉट या दिस इज नॉट माई ओपिनियन और तरीका ब्लैक को वाइट करने का, but this is again because I do not want startups after 1 year saying कि यार बहुत अच्छा सेशन हुआ था, तब सर ने कहा था, पीएम ने भी कहा था कि एग्जाम्शन मिलेगा और मुझे एग्जाम्शन नहीं दिया गया. Government has to be very strict in giving exemptions, and that is why the next presentation will be learning, will be seeing like what things are covered in the definition of a startup. So don't expect कि आपके पास बस एक आइडिया और आपको 3 साल तक टैक्स नहीं भरना है. Something on the IPR front, yes, no doubt the government has realized the importance of patent. So they are going to bear 80% of the cost of patent. Some sort of incubators to be set up. So let us just take care of the definition of startups. एक चीज तो है, see, no doubt it will take a lot of time to implement all this action plan. You can't expect because अभी भी काफी सारे startups के मन में ऐसा है कि ये announcement हुआ मतलब कल से ही टैक्स नहीं भरना है. All sort of relevant amendments has to be made because at present we don't have any act in India which even defines the word startup. ना ही income tax act में startup defined है, ना ही आपके GST जो आने वाले उसमें भी कोई startup defined नहीं. So all sort of amendments have to be made in all sort of acts to actually inculcate startups. But one thing for sure, coming it from the Prime Minister of a country gives a fuel to the expectation what startups have. Because even without this announcement, we were promoting startups a lot. Last 6-7 months में काफ़ी closed programs करते थे जहाँ पे startups को promote करते थे. But coming it from a Prime Minister, it surely adds some sort of sentiments to the values. Or I can say maybe those young entrepreneurs जो शायद friends and family से funds चाहते हैं, and maybe your dad is like in your job कर startup वाटअप भूल जाए, वो तो एक पागलपन है. तो उनको if you think your idea is really concrete, coming it from a government of India, it would help you to convince your parents that yes, I want to move forward for this startup. So on this note, let us just go through one video to prove again कि startup अभी नहीं है, 10 साल पहले 15 साल पहले भी startup की सोच हुआ करती थी.
मुर्गियों का फार्म खोलूंगा, पोल्ट्री फार्म.
अंदाज अपना का डायलॉग.
मुर्गियां पालूंगा जो लाखों अंडे देंगी. लाखों अंडों से करोड़ों मुर्गियां और उनके कई करोड़ अंडे और अरबों आमलेट. वो खाने के लिए ब्रेड भी मैं ही दूंगा. मैं बेकरी भी खोलूंगा, ब्रेड का बादशाह और आमलेट का राजा. बजाज, हमारा बजाज. मेरी मेहनत की कमाई से आमलेट बनाएगा. नॉनसेंस. साला आमलेट.
So this is what happens when you explain your startup plan first time to your dad. Very short video, but it takes care of scalability, flexibility, forward integration, backward integration, all sort of fundas. So let us just have a view what to qualify as a startup. See, government has very trickily used the word in action plan. वो ये नहीं कहते कि ये condition आप satisfy नहीं करते तो आप startup नहीं हो. आप startup हो, लेकिन ये benefit लेने के लिए आप startup नहीं हो. So they used to take the benefit of the tax exemption. You need to qualify for this. First of all, your entity should be a private limited company or a registered partnership firm or an LLP. See, again, this is a very interesting issue whether what type of entity needs to be formed, and if I go on this, I can go on for more than 1 hour. So let us just take it in a very short manner. See, in India, these are the hierarchy which we have. Either you can start a sole proprietorship firm. It is very easy. You can simply open a bank account, current account. काफ़ी startups मुझे पूछते हैं कि सर नाम रखने के लिए कुछ सोचना पड़ता है. मैं कहता हूँ नहीं, आप Reliance भी नाम रख सकते हो, जो चाहो रख सकते हो. When you start a sole proprietorship concern, there is no act as such. You simply need to open a current account. You can start the business from day one itself. So that is ease of doing business in India. Once you think that you have a good सेम सोच वाला और कोई पार्टनर मिल सकता है, या फिर ऐसा कोई पार्टनर कि आप अगर मार्केटिंग का ध्यान रखते हो वो मे बी और कोई फील्ड का ध्यान रखे. सो इफ़ यू हैव सम गुड को फाउंडर्स यू कैन गो फॉर अ पार्टनरशिप फर्म. बट पार्टनरशिप फर्म के दो डिसएडवांटेज है. फर्स्ट इज द लायबिलिटी इज लिमिटेड, sorry, unlimited. So if in case if your business fails, then you will have to pay all your creditors and loan from your personal assets. Secondly, आप पार्टनर बढ़ा के 20 से ज़्यादा नहीं बढ़ा सकते. So once you reach the number of partners as 20, and still if you want to scale up, we have a very good new model called LLP. LLP I do promote because it is something between private limited company and a partnership firm. So बाद में कभी अच्छा discussion करेंगे. But these are the three entities which you need to form. Public limited company भी नहीं चलेगी और sole proprietorship भी नहीं चलेगी. Again, if it is a partnership firm, it has to be a registered partnership firm. OPC, I think, sir, it won't do that because private limited company has been specifically mentioned, and that relevant provision of the Companies Act will have to be seen. No, yeah, sure, surely if someone is having a trademark or something, we cannot use that trademark. But as far as the name, no, surely if there is a trademark or a patent, then we need to be sure. But I gave that reference because there are a lot of startups who just on that pretext are delaying their process. 2-3 महीने तक सोचते रहते कि मुझे सोल प्रोप्राइटरशिप में क्या परमिशन लेनी पड़ेगी, and they don't start their execution of the ideas. So I was referring to those interaction with the students as well as the new startups. As far as eligibility criteria is concerned, 5 years must not have lapsed from the date of incorporation. So once you complete 5 years, you are no longer a startup. Say if Flipkart has completed 5 years, you cannot treat the company as a startup. There is a turnover criteria. Once you cross turnover of 25 crores at any time during these 5 years, you are from that year itself, from the next year itself, you cannot take the benefit of a startups. Because it says annual turnover any preceding financial year must not exceed 25 crores. So जो first year है जब आपका exceed कर रहा है, at that time you can take the benefit. From the very next year you need to take benefit of a startup. Fourth condition is quite subjective, because ये 3 condition तो काफी objective समझ में आती है कि that if I am a public limited company I cannot opt for a startup. If I am a sole proprietor I cannot go for a definition of startup. Now this is something which needs some discussion. Startup must be working towards innovation, development, deployment, or commercialization of new products, process or services driven by technology or intellectual property. So again something has to come up about what innovation actually is. See, मेरे लिए तो I met a person few days back. He said कि every time we do a shopping, एक idea just share कर रहे थे. Every time when we do shopping, say Aero या विल्स, तो इंडिविजुअल उसमें भी कुछ पॉइंट्स क्रेडिट होता है. और मेरे जैसे लोग हो तो ऐसा है कि शॉपिंग तो सेल के वक्त ही करते हैं, डिस्काउंट के वक्त ही करते हैं, और उस टाइम पे जो पॉइंट्स मिलते हैं वो जब डिस्काउंट नहीं चल रहा तब यूज़ कर सकते हैं. तो पॉइंट्स तो वेस्ट ही जाते हैं कि नेक्स्ट टाइम वापस जब सेल लगेगा तभी मैं जाऊँगा. So what becomes of those points which are always lapsed? So there was a startup that I think is a startup company which will say buy out all these points, and then it would again sell it to the actual company for say at a lesser price. Say आज अगर मुझे कोई वो points के 50% भी देने को ready है, I would be good enough to sell that points to him. And then if that startup has a contract with the main company कि आप 60% हमें दो, then 10% is a good margin and a good business. So just a sort of discussion. I actually don't know the name of the startup, but it's a good discussion we had recently. So according to me, this is an innovation. मतलब नया है, innovation है, but maybe government may treat it differently. कि इसमें कोई innovation नहीं, आप simple buy और sell कर रहे हो. So there are a lot of startups जहाँ पे हमें लगता है कि innovation है, but then government needs to clarify what exactly innovation means. If I talk about in international parlance, वहाँ पे innovation is linked with a very good word known as disruption. कि आप आपकी इंडस्ट्री में डिस्ट्रप्शन लाओ, दैट इज इनोवेशन. वो गुरु में डायलॉग था कि टांग अड़ा दी है हमने. सो एग्जिस्टिंग जो सिस्टम चल रही है उसमें टांग अड़ाओ, दैट इज डिस्ट्रप्शन, एंड डिस्ट्रप्टिव गिव्स वे टू इनोवेशन. सो लेट अस अगेन वी नीड टू वेट फॉर द इंडियन गवर्नमेंट टू कम अप विथ आइडियोलॉजी व्हाट इनोवेशन इज. बट इट सेज यू नीड टू वर्क with towards innovation, development, deployment or commercialization of new products, प्रोसेस वर्ड यूज़ किया मुझे अच्छा लगा. प्रोसेस बिकॉज से देयर वुड बी लॉट ऑफ टेक्सटाइल कंपनीज जिनके लिए एंड प्रोडक्ट सेम है, रॉ मटेरियल सेम है. सो द क्वेश्चन इज वेदर दे कैन ऑप्ट फॉर स्टार्टअप, देन यस. आपकी रॉ मटेरियल सेम है, एंड प्रोडक्ट सेम है, लेकिन प्रोसेस अगर आप चेंज करते हो, कोई इनोवेटिव प्रोसेस लाते हो, then still it would qualify for startup. So process word I think is very validly used. It not only products but also process. Yes, it should not be formed by splitting up or reconstruction of a business already in existence. That is just to take care of the 5 years criteria. कि आप 5 years को वापस जिंदा करने के लिए आप demerger नहीं कर दो. So if you're going for a demerger, then even the number of years of your original company would be counted. So you cannot reconstruct a demerger company and again start those 5 years from zero itself. Last, it should have obtained certification from Inter-Ministerial Board. Again, a new board would be set up by the Government of India to validate the innovative nature of the business. So unless and until you get the permission from the Inter-Ministerial Board,
Department of Government of Gujarat, Mr. Simani.
Let Mehul finish his presentation, then Srimalisa will address us.
a startup should have obtained certification from the Inter-Ministerial Board that will be set up by DIPP to validate the innovative nature of the business. And that should be supported by recommendation from an incubator. There are various other 5 conditions from which you can get so there are 2 inter-ministerial boards say permission, that is one condition. Second condition is you can either choose one of this route before getting permission from the inter-ministerial board. So more comments are awaited on this model, that how Government of India is going to set up that board, where it would be set up, who would be the person who would be administering the board. But that is for sure that we need to prove the innovative nature of our business to these persons. The Government of India may publish a negative list of funds which are not eligible for this initiative. So this was just some sort of criteria which I think are important before you take a decision when you're starting a new or when you're deploying your idea into a company. To end with, we'll just end with a short video for 5 minutes. Though I think जिन्होंने startup पे research की होगी, they would at least have gone through this video. But I don't think that they would mind again to go through this video. But when we asked expectation from you, many of you have said कि सर हमें startup का मतलब word ही पहली बार सुना है. Maybe we want to know what entrepreneur is. So this video will sum up everything regarding startup. So I'll just end my speech with this video.
मुझसे या मेरे टीम मेंबर से मिला ही होगा. With the same guys who were like pleading, begging, and in some cases even threatening you to get one lousy signature on this page which says it's okay for us to present our product on this stage. But as you can see, of course, we didn't even come close.
Well, I'm really sorry, Naveen, but I'm afraid I can't allow you to go on. It wouldn't be fair to the other teams if I allow you to talk about your product. So, could we have the next team on stage, please?
But sir, you said we are not allowed to present our product on stage.
ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી વિભાગના જોઈન્ટ કમિશનર કે જેઓના નેજા હેઠળ સમગ્ર ગુજરાતમાં આ પ્રકારના એક્ઝિબિશનો થાય છે. ચેમ્બર ઓફ કોમર્સના આયોજનમાં તેમનો ખૂબ મોટો ફાળો છે. સીમાડી સાહેબને માટે જોરદાર તાળીઓથી એમનું સ્વાગત કરીએ. સીમાડી સાહેબ સંપૂર્ણ ગુજરાતી છે ને એટલે ગુજરાતીની વાચા, ગુજરાતીની વ્યથા, ગુજરાતીની ભાષાને બહુ સારી રીતે સમજી શકે છે. જ્યારે જ્યારે પણ અમે મળીએ છીએ ત્યારે ઘણી વખત એવું થતું હોય, આપણે બ્યુરોક્રેટ્સને મળીએ ત્યારે આપણે આપણી વાત કરવાને બદલે એ સમજવાને બદલે આપણી ઉપર દોષારોપણ કરતા હોય એવું બને. પણ સીમાડી સાહેબ મેં તમને કહ્યું તે પ્રમાણે ગુજરાતી હોવાને કારણે આપણી વાતને સારી રીતે પહેલાં સમજે અને પછી સમસ્યાના સમાધાનની દિશામાં આગળ વધે. આ એમના સ્વભાવની આગવી લાક્ષણિકતા અને વિશિષ્ટતા છે. તો ચાલો આપણે એમનું સ્વાગત કરીએ. હું પાસ્ટ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ અમારા ચેમ્બર ઓફ કોમર્સના ડૉક્ટર અજયભાઈ ભટ્ટાચાર્ય કે જેમના નેતૃત્વ હેઠળ આ ઉદ્યોગ પ્રકારનું એક્ઝિબિશન જે વર્ષો પહેલાં પણ થતા રહ્યા છે અને એ એમની નવી ઊંચાઈ પર આ ઉદ્યોગને એમણે પહોંચાડ્યું હતું એવા અજયભાઈ ભટ્ટાચાર્યને વિનંતી કરું છું કે સીમાડી સાહેબનું પુષ્પગુચ્છથી સ્વાગત કરે. सीमाड़ी साहेब आपनी साथे 5 मिनट सुधी अपनी बातों शेयर करशे। मन की बात सीमाड़ी साहेब के साथ।
So nice of you, Nikhil bhai. પહેલા તો હું ક્ષમા માગી લઉં કે જે ડાયસ ઉપર બેઠા છે એમના ડિગ્નિટરીઝની કારણે એમના સેમિનારની અંદર I am not part of that seminars, but I came here and I have seen that there is one good seminar is going on. So I thought let me introduce myself and I have to speak something about the state government policies and incentive schemes. ડાયસ ઉપરના મહાનુભાવો સર્વેશ્રી જરીવાલા સાહેબ, અનિલ સરાવગીજી, મેહુલ શાહજી, સ્વપન શાહ, રજનીકાંત મારફતિયાજી, my close friend Mr. Ajit Bhattacharyaji and Nikhilji, and all my dear friends. Actually, I'm not Joint Commissioner, I'm Additional Industries Commissioner in Gujarat State, and I look after a number of portfolios in the state department. I look after the research and development, I look after the clusters development, I look after textile industries, salt industries, raw material, distribution of the raw material, disaster management, coordination, budget, and number of subjects, right? So I'm involved in a number of activities and a number of things. પણ આજે મને આમંત્રણ આપ્યું ભટ્ટાચાર્ય સાહેબે ગઈકાલે કંઈ નહીં સાહેબ તમારે આવવું જ પડશે અને એમના આમંત્રણને જરા હું ના નહીં કહી શક્યો, મારો બીજો પ્રોગ્રામ પણ કેન્સલ કરીને આજે હું આવ્યો છું. અને બીજો સૌથી આભાર જરીવાલા સાહેબ અને ભાઈ નિખિલજીનો. This is very good opportunity. I don't waste my time to speak other things. But there was a very good subject was going on about the startups. Startup is a very good thing. Startup, what is startup? First we have to understand between the startup and entrepreneurs. What is startup and what is the new industry? Every new industry is not a startup, right? Every new enterprise is not a startup. Startup is a such activity in which you can design, you can process, you can manufacture, and you can innovate in new thing with new ideas. That is startup. આપણે છે ને ઘણી વખત આપણી માન્યતા હોય છે કે મારે એક નવું ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી નાખવી છે, આઈ એમ ફર્સ્ટ જનરેશન એન્ટરપ્રિન્યોરશિપ, બરાબર? પણ such type of industry is in existence and you are going to set up a such type of industry is not a startup. એટલે કોઈ એક ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ ચાલે છે, કોઈ મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ બનાવે છે, ધારો કે અહીંયા આપણે ટેક્સટાઇલ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ, there are number of activities we can see from this exhibition, બરાબર? Spinning is there, weaving is there, and for the spinning and weaving some packing materials is required, some cones is required. So number of items are there that you can manufacture in your premises, so you can set up an industry. But that is not a startup. Startup means you have seen that this machine is running at 150 RPM with shuttle and it is producing, right, 150 meters per 34 hours. How we can increase the productivity of that particular machine? What are the changes required? What are the RPM required? What is the another thing is required that we can manufacture such product. If it is a 130 meters per hour, then how we can increase 150 meters per hour, right? Such innovation, right, can be considered as a innovation and innovative ideas, and for that purpose you have to start a startup. એટલે આ એક બેઝિક ડેફિનેશન છે. આપણે બધા એમ જ માનીએ કે સ્ટાર્ટઅપ એટલે હું નવું કરું એટલે સ્ટાર્ટઅપ, પણ એ સ્ટાર્ટઅપ કહેવાય નહીં. હવે ગુજરાત સરકાર જે છે, ગુજરાત સરકારની ઘણી બધી પોલિસી છે. ગુજરાત સરકાર ઇઝ મેઇનલી ફોર ધ પ્રમોશન ઓફ ધ MSMEs, માઇક્રો સ્મોલ એન્ડ મીડિયમ એન્ટરપ્રાઇઝીસ, બરાબર? તમારે કોઈ પણ માઇક્રો સ્મોલ અને મીડિયમ એન્ટરપ્રાઇઝીસ નાખવું હોય તો ગુજરાત સરકારની કેપિટલ સબસિડી મળે, તમને ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ સબસિડી મળે. ગુજરાત સરકારની બીજી પણ યોજનાઓ છે, બેન્કેબલ યોજનાઓ છે, PMR યોજના છે, PMEGP છે, જ્યોતિગ્રામ યોજનાઓ છે. આ બધી યોજનાઓ 25 લાખ સુધીની યોજનાઓ છે કે જેની અંદર DIC એટલે જિલ્લા ઉદ્યોગ કેન્દ્ર દ્વારા બેંકોને ભલામણ કરવામાં આવે છે અને આ દ્વારા તમને ફાઇનાન્સ મળી રહે. પણ એના ફાઇનાન્સ સિવાય પણ તમારે સીધું બેંકમાંથી કોઈ પણ જ્યારે ફાઇનાન્સ લઈ અને તમારે તમારી પોતાની એન્ટરપ્રાઇઝ સેટ કરવી હોય તો તમે કરી શકો. અને એના માટે ગુજરાત સરકારની ઇન્સેન્ટિવ યોજનાઓ છે. બધી જ ઇન્સેન્ટિવ યોજનાઓ હું તમને હાલ નહીં ડિસ્કસ કરું. યુ રાઇટ ડાઉન માય વેબસાઇટ ic.gujarat.gov.in. This is a website in which left side incentive schemes are there. You go through the incentive schemes, you will get all the 16 or 17 incentive schemes. Under the 17 schemes, there is a sub schemes, around 48 schemes are there. So it is not, I don't have just a time to describe all the 48 schemes, but all the schemes are there. હવે એ પૈકીની ગુજરાત સરકારે જે આ વર્ષે ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ સ્કીમ્સ ડિક્લેર કરી છે એ હું જરા તમારા ધ્યાને મૂકી દઉં. અને ધેટ ઇઝ વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ સ્કીમ્સ. કારણ હું જ્યારે આવ્યો ત્યારે જે સ્ટાર્ટઅપનું ચાલતું હતું અને આપણે ગુજરાત સરકારે સ્ટાર્ટઅપ ઇનોવેશન સ્કીમ જાહેર કરી છે. વોટ ઇઝ ધ એડવાન્ટેજ ઓફ સ્ટાર્ટઅપ સ્કીમ્સ? તમે કોઈ પણ ઇનોવેટિવ આઈડિયા કરવા માગતા હો, ધારો કે તમે કોલેજમાં છો, તમે અંડર ઇજુ લેવલે છો, તમે પીજી લેવલે છો, તમે પીએચડી લેવલે છો, અરે તમે કોઈ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝની અંદર તમે કામ કરી રહ્યા છો એઝ અ વર્કર, એઝ અ એમ્પ્લોયી, અને તમારા માઇન્ડની અંદર એક કોઈક નવો આઈડિયા આવે છે કે આની અંદર આ પ્રોસેસની અંદર આટલો ફેરફાર કરીએ તો એની પ્રોડક્ટિવિટી વધી શકે, આની મેટાલર્જીની અંદર આટલો ફેરફાર કરીએ તો એની લાઈફ વધી શકે, એના જે સ્પેસિફિકેશન ડિરાઈવ કરેલા હોય, ઇન્વોલ્યુટ હોય કે ગમે તે હોય, અને એની જે તમારે પેરાબોલિક કે ગમે તે ટાઈપના એના જે કર્વેચર વગેરે હોય એના તમે વિચારો કે ભાઈ આને જે છે આને હું ચેન્જ કરીને આમ કરું તો મારી એફિશિયન્સી વધી શકે, મારી પ્રોડક્ટિવિટી વધી શકે. આવા આઈડિયાઝ દરેક સ્ટુડન્ટ્સના મનમાં આવતા હોય છે, દરેક એમ્પ્લોઈઝના મનમાં આવતા હોય છે, દરેક એન્ટરપ્રિન્યોર્સના મનમાં આવતા હોય છે, પણ આપણે એને મૂર્તિમંત કરી શકતા નથી. કારણ કે વી ડોન્ટ હેવ સચ ટાઈપ ઓફ ફેસિલિટી વેર વી કેન ઇન્વેન્ટ અવર આઈડિયાઝ ઓર વી કેન કન્વર્ટ અવર આઈડિયાઝ ઇન ટુ ધ રિયાલિટી. અને એના માટે આ ગુજરાત સરકારની સ્કીમ છે. ગુજરાત સરકારે અત્યાર સુધીમાં 11 નોડલ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ્સને એપ્રૂવ કરી છે કે જ્યાં તમે તમારી આવી પ્રોડક્ટને તમે ત્યાં જઈ અને ત્યાં તમે મૂર્તિમંત કરી શકો. ધારો કે આપણે એની વાત કરીએ તો એક છે સ્ટાર્ટઅપ સ્ટુડિયો, અમદાવાદ યુનિવર્સિટી, CII એન્ટરપ્રિન્યોર CIIE ઇન અમદાવાદ મેનેજમેન્ટ IIM, રાઈટ. પછી GTU. આ જે બધી છે અમારી વેબસાઇટ ઉપર 11 નોડલ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ્સના નામ છે કે ત્યાં જઈને તમે એપ્રોચ કરી શકો, તમારો પ્રોજેક્ટ જે હોય તમે આપી શકો, અને એ નોડલ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ તમારો પ્રોજેક્ટ એક્સેપ્ટ કરે તો 1 વર્ષ સુધી તમે ત્યાં બેસીને કામ કરી શકો. હવે તમે યંગ ગ્રેજ્યુએટ છો અને અત્યારે હાલ તમારા ફાધર એમ કહે કે ના ભાઈ તું નોકરીએ લાગી જા, મારે તો તું કમાતો થઈ જવો જોઈએ, બરાબર. એવા સંજોગોની અંદર જે પ્રોજેક્ટ નોડલ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ દ્વારા એપ્રૂવ થાય અને ગુજરાત સરકારને મોકલી આપે એને દરેક પ્રોજેક્ટ દીઠ આવા પ્રોજેક્ટ કરનાર વ્યક્તિને અથવા એના ગ્રુપને દર મહિને 10,000 રૂપિયા સસ્ટેનન્સ એલાઉન્સ ગુજરાત સરકાર આપે છે. એટલે ધારો કે તમે હાલ તમે ધારો કે પીજી થઈને નીકળ્યા છો, એમટેક થઈને નીકળ્યા છો, બી થઈને નીકળ્યા છો, બીની અંદર છે ને આઈ એમ ઓલ્સો બી મિકેનિકલ ફ્રોમ LD કોલેજ ઓફ એન્જિનિયરિંગ ઇન 1982 બેચ. મને ખબર છે મેં સ્વસ્તિક એન્જિનિયરિંગની અંદર, મેં જ્યોતિની અંદર, મેં ABBની અંદર 1 મહિનાના પ્રોજેક્ટ, 3 મહિનાના પ્રોજેક્ટ, 6 મહિનાના પ્રોજેક્ટ કરેલા છે. અને પ્રોજેક્ટ દરમિયાન આપણા માઇન્ડમાં ઘણું બધું આવતું હોય છે કે ચાલો આવું કરીએ તો આ ફેરફાર થાય તો આવું થાય, પણ પછી આપણે ગવર્મેન્ટ જોબ લઈ લીધી, બરાબર, વેરી સેફટી એન્ડ સિક્યોર જોબ, એટલે કોઈ રિસ્ક નહીં, બરાબર, પણ ઓલવેઝ રિસ્ક ગીવ્સ રિટર્ન, ઓલવેઝ રિસ્ક ગીવ્સ રિટર્ન, બરાબર. અત્યારે હાર મારી સાથેના જે મારા એન્જિનિયરો છે એ 5-5 લાખ, 2-2 લાખ, 3-3 લાખની અંદર CEO થઈને બેઠા છે. હું અત્યારે સ્ટેટ ગવર્મેન્ટની અંદર પણ સારી પોઝિશન ઉપર છું, એનો મને હરખશોખ નથી, પણ you can become an entrepreneur or you can become a CEO of any well multinational company, and I wish all success of such type of you young generations. હવે આ ધારો કે તમે તમારા માઇન્ડની અંદર જે આઈડિયા આવ્યો છે એ આઈડિયાને તમારે કન્વર્ટ કરવો છે, તો એ કન્વર્ટ કરવા માટે તમે નોડલ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સ પાસે જાઓ, તમારો પ્રોજેક્ટ એપ્રૂવ કરશે, અને પ્રોજેક્ટ એપ્રૂવ થયા પછી એને તમારે કોઈક એક્સપર્ટ એડવાઇસ જોઈએ. ધારો કે કોઈ પ્લાસ્ટિક ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી કરવા માગો છો કે કોઈ કેમિકલની અંદર જવા માગો છો, તો વી આર નોટ એક્સપર્ટ એટ ધેટ ટાઈમ, દેન વી રિક્વાયર ધ મેન્ટર સર્વિસીસ. સો વી આર ગિવિંગ ધ 5 lakhs rupees to the nodal institutions that he will hire the expert services and provide you. તમને નોડલ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સ એક્સપર્ટ સર્વિસીસ અને મેન્ટલ સર્વિસીસ પ્રોવાઈડ કરશે. હવે તમે જ અમારી જે પ્રોડક્ટ છે પ્રોડક્ટને ડેવલપ કરવા માગો છો, અમે તો તમને સસ્ટેનન્સ એલાઉન્સ આપીએ છીએ, પણ રો મટીરિયલ પરચેસ કરવા માટે પૈસા ક્યાંથી આવે આપની પાસે? ના હોય. એટલા માટે અમે પર પ્રોજેક્ટ ₹10 lakhs નોડલ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સને આપીએ છીએ કે જે તમને આ પ્રોજેક્ટ માટેનું રો મટીરિયલ પ્રોવાઈડ કરશે. એટલે ₹10 લાખ સુધીનું પર પ્રોજેક્ટ. એવું નહીં જરૂરી કે 10 લાખ દર પ્રોજેક્ટે આપી દેવાના. એઝ પર રિક્વાયરમેન્ટ ઇટ મે બી 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 5 lakh, 7 lakh, 8 lakh ઓર મેક્સિમમ ઇઝ અપ ટુ 10 lakh પર પ્રોજેક્ટ અમે આપીએ છીએ. અત્યાર સુધીમાં 11 ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સને 5 લાખ મેન્ટલ સર્વિસીસ માટે અને 10 લાખ બધાને આપી દીધા છે. તમારા ત્યાં સુરતની અંદરથી પણ હું એક ઈચ્છું છું કે આવું એક નોડલ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સની અરજી આવે. એક નહીં, હું તેમ કહું કે 4-5 આવે. 11 જે એપ્રૂવ થયા છે એ બધા જ અમદાવાદના છે. Now we have received such type of applications from the North Gujarat, from MS University, from Rajkot. Also we have received applications and it is under process, and within a month we will give the recognition to such institutions also. પણ સુરતમાંથી હજુ અમારી પાસે એક પણ અરજી આવી નથી. હું સધન ચેમ્બર ઓફ કોમર્સ સુરતને રિક્વેસ્ટ કરું કે અહીંની જે એન્જિનિયરિંગ કોલેજો છે, ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સ છે, સારા લીડિંગ કોર્પોરેટ હાઉસ છે, એ પણ આ પ્રકારનું ઇન્ક્યુબેટર અને આ પ્રકારની નોડલ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનની એપ્રુવલ મેળવી શકે અને સુરતના વિદ્યાર્થીઓ જે છે એમને પણ આ સેવા મળી શકે. હવે તમે 1 વર્ષ સુધી તમને સસ્ટેનન્સ એલાઉન્સ મળે, મેન્ટર સર્વિસીસ મળે, પ્લસ સાથે સાથે તમારે જેટલી પણ લેબોરેટરી છે ગુજરાત સરકારની, ચાહે અમદાવાદમાં હોય, સુરતમાં હોય, દેર ઇઝ અ ફ્રી એક્સેસ. એટલે તમને લેબોરેટરીની અંદરથી પણ તમને બધું જ માર્ગદર્શન જે કંઈ જોઈતું હોય તે મળી રહેશે. પ્લસ ગવર્મેન્ટ ઓફ ગુજરાતની જેટલી રિસર્ચ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સ છે, ધારો કે CPET છે, CGTRI છે, IGTR છે, EQDC છે, એરડા છે, CSMCRI છે, જેટલી પણ રિસર્ચ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સ છે એ રિસર્ચ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન જેમાં જઈ અને તમે તમારું પ્રોડક્ટ ડેવલપમેન્ટ પણ કરી શકો છો. એટલે આ પ્રકારની આ ગુજરાત સરકારની સ્કીમ છે, એનો બહોળો પ્રચાર થાય. તમે અહીંયા 100, 150 કે 200 માણસો છો, 200 રજિસ્ટર્સ મને દેખાય છે, પણ તમે દરેકે દરેક 1 જણ 10 જણને કહેશો તો ઇટ વિલ બી કન્વર્ટેડ ઇન્ટુ મલ્ટિપલ ઓફ 2000. માટે તમે જે કોઈ છો એ ગુજરાત સરકારની આ સ્કીમનો બહોળો પ્રચાર કરો, આનો લાભ લો. અને બીજી વસ્તુ કે તમે ધારો કે જે ઇન્વેન્શન કર્યું આ સ્કીમ પછી, પણ તમારી પાસે હવે સીડ મની નથી, તમારે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી નાખવા માટે તમારી પૈસા નથી, તો ગુજરાત સરકારનું વેન્ચર કેપિટલ ફંડ પણ છે, સીડબીનું પણ વેન્ચર કેપિટલ ફંડ છે, અને આવા કોઈ પણ ફંડની પાસેથી તમે મદદ લઈ શકો. અને આ પ્રોડક્ટ ડેવલપ થયા પછી તમારે તમારી પ્રોડક્ટનું માર્કેટિંગ કરવું હોય તો પર પ્રોડક્ટ ગવર્મેન્ટ ઓફ ગુજરાત ઇઝ ગિવિંગ ₹10 lakhs ફોર માર્કેટિંગ પર્પઝ. $10 lakh marketing purpose. There is no interest. It is assistance. Yes, you have not to return it. તમને સસ્ટેનન્સ એલાઉન્સ આપે એ પણ તમારે જ ઉપયોગ કરવાનો છે, પાછો આપવાનો નથી. ધેર ઇઝ નો એક પણ રૂપિયો આ જે સર્વિસીસ માટે આપીએ એની અંદરથી તમારે એક પણ રૂપિયો પાછો આપવાનો નથી. પણ પાછા કયા આપવાના છે? તમે જે વેન્ચર કેપિટલ ફંડ પાસેથી જે પૈસા લો એ પૈસા તમારે 5 વર્ષ પછી it will be used for another entrepreneurs, right? So it will be rotated and you have to return it, right? પણ ધારો કે તમે આ રીતે માર્કેટિંગ કર્યું, તમે નવી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી નાખી, તો એ જે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી નાખવા માટે ધારો કે તમારે 50 લાખની ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી નાખવી છે તો 40 લાખ બેંક તો ટર્મ લોન આપશે. એ 40 લાખ ઉપર અમે 10% લેખે તમને 4 લાખ તો કેપિટલ સબસિડી આપી દઈએ, અને એના ઉપર બેંક તમને 12% જો વ્યાજ લેતું હોય ને તો 7% તો અમે આપીએ. 7% આપ ગુજરાત સરકાર આપે છે, અને જો 35 વર્ષથી નીચે હોય ને તો 8% મળે, અને એમાં પણ લેડીઝ એન્ટરપ્રિન્યોર્સ હોય ને તો 9% મળે. અરે 12% વ્યાજ લો અને તમને 9% જો સરકાર રિમ્બર્સમેન્ટ આપતી હોય, 7%, 8%, 9% રિમ્બર્સમેન્ટ આપતી હોય, તો વોટ ઇઝ અવર રિસ્ક? હા, હાર્ડલી 3 to 4%, બરાબર. અને એ 3 to 4% છે ને, જ્યારે તમારે આપવાનું આવે ને, યુ વિલ પુટ અપ એ વેરી હાર્ડ એફર્ટ્સ. તમે સખત પરિશ્રમ કરશો, અને સખત પરિશ્રમનો કોઈ વિકલ્પ નથી. યુ વિલ ગેટ અ સક્સેસ. કઠોર પરિશ્રમનો કોઈ વિકલ્પ નથી. સફળતા મળે ને મળે, બરાબર. છેલ્લે હું મારું વક્તવ્ય પૂરું કરું એ પહેલાં એક જ વાક્ય કહી દઉં કે જિંદગીની મજા માણવી હોય તો તમારે બે વ્યક્તિ બનવું પડે. એક મેડ બનવું પડે, કાં તો તમારે ચાઇલ્ડ બનવું પડે. You become a man to achieve your target, you achieve it and then enjoy the life as a child. Okay, thank you.
ભાઈ આ તો એવું થયું કે બગાસું ખાતા પતાસું મળી ગયું. મોસાળમાં જમવાનું માં પીરસવા વાળી મામા હાજર છે ને ખાડીની અંદર ખોરાક નહીં પણ પૈસા જ પૈસા. તો તમે લોકો બહુ લકી છો. સીમાણી સાહેબ થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. સીમાણી સાહેબના વક્તવ્ય પર અજયભાઈ ભટ્ટાચાર્ય 2 મિનિટ માટે અગત્યની વાત કરશે. એ ત્યાર પછી આપણે સ્વપ્નિલ પાસે ખૂબ બધું સાંભળવાનું છે. આજે તમે બધું પૂરતું સાંભળીને જજો તો તમને ભવિષ્યની અંદર બહુ સારા તમારા જે સપના તે સાકાર થશે. અજય ભટ્ટાચાર્ય.
હું ફક્ત 3 મિનિટ લઈશ. Only 3 minutes, friends. But something very important I'll share with you. I was fortunate to be a part of the 22 industrialists who were called by Mr. Amitabh Kant. This is about 9-10 months back. There was an exhibition called NGMAC in Delhi. We met there and he called me for that meeting. અને ત્યારે આ વાત જે સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સની અને મેક ઇન ઇન્ડિયાની થઈ, we had proposed, I had personally proposed a few things to him. પહેલી વાત તો જે લોકો આજે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી નાખવા માંગે છે, એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોર ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી નાખવા માંગે છે, એ લોકોને જે ગવર્મેન્ટ મશીનરી પાસેથી getting various sanctions, getting various approvals, એ જે પ્રોસેસ છે એમાંથી એક યંગ એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોર કંટાળી જાય છે, એ નથી કરી શકતો. That's a fact that we are facing. And I had brought that to his notice. And I'm very glad to tell you, ગઈકાલે હું કાન સાહેબને એક ટીવી ચેનલ પર સાંભળતો હતો અને એને ફર્સ્ટ થિંગ that he said, I think in NDTV, is that the government is going to do away with all these processes. There'll be a one point, જે આપણે પહેલા સાંભળતા હતા ને, શું કહેતા હતા પહેલા, one single window clearance, which was a myth. It was complete myth earlier. That's going to be a reality for startups. I can tell you that for sure. That's number one. બીજી વાત જે અમે એમને કરી હતી, because there's an experience I have from Faridabad. ત્યાં એક એસોસિએશન છે ફરીદાબાદમાં. Gaurav, I think you should listen to this. Important for you. What that association is doing is, આજે તમે બધા ઈચ્છો છો કે મારે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી નાખવું છે, અહીંયાથી તમે સ્પીચ સાંભળશો, તમે સ્કીમ્સ સાંભળશો, તમે ઘરે જતા રહેશો, and then you'll go to some person, maybe a consultant or a guy with experience, someone like me or a friend like Gaurav or someone, કે ભાઈ અમે કેવી રીતે કરીએ આને. I believe very firmly what Faridabad has done is right, and that is what the Chamber of Commerce should do now. એ લોકો જે એસોસિએશન બનાવ્યું છે, એ એસોસિએશનની અંદર એક સેલ છે. That cell is known as a startup cell. એ સેલની અંદર there are consultants, there are financial consultants, there are project consultants, there are bankers, there are technical experts. And what they have done is, to the extent कि આજે up to 20 કરોડના જે પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ છે, એના જે સેલ છે, રેકમેન્ડ કરીને કોઈ ફાઇનાન્શિયલ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનને આપે તો ત્યાં કોઈ સવાલ પૂછવામાં આવતો નથી. They are given that finance ready in 7 days. That is the importance of that cell, and I believe Chamber of Commerce, SDCCI, has a role to play here to set up a cell because we can afford it. We are earning money out of organizations like this exhibition that we are doing. Let us put it back and give it to our young friends. And this cell, people like me who have been with the chamber for good about 2 decades now, could probably contribute in some way, going to the government and pressurizing friends like Shimali Sahib, कि ना साहब आ તમારે કરવું પડશે. And they are most willing. Problem क्या થાય છે कि આપણે isolated. We feel isolated. आज मित्र बात करतो तो हमणा, in that presentation on the screen, he was saying the same thing, that you feel isolated over a period of time. Why does the Chamber of Commerce not come forward and do this hand-holding? It is our responsibility. And let's do it. I think by the end of this, I'll tell CS also, I'll tell our president that he should announce that a cell be set up in the chamber and we should take up this responsibility. That's my very important point that I want to make here. Third important thing, friends, જે વાત પહેલા અમે સરને વાત કરી હતી કાન સાહેબને, કે સાહેબ તમે જે અમને બેલ આઉટ આપો છો, સબસિડી આપો છો, તમે કહો છો તમને 3 વર્ષની છૂટ 5 વર્ષની છૂટ, એનું એસેસમેન્ટ કોણ કરે છે સાહેબ? તમે કરો છો તો એ અમારા સુધી પહોંચતી નથી. Let the industry tell you how and where do we want this support. Simple thing. Income tax benefits, tax benefits. તમને 3 વર્ષ સુધી ઇન્કમ ટેક્સનું બેનિફિટ મળશે. અરે ભાઈ કમાવીશું, પ્રોફિટ કરીશું તો ટેક્સ લાગશે ના યાર. Who makes profit in 3 years? I didn't. So I think it should start only once you start making your first profit in your balance sheet. From then on it should start, and we are going to make that representation from the chamber, and we'll tell the government that you give us, but give us when we need it. Don't make a piece of paper and we forget about it. Fourth very important thing, and that will be my last point, 10,000 crore સરકાર સહાયતા આપશે. ક્યાં આપશે ભાઈ? કોને આપશે? શાના માટે આપશે? કેવી રીતે આપશે? There are no answers to that, and the chamber has a responsibility to go to the government, get those details and pass it on to you. Thank you very much.
Friends, I would like to share here that 5 years before, Ajay bhai gave me a responsibility of entrepreneurs development cell. And looking to that responsibility was always there. We have recently started Surat Angels, which is going to be an incubating, here, and all these entire ecosystem which we are talking about here, startup ecosystem will be taken care from there. And Ajay bhai was to just present you the entire thing, and soon there will be a very big initiative about Surat Angels, and all of the budding entrepreneurs of Surat can see that there won't be lots and lots of information. There will be a lot of incubation. There will be seed funds. There will be a lot of things in the format of Surat Angels, which is going to be there. So it's just for your information.
અજયભાઈએ જે કહ્યું એ બાબતમાં જરા આપને એક ધ્યાન દોરી દઉં કે સુરતની કોઈ પણ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સ, કોઈ પણ ટ્રસ્ટ અથવા કોઈ પણ કોર્પોરેટ જીઆર પ્રમાણેની જે ફેસિલિટી ક્રિએટ કરશે અને અમને એપ્લાય કરશે તો વિધિન અ મંથ ટાઈમ આઈ વિલ ગીવ ધ સેન્કશન એઝ અ નોડલ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સ.
Thank you, Sri Malish ji and Jay Bhai, for your wonderful speech. So friends, now our third speaker. उसके लिए एक ही चीज़ मुझे कहना है. मंजिलें उन्हीं को मिलती है, मंजिलें उन्हीं को मिलती है जिनके सपनों में जान है. पंखों से कुछ नहीं होता मित्रों, हौसलों से उड़ान है. तो अपने थर्ड स्पीकर है मिस्टर स्वप्न शाह. ही इज़ अ बीटेक civil engineer from SVNIT. He is a gold medalist. Passed his MS from Stanford University, Silicon Valley, from San Francisco, USA. He has an experience of working for 2 years at USA. He has also passed his MS from MIT Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Boston, USA. And also been studied at Harvard University at USA. And at present, he is working as a director of Surel Infratech Private Limited. So please welcome Mr. Swapna Shah with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to talk a bit about startup ecosystem. I guess a lot of what I was supposed to talk has been covered in parts by previous speakers. So let's just dive into what I'm going to talk about. First of all, let us understand an ecosystem. I guess Mehul did talk briefly about it and the components that go into making of this system. So basically an ecosystem in pure biological terms is a combination in which living and non-living beings interact to form a singular system that works as one single unit. In our case, in case of startups, that ecosystems is humans and institutions. Humans, like scientists, engineers, lawyers, designers, bankers, etc., are the living parts of this ecosystem, and institutions, universities, financial institutions, companies, research labs, Chamber of Commerce here in Surat, all these institutions, and then there is this interaction between human beings and these institutions that lead into a startup ecosystem. So, we are like, while talking about ecosystems, I also want to talk about how these startup hubs are created. So, we'll analyze them a bit so that, we know, because we're also talking about how to make Surat one of the startup hubs. So it would be nice to analyze, how these hubs are created around the world. So the most important thing, any startup hub, is they're anchored by world-class universities. Say for example, the most famous startup hub globally is Silicon Valley, which is anchored by my alma mater, Stanford, and UC Berkeley, which are excellent universities. Again, come to Boston, also a very popular startup hub, anchored by MIT and Harvard. Locally, when we think of startups, we think of Bangalore. Why Bangalore? Because Bangalore has Indian Institute of Sciences, IIM, and then many other universities which provide the human pool of talent required for any startup. You need excellent engineers, excellent designers, good MBAs to think of a new idea, to start a startup. So that always is provided by world-class universities. Second thing, strong public research institutes. These universities are oftentimes supported by government-sponsored research institutes. These research institutes and universities do projects together, and hence, there are a lot of scientific innovations that come out of these projects, which then can be commercially used by many startups. Again, when we look around the world, Washington, D.C. area is a very huge startup hub, of course, because of a lot of federal research institutes. Again, back at home, Bangalore is what it is because of ISRO, HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics, National Aeronautics Laboratories. These all institutes were existing in Bangalore even before we thought of Bangalore as startups. I think these institutes have been in Bangalore for like 30, 40, 50 years. So, it plays a big role in making Bangalore what it is. Again, when you see India, 65% of our startups are either in Bangalore or NCR region. And NCR region obviously has benefits of institutions like DRDO, CSIR, etc. The third component, agglomeration of listed companies. I'm referring back again and again to Silicon Valley because I think that's the biggest startup hub that we have today. Like companies like Intel, HP, what happens oftentimes is, a lot of these young graduates from students start working in these companies. Probably they want to first pay off their student loans and everything and then, venture into a more choppy territory. And, these companies provide them with this job security as well as, this technical and commercial know-how of how now they can, venture on their own. The best example is WhatsApp. WhatsApp founders were working with Yahoo Messenger, and they knew what the problems with Yahoo Messenger were. They just started their own company, removed those problems, and created a company that's worth more than Yahoo today. So, these agglomeration of companies is very important for Startup Hub. Locally, again, Infosys, Bharat Heavy Electronics Limited, etc. They've all played. It's, again, as I say, it's an ecosystem. They interact with each other, these institutes, these people, to form an ecosystem. And finally, last but not the least, is good quality of life. Trust me, a lot of credit for Bangalore and Silicon Valley goes to their weather. No, it doesn't come to you that naturally, but people love staying in these areas. It's as simple as that. I always hear my friends saying that, oh, I can walk to work in Bangalore. Can you do it in Bombay? It's very difficult. So good civic amenities, because these entrepreneurs also have families with them. It's not just them. They want their children to go to good school. They want good healthcare facilities, everything. Job opportunities other than startup. What if I fail? I don't then go out of that city and then move to some other city and start finding a new job. And also, if I'm an entrepreneur, I'll have a family who also needs to work, and so there has to be job opportunities for other than just startups. And finally, as I already mentioned, education and healthcare facilities. So, we should think about this in terms of how do we make Surat a startup hub? That's one of the questions. A lot of budding entrepreneurs are sitting here, and we want to create this local ecosystem as well. As I think Industries Commissioner just mentioned, there are various initiatives being taken by government these days to support everyone. The chamber is, so, the institutional part is now getting active. The chamber is thinking of starting a startup cell and everything. So that's getting active. We already have a good anchor institute in terms of our Southern Gujarat University as well as SVNIT and all. So, but the more the merrier. It's just that the more institutes, the better quality institutes you have, the bigger hub you're going to create. So yeah, now I think I'll delve into the ecosystem. So what I plan to do is compare the startup ecosystem in India as compared to that which is existing in US. For market analysis, it's just a single slide about how big the startup market is. Then I'm going to talk a bit about the qualitative difference in the ecosystems, and then the more numbers difference, how the size and what areas do startups take up in these countries. First of all, if you just look at this, India has 3% smartphone penetration. I think this slide is probably 6 months old, but I don't think it has changed that drastically. Probably 3% has gone up to 4% or 4.5%. Whereas US has 76%. So you can just imagine that with 3% of smartphone penetration, or probably 4% of penetration, we are talking about startups so much, because mobile platform is probably the largest platform for delivery of services of startups. So you require people to have smartphones, even if whatever startup you want. So now if we go from even 3 to 6%, you're probably going to double so much, and there is space for so many more startups. In terms of that, US is already at 76%. Of course, there are space for new startups, but the space is not that big. Here, it's you have barely scratched the surface. There are thousands and thousands of things to be done. Again, internet users also. Internet users, we are comparable, but again, I think the usage is mostly on 2G. It's not 3G. So it's a much slower internet, which probably doesn't help a startup. Yeah, so now comparative analysis. We are the 5th largest startup community in the world. I guess probably UK, US, China, and Great Britain would be, sorry, I already mentioned, Germany probably would be bigger or something. But yeah, we are the 5th largest startup ecosystem in the world, and probably the fastest growing though. I think last year we were neck to neck with China in terms of growth, but this year we would probably have crossed it. I don't think the numbers are out yet for 2015. So, but yeah, we are very much there. So now the qualitative analysis of how are these startup ecosystems different, and what probably change we require in India in terms of both mindsets and in how these institutions interact. So basically, the 3 components: the industry, universities, and government. Here in India, it's mostly we stay in our own silos. We don't interact with each other. Universities don't interact with industry. Industries don't interact with government, because if they do, there are all sort of corruption charges then. So, there is always a lot of hesitancy in interaction. What happens in US, especially, which is very, very helpful for startups, is the university-industry interaction. It happens on 3 levels. There are a lot of industry veterans who work as university professors, which has just started these days. I think Flame University is probably one of those which has a lot of industry veterans that teach there. Vice versa, there are a lot of professors who sit on advisory boards of industries. So they always have these connections, so if as a student I go to my professor that this is an idea, he would know what industry to put me in touch with, so that who can help me then take my idea from just an imagination to a more real product. You could use their labs, you could use their networks, they would probably be your seed funders and everything. Similarly, government, governments and universities also act in isolation for most part, except for few research projects that IITs do. At least for tier 2 universities, that interaction is totally missing. Now we are starting with this, as our the industry secretary just mentioned, they want to create these nodal points and start this interaction. Because, government can fund a lot of research in universities, and which as a part of that research, say for example, if you're researching on a satellite, there are going to be 10 startups being created out of that one big research, because there'll be some telecommunication thing, there'll be some robotic thing, there'll be some, so there are going to be so many byproducts which can then be utilized by somebody working on that product, and then who will commercialize it. So that interaction is that happens a lot in US. US actually has a corporation called RAND, which is Research and Development Corporation, and most of the early stage computer companies, be it Intel or be it Sun Microsystems or everything, these entrepreneurs used to work in Research and Development Corporation. This corporation, the only job was to nurture this talent and give them something to do, research. And then they slowly left their jobs, and R&D would also fund these entrepreneurs. So we also need some sort of institution like this, which behaves like a corporation but is for more benevolent purposes rather than just making profits. As I said, the industry interaction with government also, because in US, a lot of industries and government have joint research projects. To do that in India is much more difficult, as I said, because of the reasons I mentioned previously. So that's the qualitative comparison of how the ecosystem is. We are very much in silos. Again, I think one more thing I want to mention is even the universities. We have like strict engineering colleges and MBA colleges. Say for example, the university I come from, Stanford, is probably like among the top 2-3 engineering schools in the world, but it's also like among the top 1 or 2 business schools in the world. So what happens is, say for example, I took a lot of business courses as well. So if I want to start something up, I know that, okay, there is a skill lacking in this, or I need a co-founder I know technology. I need a co-founder who knows accounting, or who knows marketing. I need to go to a business school. I'm going to make friends there. I'm going to attend classes with them. And that's how, I'll form my team with complementary skills, as Mr. Saravgi just mentioned. So, our universities don't, like, these cross linkages between departments are also missing. So, that's one thing qualitatively we need to do to improve our ecosystem. Now to more quantitative thing, the ease of doing business. I think everybody today mentioned about this. Right, I'm just putting some numbers here. Days required to start a business. It's 29 days here, it's 6 days in US. And for a startup, it's very important. You want to, because you already have enough problems on hand with developing the product and selling those products, that you don't want more problem in terms of getting permissions to start your venture. So very important. Second most important thing, and this is more important for investors, especially angel investors and everything, number of days to enforce a contract. In India, it's 14-20 days. In US, it's 420 days. So it's 3 years less in US than in India. Say, for example, if I'm funding a startup, or if I'm giving money, if I'm an angel investor, I want to make sure that that person taking my money does not cheat me. And as a startup, you want to make sure that I don't mention something in contract which is harmful to your interest. Now, how do you make sure you write it in contract? But what if things don't go the way you wish them to go? Then, just to enforce it, it takes so long. So it's just a risk premium that I'm going to put. I'm going to be extra cautious giving money to you. And the higher the number, so, I think, again, a lot of good noises have been made recently by our Prime Minister and everyone about, this ease of business. I hope it comes down. I think there has been a recent legislation about commercial quotes. I don't think that's going to help startups, because it's at least 1 crore, and at least for angel investors, it's mostly going to be less than 1 crore for the first round of funding. But still, for the second, third round, it's going to be very helpful. We hope it comes through. And, finally, intellectual property right protection. We are probably the worst in world in terms of intellectual property rights. All startups, at least the way we envisage them, they are technology startups. It can be biotech, it can be life sciences, it can be internet, it can be software, it can be whatever. But they are all technology. All of them have some some component of a proprietary software or a proprietary chemical or whatever, and you don't want to spend a lot of money, and investor will also be very concerned that I'm giving so much money for a research, and once that product is successful, there'll be 10 copycats the next day. So the IP protection is very, very important for a startup. Again, as I have mentioned in my coming slides, that in India most of startups are consumer oriented, B2C startups. They are either cab companies or e-commerce companies and all, because these companies don't have very strong IP, they don't need a lot of IP protection. We have very few analytics, biomeds, life science startups. The share putting all together is probably less than 10%. Whereas globally, if you see the share of biotech and life sciences and all startup is probably approximately 50%. Because of this, we are not able to have these more technologically advanced startups. The funding scenario. I think all entrepreneurs here want to know about the funding scenario I want to compare the funding scenarios in US and India. India, the average startup is currently being valued at $2.3 million. It's much higher in US at 2.7 and 4.4 million. We are also much lower than Israel and UK, which are like big startup hubs. The reason is, as I said, people put a much higher risk premium. So once we simplify the processes, because looking at just the scale of market, we should be valued at much higher. Because in an Israel startup can probably serve 10 million customers. Here we have like the moderately successful startup will serve like 50 million customers. So there is a room to go. Also, we don't have the depth of funding institutions. There are VC funds and there are PE funds, which I'll be talking in my next slide. Yeah. So VC investments in US last year, which is 2015, were $58.8 billion as compared to $4.7 billion in India. So we are like 1/12 of their size right now. However, our growth has been, especially in this, our growth has been much higher. US last year was negative. We have grown 2.2 times in terms of. Just for the benefit of the audience here, I'll just briefly distinguish, tell you about what a VC is, a venture capital fund and a private equity fund. A private equity fund mostly provides it's a growth funding. So, a private equity fund would invest in likes of Flipkart or something, which are already big and all. A venture capital firm is a more, it's the stage after the angel investor. The first is what we call the F&F, friends and family money. That's the first money you lose. And then, comes the angel network. And then is the VC. VC is like, typically when you start requiring $5 million or something, that's when a VC actually comes. That's a stage where you will have a prototype, you will have a test marketing thing already done and tied up. And but unfortunately, we barely have a VC fund which is India based. All these VC funds, be it Sequoia, be it KPCB or everything, all are US based. So oftentimes they are not able to navigate the Indian startup scenario that well. So only startups that can talk in their language get money. More localized startups are unable to get the funding. Seed stage, however, that being said, seed stage VC funding has grown 6.5 times in last 1 year. So it's getting really, really big in India because everybody is very excited. It's just that, these investors don't know how to navigate the labyrinth of laws and everything here. So that's the funding. I also briefly want to talk about, what are the returns that a VC fund, because, those of you who might be thinking on approaching a VC or something, what are the returns that a VC fund would expect? For a VC, the industry, they usually tell, that 90 out of 100 companies that they invest in will not give them any return. So, the companies that they invest in, they are at least looking at 25x return in 5 years. That's a typical back of the envelope calculation. When you approach a VC, if you know that your financials cannot give him a 25x return in 5 years, at least on paper, I think it's not worth your time and energy to approach a VC. Because they know that you are going to, like, 90% of these startups are going to fail. So they need to make money out of that 10% that succeed. A PE fund, which probably you wouldn't approach because it's a much bigger ticket size fund, will be happy with a 24 to 36% return. Again, because their return is much safer, it's almost assured. So that's the difference. And I also want to talk a bit about exits. I think somebody talked, and that was most of that talk was about the exits of startups that fail. There is also an issue of how you exit the startup that is very successful. Because we have again there are a lot of capital restrictions on how you exit. One of the reasons, because these VCs want to take back money to the investors in US. Most of these investors are in US. As I said, we don't have an ecosystem of local funding companies, and that's creating an issue. And that is why again they don't value us at the same. There is this discount valuation that they assign to us. Because of all the restrictions of how they can take their capital back and everything. So that's the funding scenario difference between US and India. In US, it's like absolutely free. There are literally zero restrictions on any exit. You can take your money wherever you want. I don't know, there is a road called Sand Hill Road, which is just next to Stanford campus. Just that road has 800 venture capital funds. In a distance of 1.5 miles, which is 2.5 kilometers approximately. That stretch has more VC funding than the entire world put together. So you can imagine, so when you have that much depth of VC funding, that's when the best, there is always a competitive, there's always a competition going on between these startup firms to what to fund and what not to, and that also creates a lot of ecosystem. You have like patent lawyers who are experts, who you have like M&A lawyers who are experts, and so that's part of ecosystem. So it's much easier, but again, it's easier, but the returns there are less. Here we are uncharted territory. We are the frontier market. So we still have that attraction that US does not have. As I said, we are still at 3% of of smartphone usage. The final comparison, as I said, all these leads to, what sort of startups we have. I think we had 1,200 startups in 2015, like major startups. No, when I say major, it's like at least, they reached some level, they had some sort of service going and all. And out of that, I think 75% were in these three segments: e-commerce, consumer services, and aggregators. As I said, it's a result of two things: weak patent protection, and people don't want to put that much risk. It's always for investor in US, it's already a risk investing in India. You don't want to compound that risk by investing in a more challenging industry. So here, it's getting much difficult to get funding for analytics or something like that. As compared to that, US, more mature, evenly spread internet-based services. All three of these are internet-based services, and that account for 75% in India. Those services just account for 25% in US funding. Software, which we hardly have any startup funding available for softwares in India, that accounts for 20%. Biotech, as I said, everything else, software, biotech, life sciences in India are like at 10% all put together. Here they are like 20%, 13%, and 18% respectively. So, these are the business areas of most of the startups. Finally, takeaways, like how do we compare to US? First of all, we are a huge market. It's just, as mentioned by the Prime Minister in Startup India, an obstacle. The government just needs to get away from they just don't need to stop us. Forget about giving us a push. And, I think government is thinking in the right direction in terms of, they know that is a problem, and a lot of steps are being taken. I think more steps have been taken in past 1 year than probably in past many years. break the silos. Our institutions need to talk to other institutes. You know, universities need to talk to government. The government needs to talk to the industry. Here, the top-down approach, you know, is not going to work. It's going to be a bottoms-up approach. You know, as I think again, our past president had just mentioned. You know, you ask industry what they want. Just don't tell them that okay, you have this. You know, and now build your industry around what we fund, rather than fund around what the industry is. And also, you know, just let universities talk to industry. Look beyond the internet. There is a huge opportunity for startups beyond internet, especially in healthcare in India. We are probably the most underserved emerging market in terms of healthcare here, and the scope of startups in healthcare is just immense. There have already been, I have friends who have startups just reading ecograms of patients in US, and who have startups doing reading x-rays of patients in US. Huge opportunity, because healthcare is so damn expensive in US and it's so cheap here. You can probably find a doctor for 1/50th of the cost in US. And huge, because these days I find everybody is talking about either some sort of cab service or some sort of retail service or some, so please look beyond this. Finally, we have barely scratched the surface. Even globally, the startups, there are just so many problems waiting to be solved by startups, and that is like 100 times more in India. Just because sheer skill of our population, and sheer under penetration of internet usage and mobile services, that there is just huge scope. We could probably have 100 more startups that become Flipkarts, not in sense of retail, but in sense of size. So there are a lot of opportunities waiting for all you guys there. Best of luck. Grab them. Thanks.
Thank you, Swapna Bhai. Just to inform you, we will be winding up maximum within 6 minutes. We'll have a quick round of question and answers so that we can interact also. I'll request all of you to be very quick, not completing the sentence, just bullet point questions. No other issues, okay? Please, quickly. Somebody can pass on the mic. No preface. Yes.
Hello. Sir, when it's come to ecosystem, we all talk about investors and universities and all, but there is a huge issue which we are facing as we are in a startup community. That's the social and the parenting system, where in such these kind of sessions, we are so impressed by looking the examples at how there's the Domino's started and McDonald's started, but we don't let our children to be fail. Or we should be that much mentality that we should encourage them rather than putting down. So do you face this thing? It comes into ecosystem as well.
I think as a society we are very risk averse, which doesn't bode well for startups. I think, but that's changing. It's also that US has social security system. So they know that if your kid fails, he'll at least have food on his plate. Here you don't even know that. So you are more conservative about that. But as these nets of safety spread, I think we'll become more risk-taking.
Another quick question. Somebody else. Yes, can somebody pass on the mic?
Apart from the frenzy this entire startup ecosystem has created, there's an ongoing debate as well regarding the valuation bubble, because now investors are asking about the actual cash operating profit rather than just valuation. So what is your take on the same?
See, basically, as far as the valuation bubble is concerned, initially about 3 years ago, when investors were investing in Indian ventures, they were very hopeful of the execution capabilities of our startups. So they had, discounted that part of it. But now if you go by the latest quarterly data of about three quarters, the second stage and the third stage, that is the B series and the C series funding, is tapering down, because Indian startups have not lived up to the execution skills or the promises that they had made. So, you know, bubble, it was not bubble, but they had put more money, but now it is, the water is finding its own level. Those data are available. Thank you. Next question. If there are no more questions, I'll request Rajni Kaka to have a very quick question only. Yeah?
Sapnil, you have referred the ROI a bit, but I would like you to go a little more detail and just quantify, if you can say that ROI in India versus ROI in either America or other countries.
As I said, you know, first of all, ROI is a function of your interest rates that are in the market because that's the safest option you have. For most of VCs, as I said, you know, they are looking at least at 25 times, multiplying their investments by 25 times in 5 years. You know, that's what they look at here in India. In US, they would be very happy with 10 times. Because, you know, it's just a much lower cost money. First of all, you know, the interest rate, if they put it in banks, it's going to earn them like 1% annually. Here, it's going to earn you 1% monthly. So, you know, it's a much cheaper money, and also the visibility, the risk is much, so the visibility is much higher. As a result of it, the risk is much lower. So, say for examples, if India has a success rate of 10%, in US, a startup at the VC stage is likely to succeed with 20% probability. I'm just putting a number. It's not an exact number, but it's a ballpark figure. So that's the VC. PE, again, as I said, you know, a US PE in US, they would be happy with 10% return. So PE is private equity money. In a growth fund, so in a venture like Flipkart, they would be happy if they get 10%. Here, they would not take anything less than 20%.
That is great, Swapna bhai. Now, before we move on to the next item on the agenda, how many of you are interested in patents? How many of you have any idea to be patented? Okay. How many of you would like to know more about patents? Okay. I mean, I would love more hands because I'm going to announce a seminar which we are contemplating on 4th of February, which would give you insights about patenting strategies, options, and how you can get your idea patented. It's very difficult to get only an idea patented, but what are the niceties of the patent? We are going to have a workshop with tentatively 3 speakers who would give us insights about patenting strategies on 4th of February, 5:30 onwards. More details will follow you as we proceed further. Before I hand over the mic to the MOC, I'd like to know how many of you had registered on Facebook? Good number. How many of you had registered otherwise than internet? Otherwise than internet. Fair enough. Thank you. Himanshu.
Thank you, Anil bhai. And now, last but not the least, vote of thanks. I request Amit bhai to please say vote of thanks.
Yes, good afternoon. In the morning, 11 o'clock, we started.
See, that is not good manners. That is not good manners. It is going to take less than 60 seconds, you know. I mean, I'm not comfortable that way.
Okay, friends, startup. Right. હું ગુજરાતીમાં તમને કહીશ કે વર્ષો પહેલાં મને હમણાં યાદ આવ્યું કે બિલાડીના ગળામાં ગંઠ બાંધવો જોઈએ. ઉંદર આવે ને બિલાડી પેલી ઉંદરને ખાઈ જાય. તો લોટ્સ ઓફ પીપલ્સ આર ડિસ્કસ કે આમ કરવું જોઈએ, તેમ કરવું જોઈએ, પેલો આમ તેમ. પણ છેલ્લે સવાલ એ આવે કે બિલાડીના ગળામાં ગંઠ બાંધે કોણ? તો સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સ આવું છે કે ભાઈ સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સ કરે કોણ? અને એ કરવા માટે પાછી સલાહ સૂચનની એડવાઇઝરી કમિટી તો જોઈએ જ, રાઈટ? લોટ્સ ઓફ થેન્ક્સ ટુ ઓલ ઓડિયન્સ, કોલેજના સ્ટુડન્ટ, પ્રોફેસર્સ, પ્રિન્સિપાલ્સ કે જેઓ 2 કલાકની બદલે 3 કલાક અને એકદમ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટિંગ એક્ઝેક્ટ 11 વાગે આપણે સ્ટાર્ટ કર્યું એવી હ્યુજ માત્રામાં આવ્યો. તે માટે થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ ટુ ઓલ ઓફ પાર્ટિસિપેટ. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ આપના 3 સ્પીકર, સ્પેશિયલી ફોર ડૉક્ટર અનિલભાઈ સરોગી, જેમને ડીએનએ ઉપર બહુ સારું લેક્ચર આપ્યું. હું અનિલભાઈની બાબતમાં તમને કહેવા માંગીશ કે આ તો ખાલી 3 મિનિટનું ટ્રેલર એમને આપ્યું છે. આખું પિક્ચર એ આપી શકે છે એટલી એમાં કેપેસિટી છે. સ્પેશિયલી થેન્ક્સ ટુ મેહુલભાઈ, તમારી વિડીયો અમને બહુ જ ગમી. હા, અને ખાસ કરીને પેલી વિડીયો કે મારી મહેનતની કમાણીથી તું બ્રેડને આમલેટ ખાવાનો છે. તો થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ મેહુલભાઈ. સ્પેશિયલી થેન્ક્સ ટુ સ્વપ્નભાઈ જેમને આ સેશન ઉપર બહુ ફાઇન તૈયારી કરી છે. હું તમને એક વસ્તુ કહી રાખું ફ્રેન્ડ્સ કે અમે જ્યારે આ પ્રોગ્રામની ડિસ્કસ કરીને ત્યારે અમને એવું લાગતું હતું કે આ 2 કલાક વધુ પડશે, પણ આજે જોઈને અમને એવું લાગે છે કે 2 કલાકની આ 4-5 કલાક ગાંધી સ્મૃતિમાં પણ જો રાખ્યું હોય ને તો એક આખા દિવસનો આપણે એક પ્રોગ્રામ રાખી શકાય. અને સ્પેશિયલી થેન્ક્સ ટુ ભદ્રેશભાઈ અને BS અગ્રવાલ સાહેબ, અને સ્પેશિયલી થેન્ક્સ ટુ રજનીકાંત કાકા કે જેમને મને આ સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સના પ્રોગ્રામની તક આપી. એન્ડ MOC માટે થેન્ક્સ ટુ કે એમને બહુ સારું MOC કર્યું. એન્ડ થેન્ક્સ ટુ પ્રેસ એન્ડ મીડિયા એન્ડ માઇક સિસ્ટમ પર્સન કે બહુ સારું મેનેજમેન્ટ કર્યું. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ.